Good morning. Can you hear me? All right. Welcome. Can everyone hear me online? If someone can give a thumbs up or a yes, that'd be great.
Yes. Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Christina Bloebaum. I'm the Dean of the College of Aeronautics and Engineering here at Kent State University. And it's my honor and pleasure to welcome you to this great event. This is the 7th annual Dronavation event here at Kent State University. It was conceived by our very own Jason Lorenzon, who's sitting in the back there, and who I believe you all know and we'll hear from more today. And it was launched in 2018. It's been held every November since then, including during the pandemic, and that was a very successful year, in fact, that year. This wouldn't be possible without the tremendous support of our sponsors. And so I want to acknowledge them all and thank them for their help and their support. Drive Ohio, Davos, Gertzberg, Licata, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Yodis Associates Law Offices, and the law offices of Robert M. Stumer. So thank you so much for your support. Before I kick off our next speaker, I do want to take a moment to tell you a little bit about the university as well as the college and some of the great things going on here. Kent State's first priority, as you walk around this building, you might see some things that indicate that our first priority is students first, and we take it very seriously. And part of that commitment of students first is to ensure that our students here at Kent State, and particularly in our college, are exposed to and engaged in leading edge technology. Certainly AAM and everything to do with it falls under that category. We want to be sure that we're producing the leaders of tomorrow, the students who are going to leave here and go out and be the leaders for the future that we need in order to make everything better for all humanity, frankly, and we take that seriously. We really believe it. We are not just about sending a student out to a great job. We're about transforming the life of that student, their families, the communities around us. And so that is really our mission here at Kent State. The College of Aeronautics and Engineering is engaged in lots of cool things, and I don't really have time to tell you about all of them. So I'm going to focus on some of the centers that we've launched and that we're in the middle of launching. And you'll hear probably more about one of them in just a minute. That's the Center for Advanced Air Mobility. But let me tell you first about some of the others. Dr. Denise Gherkin is going to be here later today. She's our lead faculty in cybersecurity engineering, one of our undergraduate programs. But we have an NSA Center for National Center for Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense here at Kent State. And she is actually coordinating a center across the entire university that focuses on cybersecurity. Obviously very important for the technology that we're talking about here today. We also have Dr. Joycelyn Harrison, our Associate Dean for Research, as well as many of our faculty who have just launched our Digital Engineering Design Center with an application or focus on space here at Kent. And so it's called DEDC Space at Kent. And that is one of 4 centers nationally that's funded by NCDMM. And so that focuses all on defense and space-related matters. Then lastly, of course, is our Center for Advanced Air Mobility, and you're going to hear about that directly from our new director, Dr. Rubén del Rosario. Rubén joins us with extensive NASA experience. He left NASA as the Director of Aeronautics, and then he went to Crown Consulting. So he has extensive industry experience as well. He actually was the author of the economic impact study for the state of Ohio for advanced air mobility. And so we are so delighted to have Dr. Rubén del Rosario as our director. And Rubén is going to tell you about the center and then kick off the rest of today. Rubén?
Thank you, Dean, for your welcoming and your introduction. It is really a pleasure and an honor for me to add my welcome as well to all here in attendance and in the web meeting as well. So it is really a great honor for me to have joined the faculty here at Kent State and to lead the Center for Advanced Air Mobility. Under the leadership of Dean Bloebaum, Ken had the vision to capitalize in the great academic programs, the world-class faculty, and the unique set of facilities and infrastructure that the college has and established the center about a year and a half ago. As we look into the future of aviation rooted in the convergence of technologies such as automation and electrification and the emergence of air taxis, eVTOLs, delivery drones, and other forms of advanced aircraft, it was recognized that our research capabilities and our faculty are well aligned to address the challenges and capitalize in the opportunities of this new ecosystem of aviation. The center fosters research, education, and collaboration between faculty, staff, and students at Kent and external partners in government, industry, and other academic institutions. We have established a multidisciplinary community of researchers and practitioners addressing this, which is one of the most emergent disruptive technology for both aeronautics and engineering. Our faculty research in airspace management for advanced air mobility, drone swarm technology, optimization and algorithm, virtual reality, digital engineering design, and other has uniquely positioned us to lead progress in the implementation and adoption of AAM. So I want to briefly recognize other faculty members as well that have been instrumental in the last year to get the center started. Dr. Shihab Sayed, Dr. Rui Liu, Dr. Ben Kwasa, Dr. Jason Lorenzon, and Dr. Stephanie Fuso for pioneering our efforts in this exciting environment. Dronavation is one of those opportunities for us to be the catalyst to bring experts together to discuss relevant topics that serve two purposes. First, an opportunity to showcase our commitment and capabilities, but most importantly, to gather relevant information in the challenges and opportunity that we have ahead of us so we can properly align our efforts in that direction. We started as an hour event to talk about drones. It's now a day-long event targeted to discuss technology and legal and policy ramifications. Today, I want to give special recognitions to the committee that helped us put together the speakers and the technical programs, in particular, Chris Pesala, Kathy Jodis, Gary Allen, and Jason Lorenzon, and recognize the team that is helping us with all the logistic and planification of this, Liz Porter, Cassie Mendelhall, and Ryan Jagger. And finally, the students. You see a lot of students helping us today. They are the reason for us to be here, and they are very engaged and supporting us through this journey. So with that, let's move to, I'm making sure I have all my speakers. So let's move to the first session of the day. We have brought up a great panel of experts to help us understand drones and AAM from the point of view of the stakeholders. And I will go ahead and introduce all of them now. The format will be a short statement from each of the speakers, followed by questions and answers. So start thinking about questions and answers that you want from this distinguished group of people. So our first panelist today will be Mr. Joe Zeiss. Joe is with the Office of the Governor as the two different files for some reason. So Joe is the Aerospace and Defense Advisor with the Office of the Governor's Mike DeWine for the state of Ohio. A very distinguished career with the Air Force, retired colonel with the Air Force. His position is a cabinet level position with the governor created to emphasize on Ohio military and aerospace installation. Governor DeWine made the announcement during a keynote speech at the Dayton Development Commission, where he said, "I promise that when I become governor, I will create a cabinet level military liaison who will report directly to me." And that is Joe, and those I have interacted with Colonel Zeiss know the passion that he brings to that role. Also, panelist is Mr. Rich Fox. He's the director of the Center for Uncrewed Aircraft System for Drive, Ohio, within the Ohio Department of Transportation. A very long, distinguished career as an air traffic control with experience to engage public and private partners connecting government, industry, and academia to advance the use and commercialization of UAS and advanced air mobility within the state of Ohio. And finally, our third speaker is Renato Camacho, who is the president and CEO of the Akron-Canton Airport. Ren has as responsibility leading a 60-member team of airports employees, strategic planning, community engagement, and capital improvement program to ensure that the airport remains vital asset and increase economic impact for Northeast Ohio. He has a long, extensive career, over 30 years in aviation and transportation engineering sectors, and it is an honor to have him with us today. He's going to be remote, but I saw him there. And before we start, Ren, I would like to do a quick audio check of you.
I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
It's hard, yeah. It's hard for me to hear you, but the audience can hear you well. So okay. We'll work with that. Okay.
Thank you. Sure.
With that, please, if the panelists can come, and like I said, we're going to start with Colonel Zeiss, that is going to give introductory remarks, then Rich, and then Ren.
Thank you, Rubén. Well, thank you all very much. It's certainly a pleasure to be here, and Dr. Bloebaum, Rubén, thank you, John, and Jason, thank you all for what you do every day, but most especially thanks for setting this up, because it's so very important. What I thought I'd do is give you just a little idea of advanced air mobility in the context of the state of Ohio, public policy, and how that evolves into the state strategy to lay the groundwork to some of our discussions. If you really, I think, look at the governor's vision for aerospace and defense in Ohio, it can be boiled down to a couple of statements. Just as Ohio led this nation into the air age of the early 20th century and into the space age of the latter 20th century, so will Ohio and a new generation of Ohioans, and really that's the students that are here, right? That's what you represent. So will a new generation of Ohioans lead this nation into an aerospace age of the 21st century. What is important about that, and why I think advanced air mobility is so important and is so critical to that vision, is there are two transformational areas of aerospace, at least in my mind today, right? And they exist at opposite ends of the speed spectrum, right? At the high end of Q is hypersonics. It's the ability to access anywhere on the globe in a matter of minutes. That can critically transform our world. The second is at the low speed end. It's advanced air mobility. It's really the post-World War II dream of access intra and intercity, right? It's the Pan Am building that was never completely realized in the 60s. It's the chance to provide mobility and access to the air in the same way as we access taxis and mobility on the ground. So that's where I think the criticality of this is, where the importance of this is, and where the sheer vision is, right? It's a dream. This is ultimately, in terms of advanced air mobility, a dream. If you go to the next slide there, Rubén. So these are the governor's 4 pillars, just as a framework to provide for our discussion. This is the framework that we use for every discussion with aerospace and defense in Ohio, right? Whether it is space, whether it is advanced air mobility, whether it's defense, it's this kind of framework. And advanced air mobility fits into this context, and we'll talk about how that then derives the policies and the initiatives that go into advanced air mobility. First and foremost, right? First and foremost, it's preserve, protect, defend, and expand Ohio's federal installations. You'll notice that federal is bold, it's underlined, it's red. Trying to make a point? Yeah, trying to make a point, right? Because so much of our aerospace world is based in Ohio on the federal installations that we are so fortunate to have, right? Whether it's the Air Force Research Laboratory in Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to the southwest, or whether it's NASA Glenn to the northeast, both Lewis site at Cleveland, as well as Armstrong site in Sandusky at Plumbrook, right? Those are critical elements for not only Ohio's aerospace industry, but for our nation's aerospace industry. If you look at Wright-Patterson, 40% of the Air Force budget goes through Wright-Patterson. If you look at NASA Glenn, historically, aeronautics, propulsion, technology, incredible derivation of those kind of efforts at NASA Glenn. That provides a foundation that we build off of, and we'll talk about that foundation. The second piece is to increase the research synergies and portfolios of Ohio's national level laboratories, both NASA as well as the Air Force Research Laboratory, underpinned by Ohio's Federal Research Network and Ohio's network of universities, right? Like Kent State University. So key in the elements that are critical to advanced air mobility, for example, in fuel cell technology, right? What's going on there? Dr. Du, what an amazing and international figure he is. And that makes all the difference in the world when you talk about Joby, who has gone from 100 nautical mile range with battery power to almost 500-mile range with fuel cell technologies. It's pretty incredible. The third is to work closely with Jobs Ohio to aggressively attract mission and industry to Ohio. And that's why we're all here. There's an economic development piece to this that is absolutely critical. And as Ohio leads the nation and the nation leads the world, this is an incredible spot to be in, both technologically as well as physically. And then the fourth pillar, arguably the most important, is really providing and developing the workforce that can achieve the goals of pillars 1, 2, and 3. That's absolutely critical to this effort. Whether it's university educated, we're sitting right here in one of the key spots for university education in aeronautics and in advanced air mobility, or whether it's the career tech center trained individuals or the STEM STEAM pipeline supports 1, 2, and 3 above. It's absolutely crucial that we engage the universities. So if you go to the next slide then, if I were to put these into a context, into a visual, it's really these interlocking rings of each one of those pillars. What I tried to put in those is how each one of those pillars applies to advanced air mobility, whether in terms of installations, it's, as I said before, NASA or Wright-Patterson, or if you look at the research that's going on in terms of beyond line of sight, in terms of utility, in terms of materials and opportunities for materials and manufacturing development of the systems. Pillar number 3, aggressively attracting industry, Joby, Beta, SkyDrive, Lyft, right? It's the whole gamut of the advanced air mobility companies that can really transform not only Ohio and its aerospace industries, but our nation as well. And then the fourth is clearly the education aspect that provides the workforce pipeline that can successfully execute each one of those other pillars. Clearly, with something like this, you're looking for the sweet spot in the center, right? And Ohio provides that sweet spot. I mean, notionally, physically, it's National Advanced Air Mobility Center of Excellence, but that sweet spot exists across the entire state, right? Up to here, the northeast, all the way to the southwest, use cases in the southeast and in the northwest, right? It really touches each area of Ohio. If you go to the next slide there, Rubén. So in developing a state strategy and the policy to go along, it really involves dissecting the industry to understand what are the attractive centers of gravity, what are the needs of the technologies, the industry, the government, the users, as you go forward with a technology like this. I think there's really three centers of gravity, and they're reflected on this slide, and that really informs the strategic approach to attracting companies and research in the area and beyond, right? The first is beyond line of sight, right? That's a key attractant, not just in the drone world, but also insofar as advanced air mobility touches on autonomous systems, autonomous operations, the beyond line of sight capability to do test and evaluation of systems that are proposed for integration in the national airspace system is absolutely crucial. It is technologies like sky vision, right? The ability to integrate it into the national airspace system following the FAA's guidance at beyond line of sight operations, regardless to size of the system, right? That's absolutely crucial, as well as investment of the state of Ohio and the Air Force Research Laboratory in a mobilized version that can then extend that sky vision concept up to the lakes, right down to the southwest and southwest in terms of delivery systems, or the southeast in terms of last mile deliveries to Appalachia, or medical deliveries to Appalachia. That's absolutely crucial. The second is airworthiness, right? It's how do you test, how do you evaluate, what do you evaluate against in terms of airworthiness for something that is as radically new as eVTOL powered lift type aircraft, right? Part of that is proximity to the Air Force's Airworthiness Directorate, right? Get the government involved in airworthy and then work towards the civil engagement of airworthy. And then the last piece is proximity to technology-focused areas, right? Part of that is, as you extend that Ohio Federal Research Network, what are the key technologies that are required? Sense and avoid, power density, right? Battery technology, hydrogen fuel cell technology, propulsion technology, right? Propeller technology. How do we develop and design against a criteria for propellers that I know it goes on the front end of a Skymaster or a 182, what goes on the top end of a Beta or a Joby or a SkyDrive? And how do I certify that? How do I ensure that those are airworthy when I'm spinning 8 of them potentially on a vehicle, right? And what's the requirements there that keeps the vehicle safe and economical for the use case that we're deriving? If you go to the next slide, it's really statewide partnership across all of these regions. And part of the attraction of Ohio's always been recognized as representative of the United States, right, culturally. But if you look at the geography and the cultural attributes of Ohio in terms of sparsely populated, minimally populated towns and cities, Ohio has a strong representative model of the U.S., including over water, right, to the lakes, international boundaries at the lakes. That offers a tremendous opportunity to develop what is absolutely critical to use case and to the implementation of this kind of technology. If you go to the next slide there, Rubén. And that is use case development, right? And you can see the pillars that these are sitting in. And I picked a couple of pillars just to give you an idea. But the idea of use cases that demonstrate the utility of advanced air mobility, and then once you gain public acceptance, how I can certify against and how I can then export this into both civil, commercial, and military use, right? If I can demonstrate those use cases that are extremely high value, yet extremely low risk, and make operations routine, demonstrate how operations can be routine with minimal risk, but high value to the use case, to the users, then maybe we can circumvent some of the issues of integrating drones, for example, into the national airspace, right? Can we short circuit the issues of drone technology with advanced air mobility use cases? That's absolutely critical. Whether it's healthcare delivery, and typically you think about that as delivery of systems, delivery of organs, for example, but I offer you to think of it in a little bit different context, right? Think about physician-deprived areas of Ohio, let's say in the southeast, and delivery of a physician, right? So the cargo is not the organs, it's not healthcare systems. What if the cargo is a physician to a physician-deprived area? Then all of a sudden you have a unique opportunity that is incredibly high payoff and low risk at the same time. There's also clearly air cargo, air taxi, search, rescue, recovery over the lakes. There's tremendous opportunity that's embedded in this, right? The closest helicopter, if one required a helicopter for search and rescue off of Cleveland, is stationed Detroit. What if I have a lower cost opportunity to get an eye in the sky to see where their emergency is developing, right? At a much safer, in a much more economical sense, then this offers tremendous, tremendous value. If you go to the next slide. Part of Ohio's policy is to really work to support NASA as well as the Air Force, as well as civil use development and Space Act agreement that ODOT, Rich and his folks are executing. Whether it's advanced air mobility integration considerations across the entire state to a variety of different safety, cargo operations, modeling, things like that, that can really lay the foundation for this. And if you go to the next slide, we'll finish up with this piece. The goal is, and the attractive element that I think Ohio really represents in this, is to come here to design, to research, to develop. Stay here to test, stay here to build, right? And then to integrate. The whole point is with a tremendous research, development, test, and evaluation infrastructure. That is Ohio. If you attract on the early stages of the development of these technologies, then stay to build, stay to integrate, because we've already developed the use cases, integration opportunities that exist all around Ohio. It's extraordinary when you think about those use case opportunities. We can talk more about that as we go through the panel. But I wanted to give you a basis, if you go to the last slide, which is, thank you, which is, really tremendous, tremendous opportunity. So I'll leave you with the thank you, not just for the time to talk, but thank you for what you're doing, the interest and the focus on this, because it really, really portends a difference in both technology, but also in the way we live our lives. It's that important. It's that critical. It's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. Thank you there for the opportunity, Rubén. Look forward to the questions.
Morning, everyone. My name is Rich Fox with the Ohio Department of Transportation. I'm the director of the UAS Center. The primary mission of ODOT is the safe movement of people and goods throughout the state. The way to do that is you need a robust infrastructure to make sure that there's roadways and bridges to accommodate those needs. Ohio has the 5th largest interstate of 8,000 lane miles in the country. That's equivalent to traveling from LA to DC almost 3 times. Ohio in the nation has the 3rd largest number of bridges, 26,729, plus or minus 1 or 2. The UAS Center mission is to support that ground infrastructure. And the way we do that is the collection of data. We have a fleet of 85 drones and 60 pilots now. And we collect that data, we process modeling, and we give it to the experts in ODOT to maintain our infrastructure. What you're looking at here is a heat map of the missions that we've flown to date, over 14,000 in support of our infrastructure. The UAS Center is also a shared service for our other state agencies that don't have the need for a full UAS program that we fly for them. Department of Natural Resources, EPA, EMA, Department of Health are some of the examples of that. Next slide, please. So our fleet is 85 aircraft. People always ask, why do you need so many aircraft? What do you mean? Why do you need different aircraft? Each platform has a specialty. They all don't carry the same sensors. They don't have the same onboard capabilities, their software capabilities. So that's why we have different platforms. It's no different than your phone. The technology changes so fast that when we buy an asset, it has a lifespan, not only from the technology standpoint, but as an aircraft, there's so many cycles of up, down that you can put on an airframe, and the battery is the challenge. We'll run through batteries each year and replace those. So the top line is what our initial fleet. The second line, the middle line, is our effort to be more NDAA compliant, National Defense Authorization Act. It's important that the supply chain issues that we face, we're moving more towards domestic build assets. The bottom line is our newest entry, the Skydio. It's American made, American manufactured, high technology associated with it. The second line, you see the fixed wing assets. The rotorcraft are predominantly visual line of sight aircraft. As we look towards the future, the FAA is coming out with Part 108, which is the ability to fly beyond visual line of sight. And to do that, you need aircraft that have capabilities to fly longer distances. So that's why we're moving into the eVTOLs, the electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft that can fly for 90 minutes to 2 hours. We have different mission sets that they fulfill. The Skyfront Perimeter 8 is a hybrid. We use that for magnetometry missions, and that can stay airborne for over 3 hours. Next slide, please. So we have a few pilot programs that we're looking at. When Rubén introduced me, he mentioned Drive Ohio. Drive Ohio was created by the governor's office as a smart hub for emerging technologies. There's a ground side of the equation where the name comes from, Drive, that does autonomous vehicles. We're on the air side, Fly Ohio. So part of the technology that we're looking at now is a tethered system. When you have static capabilities of collecting data, and with machine learning and AI, the robustness of the data, we're finding ways of how we can deploy a sensor in a construction zone so it can enhance safety for our workers, for work zone safety. Collecting that data, seeing how many cars transit the area, make sure the construction company is meeting their goals, they're wearing their PPE equipment, things of that nature. The second one we're looking at on our roadmap is remote operations. Again, technology has come to the point with LTE connectivity. Skydio we have aircraft that we're able to fly remotely from our headquarters in the National Advanced Air Mobility Center of Excellence through an LTE link. We have flown for Caltrans. They have docks in California that we fly from Springfield, Ohio to demonstrate our capabilities. We're trying to introduce technology at the earliest possible moment for construction management. When you look at life cycle management, you're building large infrastructure. When you have this technology collecting all this data, when you get to the sustainment portion, we're building models, digital twins of the infrastructure. Down in Cincinnati, there's the largest ODOT project ever is building a parallel Brent Spence Bridge between Cincinnati and Kentucky. And this is going to be the first deployment of this dock. We'll operate it remotely. It'll fly autonomous to check the construction site and provide data back to the engineers. The whole purpose of UAS, they're data collectors. And it's the efficiency that these assets bring to our workers. When we talk about return on investment, a lot of people go to dollars and cents. Truthfully, for us, it elevates the safety of our workers. And the best analogy I can give you is surveyors. Everyone has seen surveyors out in the road with these yellow sticks or orange sticks, and they're running in between traffic, and when the cars looks like Frogger, somebody running out there holding the stick and taking a snapshot and coming back. They don't have to do that anymore because of our technology. With a drone, they can fly an acre in about 5 minutes, depending on the resolution and the modeling that they need for the project, whereas they can spend over multiple hours doing an acre survey. So that efficiency is huge. The drone-in-a-box technology, we're using edge computing where we can build the model instantaneously from the capture of the data. The engineers can see that on scene, the construction manager can see that on scene, make better decisions, more timely decisions. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of breakdown of the usage of our fleet. Training, number one, we created our own training program. Back when Part 107 came around, there was no documentation on how to create a drone program. We followed the FAA's traditional aviation, manned aviation. We created our own standing operating procedures, our own training program, our own safety management system plans, and training is always our number one priority. We have 12 districts throughout the state. We have a minimum of 2 pilots in each district. And the X-10 capability that Skydio is providing us, we're able to fly that aircraft remotely within our districts, and we can provide tactical information to the deputy district managers within each of those for projects that they need to maintain. The second one, bridge inspection. Drones have transformed bridge inspection. There's 2 phases of bridge inspection. One is a supplemental and a required. The required, you have to physically touch a bridge. The supplemental, picture a bridge worker in a harness rappelling off of the top of a bridge to look at different joints of the bridge. We don't do that anymore because of the drone. The drone's able to take pictures and create a digital model that they do it from the ground. Capturing that data, we've provided so much information to Federal Highway Administration that they have staggered the supplemental inspection process. Bridge inspection, like I said, that's our highest use group right now across the state. The second one, construction flights. We do, every time that there's a project underway, we'll do pre-construction, during the construction process, and post-construction. A lot of that information, it only takes 10 minutes to fly a project, but it builds a data set that we can document if there's any issues with the construction process, and we have pictures of the entire process. If you look a little bit further down, you can see we have magnetometer flights for ODNR. We have flown 16,000 acres for the Department of Natural Resources, and the program they're working on right now, they have us working on, is the Orphan Wellhead Project. Back in the 1900s, everyone was drilling for oil, but when they stopped drilling for oil, they didn't cap the wellheads very well. So ODNR received the federal grant to go out, find these wellheads, make sure they're not leaking, and plug them if they are. By flying a drone with a magnetometer, we're able to maximize flying all that different acreage and give that information back to ODNR. Little tidbit, Grand Lake St. Mary's in northwest Ohio was the first offshore drilling of oil. When you think of that across the world, it's like, okay, Ohio was the first offshore drilling. And we just finished that project for the Department of Natural Resources. And what's interesting, when they come to us, they literally have a map from the 1900s. They roll it out and they say there's 8 wellheads in this area that we have on record. After we fly it, that 8 turns into 18. And it's just a snowball effect because of the technology where we're able to identify those different wellheads. So that's a snapshot of the UAS Center, and look forward to the question and answers throughout the day.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Can everybody hear me?
Can we hear Ren? Yes, we can, Ren. Go ahead.
Great. Good morning. Again, thanks, Rubén, Jason, Dean Bloebaum, the university for this opportunity. I have a few slides as well that I wanted to provide you all, just more of a background about Akron-Canton Airport. The airport's owned by the taxpayers. We're technically a political subdivision of the state of Ohio. And hopefully these slides will pop up, but I have an opening slide that just talks about some statistics about the airport. There we go. Thank you. We have, in essence, 4 airlines that operate: Breeze, American, United, and Allegiant Air. Just slide 3, if you can go to slide 3. Yeah. There we go. 4 airlines. You see the 2 primary runways that we have. Their distances: 7,600 just north of that, and then 8,204 is the longer runway, runway 523. The second bar, if you will, the horizontal bar, 150 GA ops per day. Definitely a lot more capacity for drones and advanced air mobility at Akron-Canton Airport. 25 or so commercial flights. Then you see the economic impact, the middle section of the slide here, over $1 billion to the local economy, both direct, indirect, and induced impact, as well as to the local municipalities. And then some other statistics there. You see 2,700 acres of land, kind of the 4th line down to the far right there. More acreage than Cleveland Hopkins, for example. And then we have a huge social media presence and following. Next, please. So we are governed by an 8-member board of trustees, 4 are appointed by the Stark County Commissioners, 4 by the Summit County Executive, Eileen Shapiro. We don't generate any tax dollars on the airport, although we do get federal dollars, right, for capital improvements. The fees that we collect are, in essence, considered non-taxing dollars that allow us to, pay our light bills, pave the runways, maintain those runways, purchase snow equipment and that sort of thing, obviously with assistance from our FAA partners. We are hyper-focused on the customer experience. Of course, from the moment you get to the gate, from the moment you get to the parking lot, rather, to the gate is as seamless as we want to make that for you. So that guest experience is huge for us. And then lastly, 745,000 passengers are what are anticipated for the end of this year, which pales yet still to our pre-COVID number of 835,000. So we're about 15 to 20% off our pre-COVID numbers, although our numbers have been steadily rising since the pandemic. We were down to 270,000 passengers as an example in 2020. So a lot of good work that's been done. Partnerships with some state entities like Jobs Ohio to bring the air service restoration program that allowed us to bring Breeze Airways, for example. And in just 3 years, Breeze Airways has become our busiest air carrier, surpassing United and American, that have been at our airport for over 70 years. Next slide, please. So our mission, vision, and values, just to highlight, of course, we want to ensure that we have that seamless experience, as I mentioned earlier, for you all. Economic activity, the stats that I showed earlier, employment generation, over 4,400 jobs that are created as a result of what goes on here at Akron-Canton Airport. Managing our business, obviously, from a fiscal and socially responsible standpoint. We want to make sure we do that. We operate the airport like a business. And then again, making sure we tap into innovation, like what the topic is here today with advanced air mobility, making sure that innovation is at the forefront of all that we do. And our most prized asset, it's not the runways or the taxiways, it's our employees, to ensure that they remain engaged with such technologies and ensuring that they have the tools and resources to be successful moving forward. And then the kind of the bottom there, just our core values, the lower left, safety, of course, being first and foremost with advanced air mobility and regulatory compliance with what's coming and what's here, I should say, with advanced air mobility, that safety will be paramount to all that we do from an operations standpoint and coordination with air traffic, for example, or just some examples, which I'm sure we'll get into the Q&A later. And then finally, the core areas too, I just wanted to highlight our revenue generation, more specifically non-aeronautical revenue. So maximizing our parking product, the concessions at the airport, the car rentals. Every time you rent a vehicle at the airport, there's a fee that comes back to the airport. All of those non-aeronautical revenues really allow us to remain competitive with our other airports in Northeast Ohio and even beyond, such as Pittsburgh, in the sense that we are, by collecting those additional non-aeronautical revenues, maximizing those revenues, we actually lower the aeronautical or airline fees that are collected at the airport. So we really keep the airline costs down by maximizing the revenue that's collected from those elements, those operations and facets that are not related to airport or airline, rather, activity. Next slide, please. So we are consistently working towards economic development, obviously presenting today with the partnership of Kent State University. We have multiple arms and tentacles, if you will, with local chambers, economic development groups. I mentioned Jobs Ohio earlier, the Visit Canton and Akron Summit CVB, which are the tourism bureaus. So making sure we have a pulse in what's going on with attracting tourism to Northeast Ohio, and we want to be a part of that. So we have presence on boards and affiliations with the local public schools, K through 12, obviously higher ed with Kent State and Stark State, for example, really trying to make sure that we have we remain relevant, but also ensuring that we tap into those resources and continue to have a pulse in what's going on here locally. Next slide, please. This is just a view of our catchment area, kind of a heat map, the kind of what Rich showed earlier with what's going on with ODOT, but it just kind of shows, obviously, the darker areas are our concentrated areas of where our passengers are coming from. So there is, whether it's commercial air service or what's going to happen here with advanced air mobility, as far as we're concerned as a regional airport, we think that'll focus and continue to remain focused on Northeast Ohio. So you see a lot of folks, obviously, from the Akron-Canton immediate areas, but also we're seeing a lot more folks coming from the Youngstown area, Western Pennsylvania, and even out to the water, to the lake, as far out as Lake County to the east, and then of course Lorain County and other counties out towards Sandusky. So we're seeing a lot of people really looking for a good deal, get on a flight to go somewhere. And I'm sure that will be the case with advanced air mobility as we move forward. If there's a good deal, once air taxis become the quote unquote norm in a few years, if not sooner, that, we want to be at the airport of choice for those sorts of opportunities. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick route map of where we currently fly to. Most of our travelers these days are of the leisure variety. It's probably an 80-20 split, leisure to business, compared to when we had the airport running during COVID, before COVID rather, it was 60-40 the other way. It was 60% business, 40% leisure. So a huge shift in the type of traveler that's coming through Akron-Canton Airport. And as a result, you see a lot of the destinations to Florida, the Nashvilles, the Vegas, and the LAXs, more leisure-based, but also some locations like Vegas and Orlando that have conferences as well. And we're starting to see more of the trickle effect with businesses starting to travel a little bit more through CAK, but these days still predominant leisure traveler. You see a lot of white on the route map, so there's a lot of work we still have to do to get you all coming through your local airport here into Texas, back to New York City, Atlanta, Pacific Northwest, places like that, and that's something we're actively working on. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some of our sustainability initiatives that tie into advanced air mobility. And one such effort, it might be hard to see there in person on the screen. There's 4 little dark rectangles on the kind of the lower center of the image. Those are solar panels over our car rental return location. We're working with the car rentals as well as a third party through a power purchase agreement to install solar canopies, which will also provide power into the grid to support the terminal environment to allow us to realize energy savings in the terminal, which is just to the immediate left there on the image. So we're actively working there, and who knows, this might also be a springboard for advanced air mobility ties where solar could be used to help power advanced air mobility. Some of the parking that you might see to the immediate top and far right of the little red squares, the black squares there, are parking areas that could be used as potential future vertiports, for example, that have a very close connection to the main terminal. And those are some thoughts that we have as part of our master plan update that we can talk about a little bit later. Next, please. And some neat sustainability initiatives that we're also working on is we have beehives at the airport. So they are thriving. They're producing honey that we're selling back at the airport. We've had them for about 1.5 years or so, managed by our environmental team of 2, which is a pretty neat story to share. And then we also have local farmers that also produce, that farm on airport property. They produce hay that cows eat, that produce cheese that's sold back at the airport at our restaurant. So some neat kind of different sort of sustainability initiatives. I wanted to highlight those that Akron-Canton Airport is working on, different sort of ways to, reduce the carbon footprint, if you will. Next slide, please. And then kind of this topic, why we're all here, at least with relation to why we're here, is we do have an electric level 3 charging station at the airport. We're one of 2 airports in the state, as far as I understand it, Springfield-Beckley being the other, that has a ultra fast charger on the airfield. And you see the image there on the left side. That's a Beta Technologies aircraft that's come in, I would say, 3 times in the last 2 years to power up, if you will, from their base in Burlington, Vermont. There's several other airports that they've been coordinating with along the way, and we're one of 2 here in Ohio. So we're happy to continue the dialogue with Beta. I just actually sent an email to their group to find out what their 2025 plans are, and I'm very excited what the future holds. And again, this is an immediate vicinity of the airport terminal, and if there are expansion capabilities, we're primed to do just that, and obviously weave that into our master plan update. Next slide, please. And one thing that we wanted to focus on too, obviously with advanced air mobility, it's more regional, more local, perhaps even statewide as the technology grows and how far those aircraft can fly. Nonetheless, we still have commercial air service to continue to deal with. And as I mentioned, this is kind of our air service master plan from the commercial side. So the question is, how does advanced air mobility tie into this network, right? Which is where long haul flights are being planned across the country. You see where we want to get back into, which is the Northeast, Texas market, Pacific Northwest, the Denvers of the world. And we need the support of the community, right? Not only with commercial, but I'm sure as advanced air mobility itself, as the technology is commercialized and air taxis become more of the norm, we're going to need those folks who are using that technology, data that will support not only commercial air service, as you see on the screen here, but more localized service, again, within the state, perhaps into Pennsylvania, Michigan, nearby states where we can all mutually benefit from that business and that activity. Next slide, please. Was there one more slide?
No, I don't think that there's
Perhaps.
another.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll end there. I just want to just say, a couple of the challenges that we face, obviously, is the issues with Boeing just recently. Thankfully, the workers are back to work, but the notion of aircraft, commercial air service being impacted with the Boeing strike and Boeing and Airbus being backlogged by several thousand airplanes will impact what you see on the map here, potential impacts to advanced air mobility as well as those companies and airlines delve into the AAM technology. One other thing too is airline consolidation that's happening more and more. You have the big five, and back in the day you had, maybe 15 to 20 different airlines to pick and choose from. Now you have a very limited amount. That coupled with the regional airports not necessarily having access to some of the larger fleets. Boeing and Airbus are building larger aircraft these days, and that's a hindrance to regional airports, which rely more on the 50 to 75 seat aircraft that are really going by the wayside. So part of that community acceptance is making sure we fill those larger planes as they come into our market. So I'll end there, and again, thanks for the opportunity.
Ren, can you hear me?
Yes.
Operator error here in the room, and I log out of the Teams by mistake. So we lost probably about your last minute statement there, but I think that we can move to questions and answers.
Sure.
Okay, so let's go ahead and start the questions and answers. Thank you very much, Joe, Rich, and Ren for your remarks. Very appropriate to start the day today and giving us some context about what is this all about and what is drones and advanced air mobility. Let me make a note that we didn't make earlier today. We have modified the agenda slightly because of unfortunately one of our speakers, the speaker scheduled for our lunchtime, had a family emergency and could not be with us today. So this panel will go until about 10:10. So we have a 5-minute break before the next presentation start at 10:15. So that's it, the context. We are tracking questions for those that are remote. You can put your questions in the chat. Please do that, and we will be tracking that. For those in the room, if you have questions, please raise your hand so we can get a microphone to you, and people in the web can hear your questions. But I have a few questions myself. That's part of the perk that comes with moderating, that I can take ownership and start asking questions myself. But then we open for everybody else. So I'm going to start with Joe, and probably Rich has some opinions on that as well. But the main topic today is about the regulations and policies and things like that. Joe, your remarks are great in giving us a sense of the different things that the state is doing very strategically all the way from the top. But when we consider regulatory and policy framework, what discussions are going around in the state in terms of the future of regulatory and policy framework that may enable the AAM ecosystem, or that we are concerned that maybe a detriment to the AAM ecosystem. So
Yeah. So probably first and foremost, if you think about the role that Ohio's chosen to play in the advanced air mobility space, right, is really providing a platform for the technology development. As that technology develops, as one starts to see the use cases and those use cases impact both the state, the local, and also the federal environment, whether it's on the ground, whether it's in the air, then you start to see the opportunities for the policy and the regulatory development. Ohio's taken a position, actually even as far back as the initial competitions for the UAS test centers, that Ohio wants to be the one and the location where we spiral develop law and technology. The law, the regulation, and the technology in one spot, because then you can get ahead of the constant issue where regulatory and law trails technology development significantly. That's history, right? And you can pick your technology area, whether it's medical technology, whether it's aviation technology, right? Whether it's communications technology, the law and the regulations always trail the technology development. And in some cases, notably, Rubén, in the case of drones, you see how that technology is advanced to the point where we can commercialize it. However, the regulatory environment is now just catching up. For example, what is sufficient beyond line of sight? What's sufficient sense and avoid technology that meets the FAA's policy direction, right? Because that's been a constant challenge and a constant give and take. When you look at the standards, or what the standard would be, right? And certainly in the case of drones, no impact to piloted operations, right? So what does that really mean in terms of integration in the national airspace system, or a sense and avoid system that is as good as a piloted aircraft, right? Or is it at a 99.999% confidence interval that you can detect and avoid? Those are actually a couple of fundamentally different things, right? With different error types, right? Whether it's type 1, type 2 errors. And so if one can devise and provide a platform for the technology development for both the government, and in this case, both military and civil, as well as commercial, and then with folks like Jason, with our law schools, with our public policy institutes, can engage in that technology development cycle with law, with regulation, with what makes the most sense in terms of the integration of the two and the development of the two, then one can really be on the leading edge, not just for the state, right, for integration of this into the state and for opening the economic doors for these kind of technologies, but also really as a pathfinder for the nation. And that's the position where Ohio wants to be in. And that's the position where to have an asset like ODOT, like the UAS Center and the NAMC that can operate there with a sky vision and go, well, here's what we can do to develop your technology, and then how that then integrates right into the national airspace system, for example. That's a huge opportunity space for us. It's a huge value proposition for us, not just with the government, but with contractors and with system developers. Yeah.
thank you, Joe. Rich, I'll ask the same question, but I put the perspective. You are wearing the hat of an operator, right? You are constantly operating this drone. You share with us the large number of operations that you have had in the last few years. What regulatory policy and challenges have you faced when you're trying to do some of those operations?
So from the drone perspective, the two biggest hurdles is regulatory and battery technology. And the regulatory environment is driven by federal requirements. Majority of what we do is pure federal policy. And to Joe's point, there has to be the ability to share back data on what you do throughout your operations. It's very important to provide that data set to the FAA so they can look at the regulations and modify them if need be. We worked with Ohio State through the Assure program. The tempo of operations that we run and the data that we collected from our fleet, we were able to share with the FAA, and they modified some of the regulatory environment with small drones. As Joe said earlier, that as we look towards the future, advanced air mobility, ODOT plays a role because we need to figure out what that infrastructure looks like. We're in a research mode of not only the ground infrastructure, but highways in the sky. You're going to need some type of infrastructure to deploy this technology. The FAA has already come out and said that they are not going to manage the low altitude strip airspace 400 feet and below. So it's falling to the states. Ohio is in a leadership position there, thanks to our leadership from our governors, that we are pursuing and researching that technology to support the state. Right now, we're focusing on public safety, operations, and what that traffic management platform would look like. From a state perspective, like I said earlier, we help other agencies develop the programs. We have authored certificates of authorization for them. Trying to think what else we do on the state. That's probably about it from the state perspective.
That is good, Rich. Ren, I'm going to keep the same theme with you. So now from the airport perspective, what are challenges and perhaps opportunities that you see in as it relate to policies and existing regulations?
Thanks, Rubén, for the question. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Obviously, we want to ensure the technology is safe, right? It's secure, it's reliable. So when it comes to the airspace, the handling of passengers, security, and that could also mean cybersecurity, we just need to ensure that the technology around the airport is coordinated well with air traffic management. Future procedures, for example, that allow independent movement of advanced air mobility aircraft, away from the runway environment, right? Those rules and regs really need to be further established. To Rich's point, the specific flight corridors and charted routes is something that we need to pay attention to. Training of advanced air mobility. It's a new technology, right? That's going to be critical, especially a smaller regional airport like CAK. Not only for us, for our staff of 60 or so, but the OEMs that are out there, the users, the end users of the technology, right? It's new standards and procedures. What does the infrastructure look like? There's going to have to be integration of utilities, whether it's eVTOL, conversations with the local energy companies, whether it's First Energy down this way or AEP. If we're talking about integration of, I talked about the master plan and how we update that, where do we place potential future vertiports? Is it going to be near the terminals, which is obviously more ideal from a passenger experience standpoint? What we're being told is vertiports need 1 to 3 acres of land. So we have to make sure that that land is readily available near the terminal environment. Maintenance of the aircraft, is that a third party that's doing it? Is it airport staff? Again, goes back to the training. And then the funding, is advanced air mobility or vertiports AIP eligible? Is eligible for funding? I know we have some FAA speakers that a little bit later on that can possibly talk to that. Obviously, there are some potential resources there at the federal level. There might be some funds from the state, local, and obviously investors that have a stake in the Jobies of the world. There might be some opportunities there. Environmental standards always come into play too, from a noise, an air quality, a visual pollution standpoint, which at times can translate into noise pollution when you see these objects in the air that might not be noisy, but may translate it to someone as noise. So that wildlife disturbances, right, with birds and that sort of thing, which may require the NEPA process through FAA, dependent on the type of project. And then I think lastly from us is that collaboration, again, whether it's air traffic management, our local airport district office, the regional office. I know Erik's in attendance, and what those conversations look like with local governments, right? That community acceptance part is going to be key with local elected officials that, hey, we're going to have these flying objects in and around Akron-Canton Airport. Rules and regs have been put into place on the airport property and in collaboration with our federal and state local partners. But, you know, what is the local, you know, town or city of Akron or Canton or, you know, Jackson Township that are near here? What are their rules and regs for, you know, these flying objects that might be delivering medical supplies, dropping them off to an elderly person's doorstep because they can't get to the local drugstore? Perhaps flight corridors for, you know, for the healthcare was mentioned earlier for getting out to accident sites to drop off AED machines or defibrillators to help save a life. You know, those corridors outside of the airport environment have to be further established, and we want to be part of those conversations. But that's what we see initially as some of those key challenges, Rubén.
Thank you, Ren. Let me open the floor here in the room. Any questions in the room?
Can I, whilst they're thinking about
ahead,
some
Joe.
questions, let me just add something to what Renan said. And because you asked about concerns as well in terms of public policy development, things that you see. And it is where I talk about use case development and integration of these systems, right? And defining to the public what the realm of the possible is in mission, whether it's flying out to the islands in Lake Erie, right, and doing parcel delivery, right, just like Parcel Copter for DHL does it off at Jutland, right. There are some tremendous opportunities, and they may be much safer than helicopter deliveries, right, because I can do this regardless of weather. I can do it on a timeline that's highly defined. I can do search and rescue over the Great Lakes, right, with many more systems that can be employed, that can look down on a emergency situation over the water rather than have their fast response boats out that are looking at sea level for somebody bobbing around in the water. Or maybe, as I said, it's physician delivery to physician-deprived areas, medically deprived areas in Southeast, or maybe it's last mile parcel delivery. All of those stimulate opportunities, but just as Ren was saying, it stimulates also how does one regulate this within the local communities, right? Because remember, this is an effect of intra and intercity transportation and logistics, and that's tremendous in its possibilities, but also opens up the chance for local intent to regulate, right? And then you have to understand, I think, and get into and really resolve the conflicts between what a locality can promulgate as far as rules and regulations of flight versus what the federal government, what the FAA does, right? And how that sits, since we're sitting in the legal context as well, in the preemption argument, right? What is the federal government's express preemption in terms of the rules of of the airways that exist versus what are the locales, the local communities' responsibilities and desires to regulate the operation of some of these systems, right, in the close context environment, right? So that's a challenge. That's a challenge as one moves forward, and it's that constant tug of war in terms of preemption, right? Preemption of policy. And so the very, very fascinating. It's an incredible legal discussion that has a lot of unresolved issues, I will tell you, in my mind, and that's what makes it very, very interesting in the legal world. Rubén, I think it's very, very fascinating, right?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Joe. Let me see a question here. Yes. Microphone is coming to you, Dr.
Yan Haidu from the local Kansas State University Aeronautics and Engineering. Yeah, nice to see you, Joe. This question more directed to Richard. You talked about the UAV power, and normally the battery can just last 20 minutes, 30 minutes, a very short time. We demonstrated a fuel cells in our airport that can run for, we demonstrated 2 hours with just 40% fuel utilization. Yeah, potentially could run for 5-6 hours. We demonstrated in the lab for 12 hours. My question to you is that in the normal application for a UAV, how long we need to fly? If we just fly for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, the battery will do a good job. But if you want to run for several hours and drop a package, multiple package at a time, the battery will have a great challenge.
Sure. For the Department of Transportation, as we move into the fixed-wing eVTOLs.
Is it on? Is it microphone on? Hello?
It's hard to hear.
Can you hear me now?
That's a little better.
How about this one? There we go.
Yep.
The Department of Transportation, that's why we're moving towards the eVTOL for that longer opportunity to fly flights. As we look at alternative fuel sources, once they're available, we're going to test them. We see the viability of it and the benefits of it. We're working with a research firm out of Youngstown. They're going to come down to Springfield Beckley Airport at the National Advanced Air Mobility Center of Excellence to demonstrate the generation, solar powered, and the flight of aircraft using that. So it's as it hits the market, we're going to lean into that because, to your point, you need to fly much longer than 90 minutes or 2 hours, especially if we want to monitor our infrastructure from remote capabilities.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ben. I'm a student at Kent State in the Aeronautics program. So my question is, Mr. Fox, you mentioned that Ohio will ultimately have like governance over that 400 AGL in uncontrolled airspace for unmanned systems. I'm curious as to if the state of Ohio will encourage private companies operating under Part 107 or Part 108 to take over these missions for the state or other missions for medical applications or technological applications, or if the state of Ohio is going to kind of use their governance to push Ohio into those missions, whether the kind of civilian side is going to be private or public. Kind of what Ohio would want to see from its people or maybe from its own government.
You should be a lawyer. So when we talk about the low altitude structure and the legal aspect of it, the airspace is owned by the federal government. So when I say that the low altitude structure is going to be managed by the state, or it's falling to the state, I should say, that's what we're researched for multiple years to see what that traffic managed system would look like. There's going to be private entities they're doing it right now in Texas. There's a multi-collaborative effort for those traffic management providers that are supporting last mile package delivery of Walmart, Amazon, Zipline, things of that nature. So the state is researching a role where we can start with public agencies, first responders, to provide that infrastructure for them to share the information. Large companies are going to have to share their flight plan information, just like they do in the NAS today, National Airspace System, through this new methodology, this traffic management piece. And there's a role for government in that right now. And my background as an air traffic controller, it's first come, first serve. So if there's a role for the state to play in that as well, don't know what that is yet. That's going to be determined by our legislatures or our leaders in government. But right now there's an effort up in Northeast Ohio that is looking at privatization, working with Baldwin Wallace. So yes, it's going to be a composite of government effort and public-private partnerships is what the future holds for that type of effort.
Rich, I want to dig in a little bit more on that. I know that you and me have had that conversation, but in terms of the investment needed, right? One perspective could be these are private companies, so they're coming, they make their investment, and I'm talking about the what I'm going to call the airspace infrastructure, whatever that is for UTMs and for UAM and for advanced air mobility. The reality is that there is a need for investment in infrastructure. Where that investment come from? One perspective could be fully commercial. One perspective could be the state put original, or the state or the government put original investment the same way that we did for highways and roads and train tracks and so forth, right? So what is your perspective about it? And I'm going to ask Joe to offer an opinion as well. I know that those are discussions that are not finalized, but what's your perspective?
So with your help, during our research process, we identified traffic management use cases and built out what is the economic impact for the state. So we can had a report done, what that analysis looks like. Over 15,000 jobs, $1.5 billion of economic development. We took it a further step and developed a framework, a playbook of what that would look for the state, of how you could do that in these communities. We're at the point of, we've done the demonstrations, we've done the research, there has to be a sustained operation across the state. Whatever that is, I don't know what that is. Medical use cases always boil to the top because they're very well received in the community, but it has to be just more than the government. The government can't afford to put sensors, whatever that may be, to support this infrastructure. It's cost prohibitive. And truthfully, it's a layered approach. There isn't one single solution out there that's going to give us the information we need to operate a traffic management system. So it's very expensive. So public-private partnerships, as we talked about earlier, I think that is one of the more viable ways forward, partnering with those institutions. And I think it's going to be geographically dependent on the use case. So it's going to be a combo platter.
So the investment, I think, is really at this point is an enabling investment, right? Don't think of it as the goal necessarily that all these drones will be flying around Ohio with Ohio stamped on the side, right? The goal is obviously commercialization of the technology, right? And that's where a lot of these go, whether it's Uber Air, right? Whether it's some of these other concepts, right? A package delivery, right? By a variety of the services, or medical delivery by the healthcare networks, right? I mean, the whole point of this is commercialization of the environment, because that's where we really derive not only the most economic benefit, but the fastest growth in terms of the technology, right? So think about it when I talked about Ohio as a platform development of the technology, right? So what do we invest in? How do we invest that Ohio sustains and builds on that platform where both government and commercial can come together and really, you know, exercise the technology growth that this area really demands, right? So for example, when I talked about Sky Vision, right? It's the system that allows beyond line of sight, regardless of classification of UAS outside of restricted airspace. Only place in the country where you can do that. And that Sky Vision is critical. And I talked about mobilization of that so that we can go beyond just the area that surrounds the Springfield airport to all of Ohio, right? And that investment is from the state and from the federal government is co-investing, because the platform that is Ohio and the value proposition that is the partnership between the state of Ohio, the federal government in the context of the Air Force, the federal government in the context of NASA, the federal government in the context of our FAA partners like, you know, Erik, and what he really represents in terms of what the FAA needs, what the military services need, what NASA needs, right? And if you can bring those together and enable that development, then you're in the best case to provide a commercial opportunity, because really that's what's always hindered the development and the implementation of drones, right? It's the commercialization of the opportunity. To Dr. Du's point, right? If you think about longer and longer ranges, and what are the use cases associated with, instead of 30-minute flight and 25-mile range, you start talking about 500-mile range. Imagine the use case expansion that is present in that kind of an opportunity. And that's all based on the ability to develop and demonstrate the technologies. And that's, of course, the space where Ohio wants to be in, because that's the value proposition of Ohio. It's the coincident research, development, and operations and development of the use cases where I think you can make the biggest change. Right.
Thank you, Joe. Ryan, I'm going to pose a question to you as well within the context of the airport, right? I'm a company, I want to fly from your airport. Investments are needed. Where do you see that? Is the airport making the investment, a combination?
Yeah, I think just to echo the, excuse me, the comments from the others, it's definitely going to require public-private partnerships, just like with the solar project I talked about earlier. That's a PPA, and we want to ensure that the companies that are out there, have some return on investment. Local governments are involved with establishing, those rules, those procedures in and around their airspace. And of course, to Joe's point, NASA, FAA, we need to be aware of what's going on as far as trends and rules and policies that are being established. But the legal frameworks of it really boils down to, who will eventually manage these systems in the airspace, and who wants that true return on investment above and beyond government, right? It's gonna be those investors in advanced air mobility or energy supply or battery supply. Can't forget about the supply chain aspect of this as well, that there's going to need to be investment from really all aspects to allow this technology to succeed, especially at an airport like CAK that's small. We're nimble, we're agile, but we definitely need the support of outside investors for us to be successful.
Great. We have probably about 3 more minutes, so I'm going to open to the floor here as well. I don't see any questions in the chat, but any other question here in the floor?
Can I make a point about the legal framework,
Yeah.
Rubén? Because it's really kind of interesting. If you look at how piloted aircraft post World War II, whether it's civil aircraft, military aircraft, helicopters, right? There's a legal framework developed, right? And it was interpreted. The laws, the regulations were interpreted by the courts. And you ended up with, some seminal cases, right? Whether it's Sorrello v. California or Cosby, right? There are cases in how high personal airspace exists. What's private property, right? Can I fly my aircraft through that personal airspace or not? The legal world has changed, and that's a great. Forums like this are great to investigate the changing legal framework, because in the time of the Cosbys, the Sorrellos, that defined for piloted aircraft, what are the limits of personal property rights, things like that, personal airspace, if there is such a thing. Those went to the courts to decide, and that was in an age where 95% of the cases that went to the courts were decided, an opinion was written, and the laws were interpreted and then could be applied. This is a much, much different world in the legal context, where 95% of the cases don't go to courts for written opinions, but are settled out of court. So the regulations may be less interpreted than what we are used to in the past, right? And that leads to interesting arguments, whether the airspace extends down to grass top, right? The federal airspace exists down to grass top or not, What is the extent of my personal airspace in the context of aircraft that are no longer nuisances before they become trespassers? Now there may be something like this big. Can that fly through my backyard? What is the airspace associated with that? What are the airspace restrictions associated with advanced air mobility? All kind of questions. And that's why I think there is incredible opportunity technologically, in the law, and in public policy as we discuss these things. So thanks for the opportunity, actually, for a forum like this that can really investigate some of those topics, discuss them, and in the sidebars, discuss what are the implications of those kind of things. So there's a lot to be described in terms of public policy, strategies, and the like that go into the successful implementation of drones and advanced air mobility systems. So this is a great opportunity, Rubén.
Thank you, Joe. Ren, any final thoughts from your perspective?
Other than to thank everyone for the opportunity to come on today. As far as advanced air mobility goes, it's something obviously we're paying close attention to, and we talked about the opportunity for this technology to be promoted in Northeast Ohio. We want to be a part of that. Whether it is something tied to healthcare, to military, we have military presence here, for example. Making sure that community acceptance is a key aspect of this, whether it's local zoning opportunities that we're a part of for local jurisdictions, but also incorporating advanced air mobility, whether it's vertiports, into our master planning process. And FAA partners, Jobs Ohio, the state, of course, ODOT, other key partners need to be at the table when that comes to fruition. So again, thanks for the time.
Thank you, Ren. Rich, any final thoughts?
Thank you for having me today. As we look towards the future, we're not only supporting our infrastructure, but looking towards advanced air mobility and how that will change the way we do business in the state.
Thank you very much to the three of you for your participation. Excellent conversation. I had probably about 10 more questions there that I could have asked, but we need to keep moving. Thank you very much for all your remarks. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Jason Lorenzon. He has been the force behind Dronavation and a force behind the establishment of the Center for Advanced Air Mobility. He will be our host for the rest of the day, and he's going to take us to the next presentation. So, Jason.
Thank you so much, Rubén. Thank you. I have some really good news for you. How about we take a 5-minute break, stretch your legs, and then we'll convene in exactly 5 minutes, and I'll introduce Dr. Tim Ravich. If I could ask all the speakers in this time just who are here to come forward, we're going to grab a quick picture during the break. So thank you. So 5 minutes, we'll be back at exactly 10:25. So let's get started on the next presentation. Let's go for about 60 minutes. It's my pleasure to introduce Tim Ravich. Of course, you can read what's in the program, but I want to let you know. First of all, I know he said make sure that they know he's senior counsel at Tressler and associate professor at the University of Central Florida. And you can read his background, and he's got acclamation of 2. And I'm sorry, I think I lent your textbook to one of my students, and I know who it is, and I wanted to show it to everybody, but Introduction to Aviation Law, published by Westlaw, and just newly published Law and Technology, Cases and Materials. But what I want to let you know about Tim Ravich, he's also, like myself, a member of the Florida Bar, a board certified attorney, and a special shout out to our attorney colleagues from the Florida Bar who are joining us online this morning. But I met Tim when I was first sworn into the Florida Bar, and you probably don't even remember this. You were chair of the Aviation Law Committee. It was one of my very first meetings I attended, and you gave us all a copy of your manuscript, which I still have. It's in my office. And I wanted to bring that this morning. I just didn't have time, but it is there. But Tim is definitely, certainly looked up to him, not only as an academic, but as a lawyer, and heard him speak many times, has many published articles on UAS. And I think you're definitely in for a treat this morning. And thank you, Tim, for joining us. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Jason, Professor Lorenzon, thank you very much for your courtesies and a very kind introduction, which really touches on the importance of relationships and friendships that go back a long way. And we'll talk a little bit about how relationships are going to be important in this new space. I enjoyed our dinner last night, and thank you to all of the students and organizers here at Kent University for putting this on. All right, let's have some fun, and let's try to complement our last panel, which started to get into issues of law and regulation. And what I want to do is talk about the idea of fashioning rules of the road where no rules exist, right? What happens when you have a blank piece of paper? What do you do with that? And I think drones can get us there, and advanced aerial mobility is also a space where we can think about this. So here's our flight plan as we go forward for the next 50 or so minutes. First, just a little bit of an introduction, then the role of precedent. I want to talk to you about precedent because we're going to talk about law and technology, those two different things. So I think my elevator pitch to you goes something like this. This presentation in many ways is about how or whether engineers, scientists, people in the STEM fields can talk with lawyers, and how lawyers can talk with people in the STEM field so that we can advance things, right? It's one thing to come up with a really cool invention, but if the lawyers don't understand it, it's going to be hard to sell to the regulators and to the politicians. Conversely, or maybe even primarily, if lawyers don't understand, and we don't, a lot of times understand the science or the technology, the engineering or the mathematics, how can we operationalize that, to overuse that word? So I want to talk about the issue of precedent, why that's such an important concept for how lawyers think, and how it's a particularly unimportant rule for those in the STEM enterprises who want to do new and pioneering things, right? We don't care sort of what happened before. We want to break things and make some new rules. I'll then do some ground reference maneuvers. You can roll your eyes. It's okay. A lot of aviation puns, and we'll keep it fun. But we'll do some discussion about how the law and technology have traditionally interfaced. And what you'll learn, or if you already know, you'll be reminded that many of the air rights that we enjoy today or have come by reference to ground rights, right? What can we do on the ground informs what we can do in the air. Then I'll go through two case studies. One is drones. How did the legal environment evolve around drones? That's still going on. You heard from the last panel a potential part 108 to complement part 107. But we'll talk about drones and then talk about lessons learned from the drone space in the advanced aerial mobility space to see why that's better, worse, or different. Finally, I'll talk about a path forward, how it looks when regulators and engineers actually come together and are more collaborative and cooperative in the same ecosystem. Finally, we'll talk about optimizing communications. Again, I want to indicate to you that really what this presentation is about how lawyers and engineers can talk a little bit more optimally. And finally, some questions and discussion. However, I will say, I know sort of the slides. I hope to keep it collaborative. If you have a question at any time, just raise your hand. I promise it'll be no problem. We can talk during my presentation. So please feel comfortable to do that. Professor Lorenzon was nice enough to mention that I've published very recently a law and technology book with West Academic. Sorry for the ego, it's not meant to do that, but meant to suggest to you that law and technology is something that I like to think about both as a lawyer and as an academic. What is the role of law in the STEM enterprises? Should the law optimize or motivate engineers and support engineers, such as like copyright, intellectual property? Embedded in the United States Constitution is the idea that creators, right, inventors should be compensated and protected for their invention. That's a great way. The founding document says that as part of this country, we want to promote inventors, promote the geniuses, to use a recent political comment. So that's one way the law can work. It can support engineers, but the law can also inhibit engineers, right, and inhibit and prohibit things. So we'll talk about where that sort of Goldilocks spot is. So let's start with, I guess this is old now, right? The Paris Olympics in 2024. What happened? Why didn't this occur? The French were very excited about having advanced air mobility available to some of the tourists who came to Paris for the Olympics. But it was much scaled down, much scaled down to the point of really not getting the attention that you wanted. Why? Well, some of it was technology, but that's not entirely fair. Most of it was actually politics and regulation. It just wasn't ready for prime time. How frustrating that must have been for the engineers. Now, it's not all in the future, because actually Paris has had some interesting history with aviation. There used to be unmanned balloons flying over Paris, and this was the reaction you got from the locals. They went out with pitchforks and dogs, wondering what on earth had fallen to the ground. How interesting. If they looked up in the air, they would have been scared, but when it hit the ground, that's when it really hit the fan, right? That's when people got nervous about what are these things in the air going to mean for us in terms of ground rights. So make no mistake that we're talking about both the future and the past, engineers looking strictly to the future. I'm talking about engineers broadly, STEM people, and lawyers looking predominantly to the past. So let's just take a moment. I pulled this sort of off the website last night in filing my slides. Let's take a look at some maybe mission statements or some goals that some of the companies that we're familiar with say about what it is they do, right? So here it is from Northrop Grumman. We pioneer. I dare you. Can we give away things? Because it'd be really cool. Like, can we give away things? So go find a law firm website that says we pioneer. Maybe I shouldn't make that bit. Maybe somebody says that. Lawyers really aren't in the business of pioneering, right? A client comes to my office, I'm going to do something really cool and different for you. I'm not going to do so well in the private practice of law. But when it comes to companies like this, we pioneer. We do things that haven't been done before. That inspires really the rest of us. With fierce curiosity, dedication, and innovation, we seek to solve the world's most challenging problems. Notice there is some overlap here with law, right? Because lawyers can, now I don't know that they should be leaders on this, but oftentimes you see lawyers become politicians or leaders in the community, and they do want to solve some of the greatest problems. And the law can be a vehicle for giving us some of the most positive changes, right, on the globe. But it's not really our leading foot. Here's Lockheed Martin, ensuring those we serve always stay ahead of ready. Cool, ahead of ready. Now, it's true, as a lawyer, I want to be a good chess player, right? If the client comes into my office, I want to say, well, they might do this, they might do this. Here's how we can sort of stay ahead of them. But a lot of it is very defensive in posture. It's not about, hey, why don't we just sue somebody for the sake of it and see how that goes as a way of helping our business, although I could imagine some scenarios. Here's one, reward predictability and stability everywhere in our business. And the language here, if you'll pardon my reading to you, while it's important to acknowledge extraordinary efforts to overcome unplanned obstacles to our work, it's even more important to establish and celebrate everyday planning. Oh, good, I like planning. Execution and discipline that sets us up for success. Well, so far this is talking my language as a lawyer. I like to plan, I like to strategize. Good pilots have checklists, same for lawyers, right? We want to be organized to make sure we haven't missed anything. This goes on to say, instituting predictability and stability across our business will support our priorities and prepare us to face the unexpected. So this concept of predictability and stability is a common point for lawyers and those in STEM, right? We do want predictability. If we know that the law exists and just won't allow a certain product to come to market, well, you're not going to see a marketplace evolve. But if we can agree that the marketplace is open to this, or regulations are open to a new idea, that also can be a pathway for the future. So we see our first point in this presentation of a common language, predictability and stability, and that comes in two dimensions that we'll see. This is Boeing. This is Boeing. They've had some unexpected things, right? And they're dealing with that obviously through some lawyers. Finally, the relevance of all of this in many ways may take us back to insurance or insurance law. Insurance is being written for drones, for example. There's your predictability and stability even in risky behavior, right? Or conduct that may involve some risk. I can fly, and maybe I can fly in this way or that way, but if something happens adverse, I'll have insurance for that. And insurance can be very positive in that respect because it allows people to engage in activity that they know that they have some safety net under them. On the flip side, of course, insurers aren't going to write policies that are entirely risky. All right, so far so good. This is, I hope, an introduction to what lawyers are thinking about, what engineers or some of the technology companies are thinking about. All right, so Professor Lorenzon tells me we're getting CLE for this. Let's do it. Let's talk about some cases that show us how the law has traditionally developed. You heard in the last panel that indeed courts have settled or tried to settle many of the debates that engage with new mobility and new transportation. State versus Yop is an interesting case from the Supreme Court of North Carolina back in the 1800s. I think it was 1887. A guy owned a bike. All right, so far so good. I'm not nervous about this case yet, but he wanted to ride his bike on the highway. Okay, a little more iffy if you think about our contemporary highways, but understand that the highways of the past didn't have, Teslas and Rivians. They had horses and carriages. And the government, meaning the state of North Carolina, said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yop, we can't allow you to ride your bicycle on the highway because, well, you're spooking the horses, right? You're just interfering with that kind of traffic. We can't allow it. And Yop sued, and he does what every good plaintiff does. They take it to the Supreme Court, in this case, the state Supreme Court, and he said, I have a right to ride my bike where I want to ride my bike. And the court said, no, I'm sorry. There's a very different thing between a right and a privilege, a right and a privilege. And when it comes to transportation, the American love affair with bikes more or less still exists. But in this case, what the court introduces us is to the concept of regulation, that what the state has is an obligation to make sure most of us can travel safely. And so we understand, Mr. Yop, you have your bicycle, and we haven't taken your bicycle away from you, even though you're claiming that our not allowing you to ride the bicycle on the highway is a deprivation of your property right. It's not. It just means you can't ride your bike there. You can ride it there and there and there and there, but just not here. And there's no problem with that as a legal matter. And the case is interesting, I suppose, in this way for us, which is it tells us that we're going to have a perpetual problem of balancing the rights of individual and the rights of more people, right? How do we balance private property rights with the rights of the public? And in this case, the court found in favor of the public, which is this is a public highway, you can't ride there. So I hope you're starting to think about where this might tie into drones or advanced air mobility, which is you can fly your drone here and here, but maybe not over there. And we're okay with that. I suggest you should be okay with that. Now, where you fall down on that is probably indicative of your politics, indicative of your view of private property rights. But that is the balance that we have to strive to achieve. And sometimes it'll favor this guy, and sometimes it'll favor this person. You heard about the Cosby case. Well, this is a case now in the 1940s, where it's really the same issue about where can aviation operations occur relative to land rights. And if you're not familiar, I'll take just a moment to tell you about the case. This was, again, in North Carolina, a lot going on there. And look at the year of the case. That's what's really sort of important about here, 1940s, right? Post-World War II period or around there, where there are some military airplanes landing at an airport in North Carolina. And they are coming in normally, but from the farmer's perspective, the farmer being at the end of the runway, they're coming in really close. And by close, I mean like 18 feet above the nearest treetop. And these aren't stealth fighters. These are really loud airplanes that are bellowing smoke. And the farmer says, you're hurting my farm operations because, you probably know about this case, chickens who the farmer owns, or which the farmer owns, are killing themselves out of fright when these airplanes fly really low. They hear the engines and they do what any chicken would do, which is they spaz out, right? And they start flying into the walls. And what the farmer says is these airplane flights are taking my private property in a way, right? If I don't have these chickens, I'm sort of a lesser farmer than the other guy who has a chicken farm. And so he sues all the way up to the Supreme Court of the United States in this instance. And what the Supreme Court of the United States says is, look, we're in a new world. It can't be the case that every time an airplane flies over this house and this house and this house, that we're going to give a right of trespass to every homeowner. That's just not the world anymore. Planes are going to be flying in this way, in sort of a column of airspace or a vertical or horizontal space, and we're going to allow that. And so this was an example of a case where the Supreme Court really for the first time said, as between landowner rights and air rights, who wins? Air rights. We're going to allow planes to land and have the ability to maybe come into private airspace or what looked like private airspace for the purpose of landing, right? We're just going to allow that. And again, that's a balance. If you were a Supreme Court justice, maybe you would rule differently. Hey, private property is just too important. Find a different way to fly, find a different way to land. And maybe that can happen and maybe not, but for any of you who fly, you realize that runways are built in a particular configuration so that you land into the wind and take off into the wind. So it's not always possible that you can just move a runway sort of quickly. So again, for our purposes, we're just going through some case law as sort of a case study, if you will, to see how the law is managing private rights and property rights with new innovations. Even a bicycle is a new innovation. It's a new technology, if you think about it. The Wright brothers certainly did. And here's even a further technology in the post-World War era. So obviously this comes to airspace classification and how the rules of the road exist, right? We have Class A airspace, Class B airspace. All of these sorts of things are fictions. They're we imagine them as lawyers, as regulators, so that we can have some order. And I hope, most of us would agree that this is a good thing, that it's true. You really can't just fly anywhere at any time. And yet you can, in a way, fly anywhere at any time. That's the sort of genius of our airline system. But there are going to be certain rules that balance property rights and air rights. One funny case in a criminal law section or sphere came with the case of United States versus Riley. So this was in Florida. Riley was growing marijuana, fine, maybe not fine. The Pasco police weren't so happy, and they got a tip that this guy's growing marijuana. Now, if you know about criminal law, the police just can't run into your house. That's a good thing, right? They can't just run in your house. They need to go to a judge and say, I have probable cause to have a warrant issued so that I can go inside the house and see if this fellow is really growing contraband such as cannabis or marijuana. But they couldn't get in his house, and this is before they had thermal technology. So what can I do? Oh, I'll fly a helicopter over his house. And this dummy had a hole in his ceiling in the glass house so you could see down. So the helicopter flew at about 500 feet, looked down. Yep, that looks like marijuana to me. Went back to the judge and got their probable cause warrant. The guy sued and said, you can't do that, can you? No, you can't do that, right? You can't do that, judge. And the Supreme Court of the United States said, yeah, you can. That helicopter was in the NAS, the National Airspace System. Helicopters are allowed to be at 500 feet and fly this way and that way. And if they see something, that can serve as a basis for probable cause. And this was an opinion written by the late Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. And she was very precise in saying the national airspace belongs to all of the United States citizens. It's a national resource. And so this fellow on the ground doesn't have rights with respect to what you can see from above. The case always gets some laughs. Fast forward to drones, where now the debate is not between the citizen and the police, but between citizens, right? The concept of can you fly your drone over your neighbor's yard? I wouldn't suggest it, right? On the other hand, the police have limited options, but this was an article I contributed to a little while ago. And so what you're really seeing here is balance. All right, there's no right answer. The courts aren't, oh, well, here's the rule. This is an obvious answer. The courts are having to fashion rules in unprecedented circumstances, with bicycles on highways, planes flying over farms, and police, meaning the government, flying over private property to really take citizens' rights away. Now, obviously, this is a criminal context, so it's not arbitrary, but these are unprecedented contexts. And how do lawyers deal with those situations? They look backwards. They look to precedent. They try to say, what have we done before, so that we can fashion some legal regulatory framework for this. Which, of course, brings us to her. Anybody know who she is? Surely some do. All right, some do. No? I mean, it's arcane, antique figure at this point. This is Norma Jean Dougherty. And Norma Jean was found doing military work. She was building drones in the Denny drone factory. And she was discovered, if you will. This is for a military magazine featuring the contribution of women in the war. And so here she was at the Denny drone factory. It's Marilyn Monroe, by the way. That's her sort of claim to fame. But she was discovered at a drone factory, which people always sort of get a kick out of. So we go from Norma Jean Dougherty, Marilyn Monroe, all the way to about 2004. 2015, where Jeff Bezos of Amazon says, we're going to have drone delivery. And for all of us who lived through COVID, if you were home at all, I never realized how many UPS and FedEx and trucks come through my neighborhood on any given day. I mean, it's really sort of incredible. And the idea was, can we have the sky turning black now with drones delivering everything from prayer to books to who knows what? And the answer seems to be yes, right? That we could have drone delivery. So here's a case study, right? We're talking about drones. You remember my flight plan. We're talking about drones and what should regulators do, because they have to be, I'm putting words in their mouth, nervous at this point, seeing this new technology and seeing the opportunity for just volumes of flights below the national airspace. In other words, below 500 feet. What do we do about that? And so the FAA has a tough job here. And if there's one thing I learned while working for general counsel for a company, is to do your best to wear the white hat, right? You help me help you. You don't go in, with a lot of fury to the Federal Aviation Administration or to regulators, or certainly to the judge or court. You make your case as persuasively as possible. And if you need to push back, you've got to show some spine and do that. But you've got to cooperate with the FAA and understand that they also have a difficult task here. But I also have clients, and here's what I see that the FAA does. The FAA initially came out with a distinction between hobby and recreational use of drones, right? You get a drone for Christmas, you just want to play with your toy drone, versus using your drone as Amazon might for purposes of commercial use. So it's a little bit of a busy slide. I'm trying to get this read, but I don't think it's going to go here. But I guess from your perspective, the upper left column, you see mission type. Okay, that's in the dark blue. It says leisure versus business, compensation, scope of operations. Those are our categories, right? And then you see the middle column is hobby or recreation. And then the final column is not hobby or recreation. And most of these were sort of the first drone rules, if you will, that ever existed. And the one that caught attention in the industry and created some tension was the I guess next to last one, compensation. Notice compensation under hobby or recreation says, using a model aircraft to move a box from point to point without any kind of compensation, that's hobby or recreation. So I suppose if I was in here, not being compensated, and I had my drone and I just sort of like flew it from here to there to show something cool, that actually could be permissible. I think there's some arguments we're indoors and there's a lot of problems with that. But the idea is I could do that. Let's pretend we're outdoors. Notice the one to the right though, not hobby or recreation, is delivering packages to people for a fee. So if I used the same drone just to be cool and show you that I could fly it from here to here, but if you paid me to do that, that was problematic. Now the FAA had its reasons and regulators had their reasons, but notice that from the private sector, it may not make some sense. What's the difference? The operations is exactly the same. What are we doing right or wrong? In fact, arguably, this is the lawyer in me, arguably I could make the point that I'm going to be flying even safer, right, with more safety because someone's paying me. I want to make sure that I get their product to them. So this, look, it rubbed the industry the wrong way, especially because, as you heard from the last panel, law lags behind technology. There's good reasons for it, right? We're not out in front. So what you have is the business community, people who are really eager to get their drones flying for commercial purposes, saying this makes no sense and this is stifling the new drone marketplace. Please make some rules. Don't just tell us we can't fly when there's compensation involved. And the Federal Aviation Administration took some challenging positions, which, by the way, are predictable and sort of expected. Regulators are not looking to sort of like say, hey, everyone do whatever they want, although we'll talk about America and Europe being a little different in a while. The regulators are going to say, no, I think we've got to get some control and some order here. And what the Federal Aviation Administration said in the guidance document back from a long time ago is that some of their guidance documents applied not just to the modeling community, hobby and recreational users, but also to people who were using it for commercial purposes. And that brought us to our fun Perker case. This is a lot of history at this point. This was a fellow who flew his drone in very inventive ways around the University of Virginia, over tunnel, below bridges, above, over people, all this sort of stuff. And the FAA prosecuted him. And he said, you can't prosecute me because the federal regulation only talks about model airplanes and airplanes. And this is not that type of vehicle or aircraft that is controlled by the regulation. And the judge bought it. The administrative judge law bought it. He said, yeah, I mean, if I throw my computer at you, I won't, I'll be friendly here, but the computer's not an airplane, it's a computer. The fact that it could go through air doesn't make it an airplane. And so actually Perker won his case initially, which is to say, yes, the FAA doesn't have regulatory authority over this kind of airplane. He lost ultimately, although there was a settlement agreement. But this is what was going on in around 2012, before even 2012, where there were no rules of the road and judges were having to sort of decide cases based on like dictionary definitions, like what is an airplane, as opposed to precedent. In other words, no precedent existed. Well, at last, the Federal Aviation Administration started to come out with some guidance documents, right? Here was something called, the roadmap. And this was met with some satisfaction, but it wasn't enough. Why? Congress, right, Republicans and Democrats, passed a law, the FAA Modernization and Reform Act of 2012, that said that what we need is the safe integration of civil aircraft not later than September 30th, 2015. Long story short, Congress set a deadline. FAA, you need to come up with some rules of the road. And that was long in coming, but alas, the Federal Aviation Administration did come up with Part 107. Part 107 is located in Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations. For those of you who are not lawyers, what the regulations are a little different than laws. Congress may pass a law that says you shall not speed on the federal highways. Okay? You shall not speed on the federal highways. We can all sort of agree with that. The regulations under that statute are going to be implemented and written by the agency in control of, let's say, highways. So Congress has said don't speed on the highways. Who's in charge of federal highways? Let's assume it's the Department of Transportation. The Department of Transportation, as the regulator, will write up the write up the regulations. And what they will say, they'll put meat on the bones. They'll say what it means to speed is over 60 miles an hour. And that's how statutes and regulations work. And here, the FAA came up with Part 107, the regulations that tell us strictly, can I fly during nighttime? Is beyond visual line of sight available? How many pilots do I need? Can I daisy wheel? Anyway, all this sort of stuff. And there was Section 33 in an entire process that was a little cumbersome for people to go through in order to get to a commercial flight. Remember the slide I showed you where it wasn't possible to fly your drone for compensation? Part 107 was considered a pathway towards that. People still had to go through a process, but it was possible. And that process continues in a different form even today. And here's the problem, arguably a problem, you can decide, from sort of a policy perspective, is as the federal government was still trying to figure out what was allowable in the national airspace system, states were kind of doing their own thing. And we've picked on the FAA enough. Let me tell you, state governments, had their own difficulties in this. The first drone law in the country was out of Virginia, but it wasn't really a drone law at all. It was a moratorium. Don't fly your drone. It was a don't, right? And what you saw is states doing a variety of different things. Here in Ohio was green. There was a law. Ohio was very actually affirmative and assertive about trying to get ahead of this industry. But it did leave the United States in a different posture. I use that word diplomatically, a different posture. Australia has had drone rules since 2002, right? In the Middle East, and especially the United Arab Emirates, they've been very assertive in trying to be like a world leader on this. And so basically what has happened in the drone space is that it was lost in many ways. 80% of the market became controlled by DJI in China. And that lesson we'll see has been learned, we hope, in advanced air mobility. Even Swaziland was ahead of us. They had rules that prohibited witches from flying 150 meters. All right, I don't know if it exists, but I found it on the internet, so let's go with it. All right, maybe it's not a joke. People actually have witches and scare people in supermarket parking lots. Look, the point here is that get back on track, the point here is that people were concerned about whether regulators were hearing what the marketplace wanted. And this was a commentary I wrote that was based on some other observations, is that regulators were so scared of sort of making a mistake that they weren't being very innovative. That is a problem. And so the payoff here, thank you for indulging listening, the payoff here is that drones, the drone space has sort of shown us that when regulators are slow to respond, or if you want to say it another way, when the marketplace isn't maybe as communicative as it can be with regulators, it leads to a loss in terms of innovation. And what I mean by that second comment is the good guys, if you will, were the ones being penalized because of the lack of drone regulations early on. The actors who wanted to fly correctly were starving for regulation. Who wants laws? Who wants regulations? Some people do. Just tell me how to fly. Tell me the right ways to fly and I'll go that way. While those people largely stayed on the sidelines, you had a wild, wild west mentality that other people just would fly the drone. Yeah, I'm certified. You can hire me. And that just wasn't the case. And so it was a real big mismatch as drones came on. And so the meandering sort of path that we just took, I hope it wasn't too meandering, shows you the courts are involved, legislators are involved, the marketplace is involved. It's a little uncoordinated. Let's see if that changes in the area of advanced air mobility. In a nutshell, this was an article I wrote a few years ago making the point that the regulatory environment early on in drones was over-prescriptive, right? It sort of didn't allow the people who were going to act compliantly get into the marketplace that they wanted to, while not punishing bad actors enough. That's an argument for people to agree or disagree. Anyway, we have 107, and once we had 107, things really went, I think, predictably well. CNN, for instance, got the first waiver of its kind to use drones for media. There were still a few problems, and this is sort of interesting as you see how the law develops. The FAA was told in a rule not to promulgate any rule or regulation regarding a model aircraft. The concept here is that there is an industry, or I shouldn't say an industry, there are people who just fly their model airplanes for fun. They don't want to be drone operators. They don't want to be part of 107. They just want to fly this and sort of be left alone, even though, we've got to be careful of their operations. And so they have lobbyists and influence with Congress. And they said, here, this law will help us to make sure that the FAA does not promulgate any rule. I hope you all understand that. May not promulgate any rule or regulation regarding a model. Someone once asked me what promulgate means. Fair enough. Lawyers don't speak good English, right? Promulgate means to sort of, create a law or pass a law. So you be the lawyers in the room. Here's the law. I will represent you that this is what the law really says. It says the administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration may not promulgate any rule or regulation regarding a model. Don't do it. They did it. Dummies like me registered my drone. Okay, I wanted to comply, right? I want to be good. It's expired. I got to get on that. All right. Well, Mr. Taylor in this case wasn't so happy. A fellow out of Maryland did not want to register his drone, and what he said is, I can read, Your Honor, right? This rule says, do not pass any law. The FAA is now requiring me to register my drone. And the FAA has reasons for that, right? Understand, when the drone flies over the neighbor's property for bad purposes and crashes, we want to be able to look at that drone and see the registration number and track it back to the person, right? So there are good reasons for registration. They're not being arbitrary here. And before the court, Mr. Taylor actually prevailed. He actually prevailed. The court, the judge in the case said, yeah, this is an easy case of statutory interpretation. I mean, those are almost the words of the judge. This is, I'm just reading, what are you doing? And the FAA's position was that we are basing registration on rules that exist way back when, since from the 20s and 30s, and we're just extending that to drones. Judge Kavanaugh, Judge Brett Kavanaugh, you might have heard the name, Judge Brett Kavanaugh did not buy that argument. He's now on the Supreme Court of the United States. And it's an interesting sort of intersection of, a judge who's gone on to that level to see how the FAA and the marketplace participants, they all try to sort of press their luck with certain positions. Sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. All right. Transitioning here to our discussion of advanced air mobility in a moment, really what we're talking about here is almost less aviation than it is information, you might agree. Right, a drone in many ways is fascinating, not so much for its aerodynamic qualities or its ability to fly in certain ways. It's a smartphone that's in the air. More importantly, it's your smartphone in the air, meaning it's very personalized, right? It's a pervasive technology that any of us in this room can buy any type of drone and have extraordinary capabilities, including like, my 7 and 5-year-old daughters. They could fly a drone. I don't want them to. Well, one day they will. But this is an extremely accessible technology, so that the drone on your left isn't just an agricultural drone, it's really the data we're trying to get at. So in many ways, this is an unprecedented technology. In the same way that social media is creating chaos in the First Amendment realm, so too is the ability of drones to collect data, creating a havoc, for want of a better word, with legislatures and so forth. This is a case called Kelo in the Supreme Court, where the police can now take heat signatures of your house. Forget the Riley case that I told you, flying the helicopter over the greenhouse. Don't even need to do it anymore. Just be across the street with something you can buy on Walmart. That's true. If you go on Walmart, you can get one of these thermal cameras. And one of the courts had said, one of the reasons we're not going to allow drones to take images that are going to be admissible in court is because drones really aren't yet in the general marketplace. They're not generally accessible to people. Well, here's a photograph I took in New York just a few years ago. Can you spot it? I can just go into the store and buy a drone. So they are accessible. And so what you're seeing in the law is that many of the decisions that are struggling to keep pace are suggesting that things aren't as common as they in fact are. And of course, it impacts national security. Just a silly slide here of, the little boy getting his Amazon package and the dad feeling very proud of himself for shooting it down because of the NSA drone right out of the sky. All right, look, drones are very ancient. I think we should move on. Drones. In fact, it is interesting how much conversation at this conference is focused on advanced air mobility and less so on drones. I will tell you, there's an argument that drones are more relevant than advanced air mobilities. We saw some companies are struggling to sort of move into this marketplace and survive. So what you have with advanced air mobility, or flying taxis, if you will, is the power of automation. Make no mistake that the goal here in the very near future is not to have a piloted or even an optionally piloted aircraft flying us from place to place, but a fully autonomous vehicle or fully autonomous aircraft flying us. So, I mean, we understand how this works, right? It's all about the phone, right? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to be with you at this conference. I've got to go. Let me get my air taxi, and I'll just go right here to a really cool a vertiport here that's going to be at Kent State. I'll get on my plane. I'll go back to the Kent Akron airport. That's how that's supposed to work, and that's incredible. Would you get into one of these airplanes with no pilot? I'm just curious. Show of hands. Who would get into one of these airplanes with no pilot? I'm seeing nobody. Maybe everyone online has raised their hand. Interesting. All right, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that social acceptance, that resistance for reasons that we're not going to have the platform to get into. But why is that? Come on. Let's get into the promotional literature. There's really cool stuff here. Look at these glossy. They're not so glossy here. There's some really cool concepts here, and I hope the sarcasm isn't misplaced here. There's some really amazing things going on in the STEM fields. People are coming up with all sorts of engineering feats that may not see the marketplace, but certainly are worthy of celebration in their own right. There's a whole ecosystem of these airplanes, and there's a lot of investment going in. This is already an old slide. Lilium is gone at this point. But notice the partnerships. On your left, you see Joby, which has a relationship here with Ohio. And look at some of their key investors, BlackRock and Uber. That gives you sort of a badge of confidence when people sort of are putting their money, and those sorts of companies are putting their money where it is. Now, go down the list. It doesn't, it's not better to be at top or worse. It's just an evolving system. But look at Beta. Amazon is one of their investors. The point is, people are pouring money into this. You will see it will coalesce. You'll have a few leaders in this space, and people are really getting after it, right? And just a few months ago in August, here was the Archer, which is working with United Airlines, unveiling things in Los Angeles. And this all emanated from a white paper produced by Uber. Think about that, Uber, right? They do cars. They want to get out of the car industry. They sort of like want to put their employees out of business or put them someplace else. And that's not my humor. That was sort of the talking point. Like, isn't that curious? A rideshare company wants to complain about traffic and say air taxis are the much better way to go. And Uber comes up. It's a great word in the English language, imagine. Always start your writing with imagine if you want to get someone's attention, or not. But look, it is neat to suck somebody and say, imagine That 3-hour traffic that you are in every day, imagine if it was just 25 minutes and cheaper than your car. Wouldn't you want to buy in? And that's what's going on with advanced air mobility. A lot of academics, engineers, companies are trying to make the pitch that this is a worthwhile endeavor. Here, for example, is Eve talking about what it would look like in Miami. Here's Archer with United, and Archer makes no bones about it, or I should say United Airlines makes no bones about it. You're seeing, consistent with the politics of the day, at least in some circles, is that companies are talking about the environmental footprint of these eVTOL aircraft, that it can be better than traditional aircraft, or certainly better than airplanes, traditional airplanes. They're making the point that this is really democratic, that anybody can fly, right? Just as you would take Uber, you can also afford this. United says this is for the concierge customer. This is for the businesswoman or the businessman who just doesn't have time for traffic, goes to a meeting, needs to get back to the international airport quickly, and that's our customer. So you're seeing a lot of different marketing, different messages as to who this is really available. Notice this picture in contrast to what I just said. This isn't necessarily for just people shopping or going to the theater. And there are some thorny problems of who really would have access to this. Does this democratize travel for more people in the world? People for whom the COVID economy was particularly challenging because they had to go to work. Are air taxis going to help them, or is it really to a different sphere of passenger? Here's the now gone Lilium and their viewpoint. These sort of sexy mock-ups that also address questions of just human mobility, right? How does the Americans with Disabilities Act apply to this type of aircraft? How can everybody get onto this type of aircraft? So let's get into reality. This is from Sergio Calcutta. And I want you to notice the different viewpoints of regulators and market participants. So just take a second to look at this photo. This is a good one from my friends at Supernal, who try to make their marketing materials a little bit more accurate, in the sense that this is kind of what it would look like, right? It's not like you can't see these airplanes. You can. They're just above you, right? There's the bus. They're part of traffic. So it's not, in the background. It's something that we would have to live with, including noise. And noise here doesn't mean really bad noise that hurts your ears. Noise might just be something you don't want. It's just, I don't want to hear that buzzing around, and that's the problem. Now notice this from the FAA. Where is the machine flying? It's flying over a railroad, right? And there's another one flying over maybe a navigable waterway, right? These are vastly different concepts of where you can fly. The good news is this conversation is happening in a way that it didn't with drones early on, or didn't happen in Cosby, or didn't happen in the Riley case. So these three different visions are competing, but the good news is that the law is coming together because the market and government are generally participating together. As I think you heard from the last panel, they may disagree, they may have honest disagreements, but they can potentially work through this. So this is how Supernal thinks about it. You're not going to be able to see everything in the slide, but from A to I in this case, how you get to operationalize it. But this is really, it's a busy slide. You're not going to read it. this is the problem, where all of the engineering difficulties in making that happen need to be translated to the lawyers, right? It's one thing to say, hey, I call the air mobility on my phone and I go, but what's the engineering that's required, and are there legal implications? Because these are the legal issues, right? Beyond visual line of sight, communications interference, on and on. And so here you can't see it because there's something that, but is the past prologue. What does this mean for the future as we sort of go in the last few slides here? So one issue that's not being discussed, my observation, is weather. When I lived in Florida, there was a biblical storm like every afternoon, right? From like 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, just major thunderstorms. So that defeats the whole purpose of advanced air mobility, does it not? If I need to go quickly and efficiently to my destination, and now I have to wait, I don't know, 2 hours, although the average thunderstorm is about 22 minutes, that defeats it. And weather's not sort of being discussed about, which no one can control. We also have been here before, quite frankly. Advanced air mobility is perhaps a new name, but there have been flying taxis with these two carriers both ending in fatalities, right? And what you're hearing from the industry is this number called 10 to the -9. We'll be really, 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 really safe. Well, safe is safe. When you just sort of connect to that. But the point being is that if there is one accident or even one incident, there's no margin for error here, right? The entire marketplace may disappear. So about a year ago, I was the principal investigator for a grant with the National Science Foundation where we talked about how the law and scientists can work together. And this was sort of the word cloud that came back with what the issues are. And I wonder if we did one, if you would agree with some of them. One is about jobs, novelty. The one in the lower part of the screen is interesting here, which is hype, right? There's more sizzle than steak. Are these companies really producing something that is viable? Can the law really adapt to do this? And I'm happy to share the slide where you can see our questions. So here's sort of a case study of how things might come together and be a better collaboration between industry and government. There is a rule that requires navigation lights, right? And for those of you who fly, the red light is on the pilot and command side, and the green light is on the passenger side, if you will. And this makes good sense from a practical perspective, because when airplanes are flying, particularly at night, just by reference to that color scheme, you can make some very critical decisions about the altitude, the distance, maybe even the speed of another aircraft, and so not collide with them, right? Now I see a red light. I know who's on that side of the airplane relative to where I am. Where do you put the red light here? Where do you put the red light on a quadcopter? And so what we have is a rule that the regulators are going to say, we have a rule, got to follow the rule, right? But there are equities involved, and that's a legal term, not a political term. There are circumstances where that makes no sense, where it's impossible to comply, because this can go around its axis in a 360-degree circle. That red light has no significance. And this is a reference, this conversation at this moment is a reference to what I discussed about performance-based standards versus prescriptive standards. We are seeing regulators more open to the idea that regulations and rules can be performance-based. If I, the engineer, can show you that my machine can do a certain thing safely, why don't you have the rule written in a way that allows for that operation, as opposed to the other way around, which just says, you must have a red light on this side of the aircraft, I can't comply. I hope that makes sense. And we're seeing industry and partnership do that in different parts of the regulations, which is saying, well, an eVTOL is a weird plane. It's sort of like a helicopter. It's sort of like a traditional airplane. There are different rules applying to those different aircraft. Maybe we can find some way of allowing you to qualify your aircraft in a way that complies. And so you're seeing in industry, manufacturers doing some very interesting things. Some of them might be building clean sheet airplanes. Others might be retrofitting existing airplanes. Like, we know that de Havilland is a good airplane, but we're putting a computer inside it that will allow it to fly autonomously. Regulators, are you okay with that? Yes or no? And we can move from there. And so finally, excuse me, that brings us to AAM. I think there is a lesson learned here where we can see that I think everyone's a little stung from what happened in the drone space, sort of a decade to come up with rules. Market share loss, that's not going to be a good way to proceed. Now Congress and the regulators, meaning the FAA, are, I don't want to say ahead of it, but moving forward. There are AM laws, and quite recently, the FAA came up with a concept of operations and sort of a playbook for how to move forward. And the FAA is interesting. They talk about 2028. If you're a business person, of course, you want to get to market as quickly as possible. You want to make money and return on your investment. Everyone's sort of talking about 2024, which is gone now. 2025, I don't think so. 2028 is the FAA's sort of approach to this. And private sector is getting involved. There's something called Agility Prime. It's not a transformer. It's a group that works with the government to try and get there. And sure enough, airplanes are getting certified. The rules that remain are these. I'm sorry for the small print, but this is from Senator Cruz and others in the Senate just at the beginning of this year in March, where the federal government identified sort of 5 issues. I'll leave you this, 5 issues that they're going to be looking at. One is certification and safety of aircraft. We need rules. We need rules for that. These are different animals. How do we certify these aircraft as being safe? Pilot and mechanic training, which is, I assume, a huge issue here at Kent. I'll show you a slide that may make some sense for you. Airspace management, vertiport construction, and noise management. There's no way you're going to make sense of this slide, but I'll represent to you that these are different regulations from different parts of existing rules. So for example, one of them talks about the requirements of a certified flight instructor, right? To train pilots, you must yourself be a qualified pilot and qualified to train. But how do you do that in the space of advanced air mobility where no one is qualified to fly these airplanes yet, let alone teach this? What you're probably going to have is a law that allows some kind of exception. Tries to get a pilot who is otherwise supremely qualified in some important respect and allow that person to serve as a training person for a brand new vehicle. So there's a lot of unprecedented issues. And I think that takes us to the idea of Frankenstein, which I don't know if anyone really remembers this story, but the idea is that sometimes inventors create things that go wrong. And so we have laws, we would think, to prevent that from happening. Like say the law says, don't make a monster. Okay, we like that law. But sometimes the law, and this is a little bit of an academic point, but I think we can run with it, is sometimes the law itself or regulation can be a little bit of a monster, right? The law can be wielded in ways that can really stifle innovation and not let some of the good ideas to come up if we had a more free environment. And so there are a variety of ways I would suggest to you that lawyers and technologists can work together. This comes from another Professor Brown's work. So let's say the policy here, just to put the presentation in full force here. Let's say the policy is that we want people to have a safe driving experience with cars. How do we do that? How do we get people, for example, to wear seatbelts? And the variety of ways that we can do that. So the easy way, I think, is the law. You must wear your seatbelt. By the way, I don't know if you know this, there are a surprising number of Americans who do not wear their seatbelts. A huge number, in fact, and actually there's research going on about this. So we can have a law that says you must wear your seatbelt, and people will either do that or they won't. We can have architecture, right? The machine itself can be built so that you must wear your seatbelt. In other words, if you don't fasten your seatbelt, the car doesn't start, right? That'd be a way of building in compliance to the machine. We can have some market influences too, like insurance. We can say if you don't fasten your seatbelt, you don't get a high rate of insurance. And of course, we can have norms. We can sort of shame people. Oh, shame on you. You don't wear your seatbelt. That's not such a good thing. All right. So I think these are my final slides, trying to bring this together and show you that drones as a case study show us that in an unprecedented environment, people were sort of all over the place. In advanced air mobility, we may have a better structure forward. And from engineers talking with lawyers, I would sort of focus on this. I'll make the first slide available. But engineers and those who are not lawyers tend to deconstruct and innovate fundamentals. Lawyers don't do that. We try to work from precedent and try to work by analogy. What is this situation like? And move forward from that perspective. All right, I think that's all I've got for you. I appreciate your kind attention. A lot of material there. Professor Lorenzon, I'll leave it to you whether we have time for questions, but I'll be happy to be around and talk with people too. And I don't know if any's online. Okay, sure. Hi, thank you. What do you think? I would too. So one of the companies recently got in, when I say trouble, their investors checked out when they expanded to 9 seats. How are you going to do that? I mean, we're already talking about trying to conserve battery power, you know, we don't want a huge battery. That's going to require more energy. How are we going to do 9 people versus 1 or 2? So there's different mock-ups of what this would look like. The goal, as I understand it from companies, is high density, high tempo. To make the most amount of money, you want these airplanes flying quickly. By quickly, I mean get the person from A to B, turn around. Southwest Airlines almost has like that model, right? Or at least stereotypically. And that's what the industry, the emerging industry is hoping for, that you want these airplanes flying. That's where you make your money. And you want to do it with a high tempo and a high density. So there's lots of these planes. You may not like that, I may not like that, but that's what the companies want. And so I shouldn't just throw the question back at you. I do think the company and the engineers are going to lead that conversation. They're going to need a why. Like, why do you want 9 passengers? Or why do you want, 5? United Airlines through Archer might say, we just need this to be, configured for like 3 or 4 people, right? We're just taking the businesswoman or businessman from one place to another. I don't need, 9 people in this, and I don't want that. So that's a business decision, I would think. But I think you're onto this, is you'd want to talk to the lawyers and say, is there a problem with making this a 9-seater? So far, so good. Is there a problem with making this a 30-seater? And this is going to be maybe unexpected or detailed, but if the engineer came to me and said, I want to make this a 30-seater, I actually have a specific thing to tell them, which is be careful, because now you're invoking other rules, such as the General Aviation Revitalization Act. My point is that there are laws that apply to aircraft based on their weight, capacity, number of passengers, and where they're going. And so you're exactly right. There are going to be ramifications. The one thing that lawyers struggle with, and if I may say so, STEM folks also struggle with, is vulnerability and admitting when you don't know something and asking questions like, is it okay to do this? Or can I do this? That leads to, I think, more open communication where people can say, yeah, you can't do this. And then there's all business books on this, like getting to yes. Sometimes the better lawyer is going to tell the engineer, you just can't do that. Maybe we can talk to the regulators and say, can we make a new law or demonstrate why this is safe? But the answer might be no. Anyway, very, very good question. You're welcome. Yes, please.
So currently under on-site regulation, it's not allowed to drop package on visual line of sight. And it's trying to do that. Do you see companies trying to get around that regulation, or do you see the FAA adjusting that regulation if possible?
So I think the order in which you said it is probably how it goes. Back in, I'll say 2015, it might be plus or minus. Amazon wasn't getting what they wanted from the FAA. Germany allows it. We'll just go there and try to sort of, I'll use the word embarrass, but sort of show how Germany's more innovative and forward thinking than even, that regulated actor's own government. And it sort of worked. So if I was, general counsel for a company, I would advise them to press the envelope here. Don't go flying illegally, but really press your case. Show that we can do it. Maybe not New York City, right? But in New Mexico or Colorado, I can deliver this, safely in a rural environment. And it's why, and I think the prior panel talked a lot about healthcare delivery. What companies are trying to do from a marketing perspective is finding the good use cases that no one is going to be upset with. The zip line, delivering blood to a mother who's delivering a baby, but is losing blood. I can't imagine anyone having a problem with that, right? We can all get behind that. Or finding someone who's lost in, a mountain climber who's lost. That's why they're showing these use cases, which is beyond visual line of sight, works in those environments, it helps in those environments, and it can help in these other environments. Next point I want to make is I think regulators generally are disinterested in being innovators, which was sort of at the beginning of my presentation, and especially lawyers. We're risk averse. A lot of lawyers, I mean, they're bad, silly jokes, but I'll entertain them, right? The idea is like lawyers, right? Why aren't they doctors? They're not good at math. Not true. Lawyers, why aren't they in business? Because they're risk averse. Not true, but there's a little bit of truth in all of that, which is lawyers, judges are risk averse. We're not looking to make the headlines. We're looking to keep the client off the headlines versus business is trying to make that headline. We're the first to do this and safely. And regulators have that on steroids, for want of a better word, which is they really don't want to be the first in something. And to your point, and I promised I would talk briefly about this, which is there are differences in regulatory approaches between the United States and Europe. Europe is heavily regulated. Maybe there's a better way of saying that, but heavily regulated in terms of you need a green light. You need the government to tell you what it is. For what it's worth, positive or negative, I happen to be positive about it. In the United States, the default tends to be you can do it unless you're told it's not allowed. And that creates tensions too. Fair? Thank you for your question. I'm getting the rope. Oh, wow. Okay, fine. I've lost sense of time. I didn't want to go too long. You've all been very kind. Any more thoughts? Yes, sir. So you're an engineering student, or what's your background? Both of us aren't going to help each other through this question. No. Well, so my understanding is the technology does exist, right, where a go, no-go decision could be made, could even be automated, right? You could set certain minimums, which is when the computer sees this weather formation, even in a vicinity, we're not going to fly, and that can be communicated in some way. So I think that exists, and we've sort of been there, done that. That's not diminishing your question. Technologically, that exists. From a finance perspective, though, that's problematic because companies, I guess that'd be airlines, want to go, and can you sort of squeeze out the situation? I think the answer to your question is there are technological solutions. Are there legal requirements? I know that in the drone space under 107, there are restrictions as to when you can fly, like during day or dusk, and maybe there'd be rules stating that. Because it is interesting. I don't see a lot of nighttime pictures actually with AAM either, right? It's all sort of like light and bright. The larger point, and I'm sorry for the unsatisfactory answer because I don't know other than to say the technology exists, is no one's talking about the weather. And I think that's the only point I wanted to make, which is I think it's highly problematic, like highly. Snow, you could probably fly. Rain, I'm not sure how you do it. I'm happy to take a follow-up because I think I was a little all over the place on that one. Or you can say no follow-up. Yeah. Yeah. So let me try again and let me answer it this way. Those are really like specific, excellent points, I think, right? Because this is what a pilot does, right? You're responsible for all of that. And so really maybe your question is asking about negligence law or liability. I don't think I would want to be the lawyer for the company saying, why did you fly in that? Why did you not set, some other expectation for yourself? And sometimes companies have to get sued or are sued in order for courts to say, don't do that, if that makes sense. Sometimes the law can discipline bad behavior. You'll find some companies that are going to be very aggressive. They want to go with it. And look, we have lots of examples of weather. Space Shuttle Challenger in January of 1986, before your time, they shouldn't have launched, right? And they knew it and they needed to go. And there are other examples, unfortunately, even in commercial aviation, where planes are in circumstances they shouldn't be flown. Your question's more provocative and good in a sense, which is what happens when this is all automated. Who do you blame? I would suggest to you that any good lawyer will find a human being behind the computer and sue them. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Good. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you again, Tim. Now, I know they're going to queue up my slides. I'm just going to give you a little update. Those of you online, I'm going to do I'm kind of like the floater. I know I was going to present with Chris Pizzella, but I'm going to give him that time. Because lunch is scheduled right at 11:45, there's no bending of that here, those of us who are here. So I'm the only thing stopping. Actually, no, it's 11:45, not me. But Erik will he'll start his presentation at 12:15. I'm going to hopefully try and set him up because I'm going to talk about something major here. That's a couple major events that have happened at Kent State. And a lot thanks to the industry and more importantly to the FAA dealing with aviation workforce development. I know we've had a series of pilot shortages, and I tell my students it takes about 1,000 individuals to get each flight airborne. Now, of course, there's dual roles, ATC, the gate agent, the pilots, the crew, the mechanics, right? Remember, pilots, your best friend is the mechanic. My brother's a airframe and power plant mechanic, and for Endeavor Airlines in Detroit. And he's telling me some harrowing stories. And after he's told me some of those stories about 20 years ago, I said, my best friend in the air is the mechanic. But here's the problem right now. We actually have a significant shortage of qualified individuals. And the FAA is called on us, starting with Congress. Talked about Congress coming up with the Appropriations Act of 2018. Congress said to the FAA, we are going to appropriate, we're going to give you money. So pick the people who are going to lead aviation workforce development. These grants will be worth about $500,000. We applied for one last year and we were granted that. And it's dealing with the future of how we train pilots. It's a 2-year project. We received about $420,000. I'm going to get into the history of that here. Using virtual reality, training in the first year teachers in high schools and grade schools to pave the way for students to become pilots, mechanics, ATC, aviation professionals that we're short on right now, and trying to encourage the youth and using education as the means of doing so. I think we were part of the third wave of these applications. I know several different universities across the United States received one, and we're thankful to the FAA for the support in this. And we're doing a lot of virtual reality. This is part of it. You can't read it. It's part of a poster presentation, and that I presented on virtual reality, the textbooks of the future. So part of our program is twofold this year. One is having 3-day workshops, and really part 107, I've always considered it, most kids, what are they, if they're inspired by aviation, I should reverse that question. Most of you who are pilots, when were you first inspired by aviation? Probably, as myself, when you were very young, you looked up at something that was flying over your head and said, wow. And think about the history. When people are young, they're looking up. It's like, what? That's gravity's boring. We're lawyers. We like to break law. No, we don't break laws. We find the exception, right? But we can break the law of gravity when we pull back on the stick at rotation speed and get airborne. But most kids are really enthusiastic when they look up at this thing flying in the sky. And we're working with teachers to bring virtual reality so these kids can come in and work on a computer, work with the goggles, and actually experience what it's like to fly anything from a drone up to the flight deck of a 747. But we're also training the trainers, training these teachers to get their Part 107, because I really view that as the gateway to aviation. Yes, it's written for a 16-year-old. There's 60 questions on it, but those are pretty intense questions. It's based on a lot on the private pilot and commercial, talk about precedential, and how FAA develops exam questions for validity. So we're training the trainers. We have 40 of them. We're almost about 34. Anybody in this room, when we're actually offering one starting next Thursday night through Saturday. You're welcome to come and attend, especially if you're an educator in the high school, middle school level. Those are all free for you to attend. For teachers, they actually even get a stipend to come. And then we have the second part of that is the virtual reality, developing 10 computers with virtual reality platforms. That's Dr. Quassa and Dr. Fossa. I believe Dr. Quassa is online, or he'll be here to explain a little bit more about the technology. And getting students, hopefully this is going to fulfill a huge niche in the development of future aviators or people involved. Remember, it's not just pilots. We're also looking for, right here, let's see if I can go to the slide. There we go. Now, what's the final product, right? Advanced air mobility. Trying to train more people to fly these things. I told you it's 1,000 people to get each flight airborne. How many ATC? How many pilots? How about the gate agent? How about maintenance? How about the baggage? People servicing the plane. So trying to get more people involved in that. Of course, too, the special, the SFARs have just come out on how the certification process, just exactly what Tim just talked about, how that's going to take place. And it's following what Tim just said. and those just came out. Oh, yeah, July 31st, 2022. We're going to talk about advanced air mobility. Remember that date? And here's what I just want to talk to you about briefly about in 5 minutes. Sources of law, I always like talking about this. Remember that in the United States Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 is a commerce clause. We are a capitalist nation. All the foundational legislation, that's the powers that our Constitution gives to Congress. This is what bases the Air Commerce Act of 1926, the forerunner of the CAA, which is the forerunner of the FAA. It always references to the Commerce Clause. And from that, we have acts of Congress, public law, and I'm going to specifically talk about the 2018 Act. Unmanned systems was in there, and also aviation workforce development for pilots and aviation professionals and mechanics and engineers. And how this works, we look at the Constitution, we look at acts of Congress, what Tim Ravich was saying, the laws, United States Code, and then the specialists come in to develop the regulations, which we know as the FARs, Federal Aviation Regulations. Those of us who are lawyers, the Code of Federal Regulations, betterly found on ECFR. So the regulations always supplement the code, and that always becomes interesting for us lawyers. I already talked about that. The Air Commerce Act in 1926. This is more dealing with, Tim has already talked about that. The FAA Modernization Reform Act of 2012 and litigation issues with the Perker cases. But what I want to leave you with is, in the 1926 Air Commerce Act, we already had the technology. These airplanes in Cleveland Airsports, the Barnstormers, these things were crashing. Okay, and they were coming out of the sky, and Congress had to do something. We had to certify pilots. Then it was licensure of pilots. Now it's certification. We had to go through that and understand, but we had the technology. Now we had to regulate it. And then the 1958 Act, what did that deal with? The jet age. The 2012 Act is really interesting because it told NASA, Congress told NASA and the FAA, get together, figure out what advanced air mobility is going to look like. Wait a minute, it kind of sort of had the technology. And in my conversations with the FAA, you're going to hear from Erik Emmond here after lunch. It primes the way for the future, but we don't have the technology. We're trying to figure that out through private-public partnerships, through corporate investment. So, again, Congress directs the FAA to develop a comprehensive plan. And where we come in as educators is quite simple. We have to train the workforce, the future engineers, the future pilots, the future airframe and power plant mechanics, how to fix. I know Mr. Pizzella will talk about his harrowing adventure from Washington, D.C. yesterday, and the plane kept, breaking down, right?
Twice before we left and once on the way.
So, and the mechanics were there to fix it, but what about an electronic propulsion engine? What is that going to look like to fix? And those of us who've flown advanced, especially technically advanced aircraft, my personal experience is there's usually nothing wrong with the aircraft, but there may be something wrong with the technology. It may need a computer update, or there may be a sensor issue. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with the aircraft. So these are all things that we need as educators here to train the future workforce. Again, the Reauthorization Act, which is also, and always look at the Reauthorization Act. There's just one that came out. Reauthorization Act of 2024 to see where we're going. Operation and certification, pilot registration and licensing, this phased-in approach. And here's the big deal, accept risk-based consensus, safety standards related to the design, production, and modification of UAS. Engineers, how do you speak to lawyers? Lawyers, how do we listen to engineers? Notice everybody caught that? How do we listen to engineers? Because they're the ones who are creating this, right? And of course, the aviation workforce development, I want to let you know about this. We applied for it, I think it was August the 1st of 2023. I was coming back from teaching in the Florence program. We got everything in. And the big thing about writing a grant is that you have to follow the rules. I know lawyers were good at that. And a lot of times when you put a grant in, several grants have been put in, and somebody, not me, put too many pages. Look, later, if it tells you 10 pages, put 10 pages in of narrative text. But for some reason, they liked our, which I'm really happy about, the FAA liked what we proposed with the virtual reality, with our outreach. There's a travel component. I received a phone call, it was on or approximately March the 3rd, 2024, from the FAA saying, you are going to be receiving this grant. I said, great, got my team together. But a week later, receive a grant or receive another email saying, you've been selected, congratulations. We're going to have a special meeting at the beginning of April. Beginning of April, I've got the team assembled, and we're told that we have to spend $420,000 in 1 year by March the 4th, 2025 to implement that. And then we've also been told it's a 2-year project that we're going to go into the second stage, which we should get renewed, and we've been told we should be renewed in January, which I'm kind of excited about because the next phase is actually bringing these high school and in some cases grade school kids to our campus for week-long camps next summer. So it's kind of exciting to see that. But what's actually happened in this, as a tenure track professor, I have to develop what's called a lab. Now, lawyers, we don't really have labs. We have research, as some of my research students are here. And there's been a couple of really positive byproducts. We're doing these FAA workshops. They'll be available online, and they'll be free to the general public to get their Part 107. What's really happening is, which is really interesting, we're getting a lot of teachers who are coming. We're giving them a tour of our facilities. They don't know about the ATC lab that we have on our main building here on campus, or they may not have been to the airport to see our facilities. We are the largest fleet, public fleet in Ohio as a flight school. So, and the other thing was a couple of really interesting things that have happened. Our research team, and they're here today, a couple of them will be here. We received our first, about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, Ms. Lorenzon, we received our first certificate of waiver for flight over people in cars. And yes, as a lawyer, I was thinking we need one of these for each vehicle. And the FAA was kind of confused, and I got a phone call from somebody in Washington, a decision maker, and said, what are you guys doing here? We're not going to give you a BVLOS waiver, beyond visual line of sight, and I understand fully why, and we're working on that. But they gave us a blanket waiver because our first initial application was so good. And we have to follow all the requirements of that. So, and we do see, if you follow the rules, and you can talk to my research team, because they have how many were actually accepted, how many were denied, and the ones that were approved is very low compared to the ones that were written. So the FAA is definitely interested in doing that, but you got to follow the rules of the waiver. I'm not going to get into the certification of drones level 1, 2, and 3, and 4, because that's a little more complicated beyond the purview. But my team is also working on that. Parachutes on drones. What does that look like? What does this certification look like? I know one company will be with us here this afternoon that we're working with, but the cost is a little bit prohibited. It's easier to get a waiver than it is to actually certify, which is about $1.2 to $1.5 million for some of the vehicles that we have here on campus to actually get certified. So we'll have to see how this pans out with industry. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of I guess, an outreach to what Kent State is doing in terms of the aviation workforce development. Incredible amounts of research with the Air Force, with virtual reality, and some of the professors will be stopping by. I see Associate Dean McFarland is here, another aerospace engineer, and our Associate Dean for Student Affairs. She'll be here around, and definitely Rubén, Dr. Du, incredible what he's doing with, incredible work he's doing with fuel cell technology. So now I'm really over time. I do apologize for going about 3 or 4 minutes over, because now it's time for lunch. So we'll see you back around 12:15. Thank you. Well, good afternoon again. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Those of you online, we're about 5 minutes behind already, but that's okay. We'll get caught up. Our next speaker, I'm really delighted to have Erik here. He's the regional administrator for the Great Lakes region of the FAA. I can read his bio. I met him, a few years ago. We're at one of these events and just enjoyed his enjoyed his talk. He had a chance to visit, I was actually at another speaking event, but you had a chance to visit with our students back, I believe it was in March. And the students were absolutely enthralled with what you had to say to them. And you love UAS. So, and he loves drones, and I think he's going to have a really good insight for us on the future. So without any further ado, please welcome Erik.
All right. Well, good afternoon, and thanks for the warm welcome, everyone, as you're getting situated. Hopefully you didn't miss the dessert table on the right side. I'm hoping there's something left when I'm done, but we'll see how the remarks go. And I'll be around for some Q&A if you have any questions, or if we want to delve into any more specifics on drones or advanced air mobility. As Jason mentioned, I am one of 9 regional administrators that the FAA has. We have different geographic areas spread across the country. And just coincidentally, I'm transitioning out of my role as the Great Lakes Regional Administrator. Great Lakes is a region that spans the 8 states between the Dakotas and Ohio. I'm transitioning back to a role in Washington, D.C., effective tomorrow, actually. So there'll be another regional administrator. She's coming, her name's Rebecca McPherson, and she'll be coming into this role to support activities that happen within those 8 states within the Great Lakes region. But I'm really here to talk to you today about where we are with drones, where we are with advanced air mobility, where we've been, and what the future looks like. I really enjoyed the presentation by Dr. Ravich. It was great to see so many FAA references, a little bit of a walk down memory lane. My history, I've been with the FAA for coming up on 16 years. 10 of it was in the FAA's drone office or UAS integration office. There are very few people in the agency that have been doing drone work as long as I have. There are, don't get me wrong, there are a handful of us, but very few of us have been since the very beginning. And I had a little bit of PTSD when you put that image of that UAS roadmap up on the screen, because I had coordinated that document myself, and it was a labor of love. I'll just leave it at that. And I wanted to just add one quick clarification. In the Taylor case, where the FAA lost and drone registration was struck down, it was reestablished just later that year in the National Defense Reauthorization Act in 2017. What's interesting is that they needed a vehicle, Congress needed a vehicle that was going to be non-controversial, and they put this amendment into that piece of legislation to make sure that it went through, and it went through, as most of the NDAA bills do, went through without much of an issue. So registration still does apply. And you'll note in the headlines today, the FAA put out a $270,000 civil penalty for a person, I believe he was out in Colorado. It may have been, I don't know if he was in other states or just Colorado, who was using drones to harass unhoused people. Multiple occasions. And also there was some questions about registration. And so the point that I wanted to make on this part, it's not part of my prepared remarks, was just to emphasize the fact that we do take safety seriously. We do take operations of drones seriously, and enforcement actions will continue to be part of the business. And we've got 2 of our aviation inspectors here in the room that get involved in different types of enforcement actions depending on what's going on. But this is something that we will continue to have a focus on as an agency. And lastly, before I get into my remarks, I want to talk about the Jetsons. All right. So how many of you have seen the Jetsons? Show of hands. You guys over here, have you ever seen the show? Never? All right. So you need to watch the show. For those of you who have seen this, what I'm going to say next will make sense. But see, I don't equate the Jetsons to advanced air mobility. I mean, maybe a couple years ago when we were talking about it first, we were talking about, the future of air mobility and be right outside your doorstep. But if you think about it, in the beginning of the Jetsons, what does George do with that car when he arrives at work? Anybody tell me? And then what happens? Nope. That vehicle folds up into a briefcase and goes on his desk. And until that happens, until we can get one of those advanced air mobility vehicles into a briefcase, I'm not quite there yet. But, look, maybe one day. So when it comes to drones and advanced air mobility, the future is really, it's now. We've been talking about integrating drones into the National Airspace System, or the NAS, for more than a decade. And at times, the pace of progress is slower than many would like it to be. Today, I'm happy to say that full-scale integration of drones is clearly within reach. We're also seeing significant progress in making AAM operations a reality for communities of all sizes and in all geographic regions. The FAA has a long, successful history in introducing new technologies. Developing new regulations is a slow and deliberate process. This is on purpose. Our approach to integrating drones and AAM is to ensure maximum flexibility within existing regulations. We're using our safety-first approach to certify new aircraft and approve new types of operations. This approach ensures that we approve the operations that we can using the regulations we have, while never taking our eye off our safety mission. But it's not just about aircraft certification and operational approvals. We are evaluating infrastructure, cybersecurity, and data requirements, as well as the effects of noise and other environmental considerations related to drone and AAM operations. I'll talk more about noise and community engagement shortly. It is always an exciting time to be in the aviation sector. I've been in it for more than 30 years, and never more so than now am I excited about what's in our future. We've seen already how drones operating at scale have the potential to lower the cost of delivery for retail and healthcare. Drones will drive integrated services such as delivery applications and e-commerce platforms, potentially improving the quality of life for Americans and creating economic growth across the country from rural to urban communities. Today, or now, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, drones are delivering small grocery and pharmacy items in as little as 30 minutes. On top of that, the FAA now has authorized multiple commercial drone operators to use the same airspace. So this is a first for us. In the same airspace, they're doing deliveries. This points to our commitment to integration. These drones will be safely separated using a technology called UAS traffic management. Some of you know of it. It's called UTM. Progress on UTM collaboration and harmonization is also happening outside the US. In fact, the Global UTM Association, or GUTMA, which is comprised of entities from around the world, is meeting right now in Fort Worth, Texas, and is at their annual Harmonized Sky event to discuss the global UTM landscape. This year, the FAA has landmark legislation in our Reauthorization Act that provides us with critical safety advancements and sets our path for innovative aviation technologies, including prioritization of rulemaking for beyond visual line of sight operations, or BVLOS. The BVLOS Aviation Rulemakings Committee final report is the catalyst for BVLOS operations, as well as UTM services. Some of you may recall the initial steps required to fly your drone are within visual line of sight. With strong leadership and support from Congress and industry, we are now moving rapidly toward having a notice of proposed rulemaking or beyond visual line of sight as late as late 2024, which is, we don't have much time left in this year, or early next year in 2025. The rule is intended to provide the UAS industry the regulatory framework it so urgently needs, and to assure that BVLOS operations remain safe and efficient where traditional air traffic control services are not provided. But that's not all. As some of you may know, we're also planning to pair the BVLOS NPRM with the Section 2209 rule. This will address operations near critical infrastructure. The net result is that the two rules are expected to travel concurrently for notice, comment, and publication. Regulating special use airspace for drone operations under Section 2209 is essential in such areas as military training zones and nuclear power sites. Along the same lines, the FAA recognizes the need for expanded access to counter unmanned aircraft systems, or CUAS technologies, such as for use in law enforcement applications. That said, our FAA Deputy Administrator, Katie Thompson, has pointed out that we need to find ways to expand CUAS capabilities without interfering with transportation operations to make sure that, quote, the cure is not worse than the disease, end quote. As for advanced air mobility, the future is equally bright, and we must ensure the new generation of electric, vertical takeoff and landing, and other emerging technologies, such as hybrid and hydrogen, maintain the high level of safety of today's civil aviation. Powered lift represents the first completely new category of civil aircraft since helicopters were introduced in the 1940s. The first new aircraft type since the 1940s. Powered lift operations include air taxis, cargo delivery, and a variety of operations within urban and rural areas. The FAA released the final rule for AAM and powered lift integration on October 22nd, 2024. This rule details the qualifications and training that instructors and pilots must have to fly aircraft of this new category. These aircraft have characteristics of both airplanes and helicopters. The rule also addresses their operational requirements, including minimum safe altitudes and required visibility. This rule is the final piece in the puzzle for safely introducing these aircraft in the near term. The opportunities for the use of powered lift operations are far-reaching, from transporting passengers in urban areas, and short-haul operations such as air ambulance services and cargo operations, to potentially serving smaller communities. The final rule adopts permanent amendments and what's called a Special Federal Aviation Regulation, or SFAR, for a period of 10 years. This facilitates the certification of powered lift pilots, clarifies operating rules applicable to operations involving powered lift aircraft, and finalizes other amendments which are necessary to integrate powered lift into the national airspace system. This new pilot training and qualification rule was needed because existing regulations did not address this new category of aircraft, which can take off and land vertically like a helicopter and fly like an airplane during cruise flight. The rule also applies existing helicopter operating requirements to some phases of flight and adopts a performance-based approach to certain operating rules. It also allows pilots to train in powered lift with a single set of flight controls. Legacy rules required 2 flight controls, one for the pilot, one for the instructor. The SFAR provides the FAA an opportunity to assess powered lift operations, gather data, and better understand what a comprehensive permanent regulatory framework should look like. The powered lift rule and accompanying SFAR address the regulatory barriers to introduce powered lift into the NAS. They facilitate the FAA's alternative framework and certification pathway for the initial group of powered lift pilots and flight instructors, and address operations under Part 91, which is General Operating and Flight Rules, Part 97, Standard Instrument Procedures, Part 135, Commuter and On-Demand Operations, and Part 136, commercial air tours. Because the SFAR will affect several parts of 14 CFR, the FAA has determined that a most clear and comprehensive regulatory approach is through the creation of a whole new part to contain the SFAR. Final draft rule, everything I've talked about right now, can be found on the FAA's website and also in the Federal Register. Last year, the agency released a blueprint for how urban air mobility vehicles will operate, which is a key element in maturing the overall AAM concept. I believe one of the images on the screen earlier showed that the cover of that blueprint. This blueprint, like the SFAR, may also be found on our website. Let me note a few other milestones of note. Nearly 2 years ago, President Biden signed the Advanced Air Mobility Coordination and Leadership Act. This act directed a whole of government AAM strategy for coordinating activities related to safety, operations, infrastructure, physical security, and cybersecurity to mature the AAM ecosystem. As a result, the FAA has been part of the AAM Interagency Work Group led by the Department of Transportation. We are collaborating with more than 15 federal agencies on an AAM national strategy. For those of you like me who were involved in some of the early drone work, I think you can appreciate that this time around, we're trying to be much better organized across the federal government versus what we did with drones. The conclusions and recommendations of that interagency work group are expected early next year. Now, there is a key topic for all of us to consider as we're starting down the road to bring AAM to communities across the country. In order to help move the entire industry forward, it will be important for us to figure out what kind of data can be shared with the rest of the industry. In this early stage, sharing information is crucial. It will help inform the FAA's certification efforts and will help shape policies, standards, and airspace integration efforts going forward. There is strength in numbers, and to the extent that state and territorial governments are sharing experiences, data, and learnings, it will help propel the industry forward. But the learnings and the data sharing cannot stop at the state or the territorial level. They must filter down to the local level. This is where the key decisions will be made. This is where land use decisions will be made. This is where community planners and industry will connect. This is where the general public will get to see firsthand and experience the impact and creativity, as well as the innovation that this industry has to offer. Developing and embracing a multi-level, strategic community engagement stance will help to ensure success. As AAM aircraft start rolling out the assembly line, ready for service, we all need to be ready as well. My background in aviation includes 15 years at a major carrier. We had a fond saying that a parked aircraft was not making any money. No one will want to see parked AAM aircraft. So we all have to be ready to fly, all of us. Led by manufacturers and operators, which will be the same entity in some cases, we need to make community outreach and engagement a real thing. It cannot be an afterthought. It must be planned. It must be multi-level. It must consider the audience and the messages, and it must be sustained. To further pave the way, we released an implementation plan detailing the steps that the FAA and others will need to take to safely integrate advanced air mobility in the near term. And we put together a cross-functional FAA team, which we call Innovate 28, which was referenced earlier. This aims to establish an operational AAM ecosystem at one or more key sites in the NAS by 2028. This will support companies striving to begin initial operations before 2028. We expect to provide type certificates for the first AAM aircraft before the end of next year. So that's in 2025. The FAA is also working to integrate AAM operations into the NAS beyond 2028 at scale. We are researching AM concepts and considering possible further rulemaking for scheduled and on-demand operations that may have a remote pilot or even operate autonomously in certain conditions. In all our work, whether drone or AM integration or other new entrants into the airspace, we will continue to engage representatives from federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial government stakeholders, partners from foreign authorities and other industries, academia, and the greater aviation community. In addition to all this, the FAA continues to take its environmental and sustainability obligations seriously. We will also be a global leader when it comes to sustainability. As you may know, the FAA recently announced $291 million for awards to sustainable aviation fuels from the Inflation Reduction Act. All grant recipients are based in the United States and are working toward putting the aviation sector on a path to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions as outlined by the U.S. Aviation Climate Action Plan. Just one example, GEVO here in the Great Lakes region, they're located up in Minnesota, they will receive $16.8 million to convert an existing fuel facility to a fully integrated alcohol to jet fuel facility for SAF production. While there are numerous potential environmental energy benefits to drones and AM, we're also required to evaluate potential adverse actions or adverse impacts under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. We can do this in a smart and efficient and effective way. And as it would have, the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024 directs us to do just this. It requires the FAA to examine and integrate what's called programmatic, think enterprise-wide or system-wide approaches to the requirements of NEPA for aviation projects. A programmatic approach will enable us to focus our collective energy on exceptions to operations that fit within a certain paradigm. And even prior to Congress's passage of the reauthorization, the FAA began to examine and implement programmatic approaches to NEPA for compliance for drone-related actions. In fact, we recently completed a programmatic NEPA review for drone package delivery in North Carolina in collaboration with the North Carolina Department of Transportation. Let me just take a little detour here to talk about where are you going? I'm not done yet. Do you? Okay, good. Good. Let me know how it goes. You're welcome. Have a good day. Be safe out there. So usually everybody stays. I don't know what's going on. No, I want to talk about, NEPA for a second. If you think about, so I'll just pick on one aircraft manufacturer, Joby, not pick on them, but cite them. They have said publicly that once they're at scale, they plan to produce about 500 aircraft a year. That's more than one per day. That's just one manufacturer. And there was a whole list on the slide earlier of all the manufacturers. So we think about in terms of where they're going to want to fly and how many flights they're going to want to fly, markets where they want to fly, and that's going to continue to expand. If we have to do an environmental analysis on every single use case across the country, if we can't get to a programmatic EA, the environmental piece will slow down the introduction significantly. So this is really important for us to come up with this programmatic EA, or environmental approach. And what this means is that most of the operations will fit in this box, most of them. If they fit in this box, you're good to go. If they're outside this box, let's just talk about the exceptions rather than what's in that box. This box, we already know what happens here. And this way, it'll make it much quicker for us to approve operations. So, you know, while certification of the aircraft is going to happen in 2025, we have the SFAR and the rule out for vertical takeoff and landing. Getting to the operations and getting the environmental approvals will be another big long pull that we'll need to address. So I just want to make sure that you understood the importance of this programmatic environmental approach. So such considerations The about environmental approach will increase importance as AAM manufacturing ramps up, as I mentioned, and the impact on communities will shift from theoretical to concrete concerns. Where to fly, when to fly, what's the route, what does it look like, what time of day, what are the noise profiles, what aircraft, what altitude, who's flying, how are they getting there, what's the fire situation if you have to, deploy your fire trucks, what's the emergency situation, what's the security paradigm, what does passenger handling look like, what happens when it snows, what happens when it rains, what happens when you use de-icing fluid, what happens if there's an electrical issue, and the list goes on and on. In closing, though, I want to reiterate the exciting things we've got planned for 2025. We've got the NPRM for BVLOS drone operations coming out, most likely paired with the rule for flying near sensitive infrastructure. And we'll likely have the first certification of an AAM aircraft under the new powered lift regulation. And we can anticipate that AAM production will begin to ramp up in earnest in 2025 and 2026. All of these factors underscore the importance of embracing the community engagement, which I talked about quite a bit. It will be essential, and it will not only involve the FAA, but all of you as well. It must be done in a way that's scalable in proportion to the impact. For what I tell the industry and what I'll tell all of you is you can rely on your FAA regional administrators to help you. There are 9 of us across the country, and we're here for you. We're client driven. We can help with connections. We can help with solutions, clearing obstacles, and we can be the face of FAA in your communities. I look forward to the many great things that will happen in the Great Lakes region in the coming years. Thanks for having me here today to chat with all of you about what we've accomplished and where we're heading. And I've got a few minutes if we have any questions. And I'm sad that they left because I wanted to tackle the weather question, but if anybody else has any other questions, I'm happy to do my best. I've got a couple of aviation safety inspectors here in case I need to phone a friend. And if I don't have the answer, I'll be happy to get it for you. I'll prime the pump with a little discussion on weather. So at a recent, at one of the manufacturers, and I'm comfortable mentioning who it is because they mentioned it publicly, at Beta Technologies. They're one of the AM manufacturers that was listed on the screen. They're based in Burlington, Vermont. So according to them, they're already looking at the weather impact because, it's pretty cold and they get a lot of snow and ice up there. So they're already trying to figure out what happens with eVTOL aircraft, not only in terms of battery, but propulsion systems and airframe. So I don't know that all of the manufacturers are looking at that. You can see in the news, I'm not reporting any headlines you haven't heard before or seen or can't look up, but many of the early operations are LA, Texas, and Florida, right? And so there's some commonality with that being in the southern part of the country and more favorable weather for those types of operations. But the proposals for operations in New York City between, Newark Airport and Manhattan, between Manhattan and JFK, and Chicago between O'Hare, downtown Chicago and O'Hare, and in the Chicago community, at some point the manufacturers will have to start to take on the weather implications. And it's not just weather. It's not just the weather that's forecast for when you're about to fly or when you're going to be flying. It's also the weather that's more general in the vicinity in terms of, like, for instance, you could have a completely clear, wonderful, beautiful day for flying in Chicago, but as you fly over the lake, you'll ice up. And so how does that work for these aircraft? So these are things that we have to consider. If you're flying over Flushing Bay, same thing. So it could be, out in Long Island. And then the other piece that we're talking about, some of them, the manufacturers are talking about, but I know the FAA is talking about in particular, is wake turbulence. Not something we've hear a lot of talk about in conferences like this. But this is a very important point if you're trying to fly these aircraft in and around major airports. If you can deconflict them with the legacy air traffic, what does wake turbulence look like? So there's a lot of things that the manufacturers are going to be looking at over the next few years. I think they're really just trying to get to that point of some initial operations, gather some learnings, and then they'll start to ask some of these more difficult questions. One of the most powerful use cases for automated drones and AAM aircraft is in Alaska. Much of that state is not covered by roads. So, but there are many remote villages where it's very hard to get medical supplies or just even food supplies in and out, especially in certain months. So once they crack that weather question and some of those operational opportunities, other areas of operation will continue to expand and open up. So that was a piece I wanted to mention on weather. Any other questions for me? All right, well, thank you all for your attention. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Jason.
Something in the FAA goes back to the property that's on the builder. FAA owns some of the place of that and had a huge discussion with the core acquisition for Nolan over this. But the source of that.
This,
have you heard this? What is the source?
oh yeah, I love this. So, well, the Cosby case that was referenced earlier was one of those cases that we often cite. But if you take a look at where we were, maybe let's just say 15 years ago, and we said, well, we regulate airspace. If the FAA was saying we regulate airspace down to the blade of grass, and then people would be like, yeah, but come on, my backyard, you can't land a helicopter there. So you really can't say you're regulating that piece of property or that airspace above my property. Now let's introduce drones. And Congress has defined drones as aircraft. So that changes the paradigm. So now you can land an aircraft in your backyard. And so does that give the FAA the authority to regulate down to the blade of grass in your backyard? Technically, and so I'm not an attorney, but I will tell you that our attorneys would say technically yes. However, they would also say their two favorite words, it depends. And really what that means is when it gets down to land use is really where state, local, tribal entities have more authority or additional authorities that they can exert. So a state, a city could say, yeah, you can fly drones. The FAA regulates it. You can't take off or land in this city. They could say that. Or they could say you can only take off in this park, take off and land in this park. Or you can operate your drones and you have to follow certain rules that aren't necessarily, don't conflict with FAA regulations and don't conflict with airspace regulations. So there's some very creative ways that we're seeing some of the state and local tribal governments navigate through this myriad of legal framework. And I think that our legal folks would say, and I think we have some, Jason, I think we have some interpretation on our website about this. They leave it open for us to get involved, but the FAA has to make a determination, like, is it worth it? If a state or local jurisdiction says we want to restrict drone flights in this one spot, and our legal folks get involved, they'll make a determination whether or not it's something that we really need to get involved in or not. So that's sort of a non-answer, but there's a lot of ambiguity in the way that can be applied. Really depends on the use case.
So just a follow up, and thank you for that wonderful answer. I know that Heather Spangler will be talking about that in her presentation about preemption. But one of the things, I don't know if you're familiar with I think we've talked about this, the Hogwarts case, the flamethrower, the turkey baster.
Yeah, I was surprised that didn't make the slides. I mean, he glossed over the flying witch, which was fascinating for us years ago. But
And I think to your point about the regulations, the Hogwarts case involves an FAA administrative subpoena. And it is part of the materials to this. That's all. It's a really interesting take on where the federal court comes in and says, yes, you have administrative powers to view the drone, the UAS, or not the UAS, the UAV. But the question of trespass to and where does private property and the national airspace begins is a huge question in that federal case. So I just wanted to bring everybody's attention to that.
It does get tricky when you talk about use cases, creative use cases, I'll call them, for drones, whether you're putting a flamethrower on there, not recommended. A buzz saw, I've seen that. Again, not recommended. Weapons, again, not recommended. Or if you're dropping explosives legally, again, not recommended. And if nothing else, the war in Ukraine has taught us all that you can use drones for a lot of different things that people maybe wouldn't have touched on before, as far as out on the fringe, but now you can see them being used. And I will tell you this, the FAA has authorized us to use drones to drop explosive devices for avalanche mitigation. It's kind of an interesting thing if you're a skier or a hiker and you hike in the outback. Many times they use projectiles that are fired from, it's like a mortar gun really, up into the side of the hill to trigger an avalanche so that snow comes down, and then that way the skiers or hikers or whomever are out, snowmobilers, won't get caught up in an avalanche. The drones allow you to deliver a precision location right to that spot. But again, they have to jump through a lot of hoops to be able to do these types of operations. But it shows that we are, as an agency, are getting more and more creative with what we're able to allow, depending on what the use case is that comes before us.
Hey, Eric. So I'm curious about, are there operators out there who are utilizing drones for external load operations, like carrying, picking up?
So yes, there are concepts that are out there, and I will tell you that the DoD is looking at them in particular. These are larger drone operations or AAM type of operations where they can use it for resupply missions. Not really looking at people just yet, like to move, like if you had somebody who was injured in a war theater, but to be able to take a convoy of aircraft with nobody on board to be able to move a box or shipping container with supplies from point A to point B. But there's no reason why you couldn't fly that same application in Alaska or Hawaii or somewhere else, or across the Great Lakes instead of shipping a truck all the way around. So we're seeing some of these applications like you're mentioning there that are being developed in the DoD world, which will probably have a civilian application potentially in the future.
Thank you.
Good question. Yeah, keep it. I mean, that's the great thing about this industry. For those of you that are aviation nerds like myself, almost every day there's something new out there that somebody's trying something different or proposing something different, or a new aircraft is coming or a new idea. Look, some of it works out great, some of it not so much. But this is what's great about being at the front end of this revolution in aviation. Other questions, comments? All right, check our website, faa.gov, for the latest and greatest. And there's a button right up at the top that says drones. It'll take you to our homepage for everything drones related. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Eric, for the wonderful, wonderful presentation. It's always wonderful to have the FAA part of this and a good communication with academia, government, and industry. Just to follow up, I know we were working, one of our professors was working on a DoD grant of how big a propeller has to be before it doesn't become effective. And that was specifically to be put on shipping containers. see if they could get them into difficult situations or hard to get situations. So definitely a lot of research money, and the students, just to let them know, that's a lot of you are part of those different research labs here at Kent. And of course, Alaska. And I'm going to segue now to our next speaker who's online with us. Talked to him, met him a couple years ago, but I was up in Alaska for what's called Aquasi, which is a huge Alaska. It's part of University of Alaska in Fairbanks. And it's wonderful to go to those of us who've been to Alaska. I'm always amazed at, one, how important air transportation is there, because you really can't get into a lot of different spaces. But also, too, what I'm more amazed at, the little boy in me came out when I was up there in August, that because I was looking up at the sky, there's always something flying, whether it's a drone, a helicopter, or an airplane. It's absolutely quite amazing. And when I was up there, I saw James Grimsley, and I met him a few years ago at an ABI conference. And those of you who don't know who ABI is, those of you who are prop majors or aeronautics majors, they're actually our accrediting body. And he gave an absolutely wonderful presentation. He's an absolutely wonderful speaker. And when I was in Alaska, I said, James, can you please come to talk to Kent State? So I said, I can't physically come there, but he's online with us now. And he actually was the inspiration for this conference, Imagining a World Without Roads, because he gave that discussion at ABI a couple years ago. It was absolutely wonderful. And you can read his bio, but one of the big things is that he's executive director for advanced technology initiatives with the Choctaw Nation. And that was one of the first FAA integration pilot programs back in 2018, getting the designation down in Oklahoma. So please do welcome online James Grimsley. Thank you for being here with us. I imagine you're in Oklahoma, but anyway, welcome. Give him a warm welcome.
Well, thank you, Jason. I think what I'll do a quick audio check. Can everyone hear me okay? Maybe give me a thumbs up. Okay, so I'm going to go off camera and see if I can get my slides working. But I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. And Jason and I have had a really good couple of times where we've met. Give me just a moment. Let me try this again. Hold on. Let's see. Managing Zoom. So let me fix this. Okay, can everyone see my slides? I'll assume so. I'm sorry? I'll take that as yes. Okay, so as Jason said, my name is James Grimsley. I wear a lot of different hats. I serve as Executive Director of Advanced Technology Initiatives with the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. My tie to the Choctaw Nation is that's where I grew up. I grew up right in the heart of the reservation. Both sides of my family go back multiple generations. I have, I'm sorry? Yeah, I got some crosstalk or something. Multiple cousins, multiple relatives that are all Choctaw members. I've always had a deep respect and love for the Choctaw people. When I grew up there, it was very poor. I moved away, had the opportunity to go to college, actually paid my own way through college. Never expecting to go back. I spent 35 years, had a great career in aviation, about 20 years in defense. Went into higher education. I was a young corporate VP at a large defense contractor. So I had a really rewarding career. When the tribe approached me back in about 2016, late 2016, and wanted me to come meet with them. And a lot of the people who are in leadership are people that I grew up with. So we all knew each other when the tribe was very poor. There was nothing there. They have since come into a lot of affluence and built quite a bit of infrastructure, quite a bit of capability now in the reservation. So they approached me in 2016 and said, we bought this really big piece of land, which the land was in the county where I grew up. And so I knew about that particular area. And they said, we want to do something in aviation. And that was it. That was the proposition. And I was very skeptical. I said, you have no past performance, you don't have any infrastructure, you don't have all of these things, you don't have any name recognition. And they very patiently listened to me and said, could we hire you to come figure that stuff out? Which is, I was kind of impressed with that kind of boldness. And so I consulted with them while I worked at the University of Oklahoma. I was the associate VP for research there. We did win the IPP. So we started looking at things, and the more I started kind of diving in and delving into it, I realized that there was something unique about a tribal government and the sovereignty the tribal government has, that we could help unlock some of the regulatory gridlock. So we did win as the only tribal government IPP. That's when the tribe came to me and said, we want to make an offer you can't refuse. And so I said, oh, we'll try. And they quite literally made the offer I couldn't refuse. So I left my university position and joined full time. I also have a second hat that I wear. I'm the Regional Innovation Officer for Southern Methodist University. So I'm technically leading the Semiconductor Tech Hub that's in the Dallas area. There's a lot of neat things happening there. But look, let me go ahead and move on. So this is a law-related conference here. So my bona fides, I guess, if you want to think about it, is I did co-author a paper a few years back, I think it's 2015, in the William and Mary Law Review. And I've been involved in policy since about 2007 or so. I've been involved in UAS since the late 1980s, always keep coming back to some form of novel aircraft throughout my career. But around 2007, I said, this must be my destiny. But I also realized that I needed to get involved in policy because we had some immense challenges ahead of us if we were going to look at civil operations and kind of useful applications. It was a much different environment then. And so when we would fly back in those days, we would get relief under a waiver or under like Part 91. And there were so many weird artifacts in the regulations that we had to adhere to in order to fly. I remember the first time I got a civil COA for a small, it was about a 4-pound styrofoam aircraft at the University of Oklahoma. There were requirements that we had to carry the flight manual on board. And the trick then was, obviously there's no one on board to read the flight manual. So we put it on a zip drive and tape it to the side of the fuselage. We had some bizarre artifacts and regulations and law that popped up. But by 2015, I was very heavily involved in policy. At that point, I was getting involved in a lot of the advisory committees, served on some ARCs, served on the BV Loss ARC that was mentioned earlier. And I got together with some of the law professors at the university. One was a First Amendment expert, one was a Fourth Amendment expert, and the other was a privacy and technology expert. And we literally spent a year. We decided that we would start getting together and have these extended brownback lunches and just kind of debate back and forth. Where do we stand in the law? What are the challenges? What's the appropriate lens to regulate as we go forward? So we decided to look at that weird intermingling of or kind of intersection of the First and Fourth Amendment when it comes to managing low altitude airspace and drones, and kind of some of those unique questions that popped up. And we came to a really neat position at the end that has influenced my thinking, and that is a lot of times we jump into things trying to solve it from a First Amendment lens or privacy lens, and we forget that sometimes there's a much easier way that we can look at something, and that's the Fourth Amendment lens. And typically, if we get a group of people together in a room and we try to solve a privacy debate, or we try to solve a First Amendment debate, it turns into cacophony. We don't get a lot done. But we can get a group of people together, criminals and non-criminals and law-abiding people, just a cross-section of society. We tend to always be able to agree about where law enforcement should be, where the government should be, and where they should not be without probable cause or a warrant. And so that's affected how I think about how we tackle some of the larger privacy concerns in the industry, but also how we look at continuing to modify how we regulate. And so it's changed my thinking. That was kind of sort of a seminal paper. I believe it's now taught in some of the law schools and across the country on this topic. So anyway, I appreciate earlier that one of the presentations, there's a reference to Stuart Banner's book, which is an excellent book if you haven't ever read it, Who Controls the Sky. It just so happened that this morning, the picture on the left popped up in one of my feeds. And I love to go back and look at history and talk about historical analogs. And so one of the things that Stuart Banner talked about was one of the big early conflicts we had with what we thought was going to be a disruptive aviation technology had to do with airships. If you think about the 1920s, the Roaring 20s, there's a lot of cash, a lot of speculation, a lot of hype, a lot of optimism for the future, and a lot of investment. And people were at that time were thinking that airships were going to be how we would travel across the Atlantic, how we were going to travel in comfort, how we would start to move around. And so the idea was early on that, well, then we need to design our skyscrapers with mooring towers at the top so that they can actually moor to that tower that can, go connect to that. People can unload, offload. We'll have elevators to go up and down to help people unload, and that these things would actually moor at altitude. So without any of that really happening yet, a lot of the skyscrapers, if you look at the ones that were designed and built in the 20s and 30s, they had mooring towers. And at the very top, and those mooring towers were originally envisioned because of that hype that, we're going to have so many airships landing, we need to be able to get people into the skyscrapers right away. So a mooring tower was put on the Empire State Building. There was, from my understanding, I think in history, there was one attempt at trying to moor to it. The winds were so difficult that they eventually did get connected and attached to it, but it was very unstable. And the picture on the right is another example. This was a Navy airship. You can imagine what happens in winds when we try to moor something. And so even though we had invested in this architecture and all these features of these buildings, it wasn't even possible. So it's kind of an interesting story of hype. But there's another thing out of that story, and that is it triggered conflict. Because if you think of the 1920s, that's still when railroads were very, very powerful. That was a very powerful mode of transportation, very rich, very lucrative for decades, and they had a lot of power. And the railroads looked at airships as being a threat, a competition that could move cargo around. It could actually threaten the railroads as this major dominant part of our transportation modes. And so the railroads started trying to fight and put restrictions on airships. And one of the restrictions, in fact, the last couple of presentations is very timely, because what they wanted to do was they said, well, we've invested an untold amount of money for nearly a century or so building out our railroads, buying domain or buying infrastructure, buying land, using eminent domain, all these things. We've made this major investments. So why should airships be able to travel in the airspace, move cargo, move people, and not have to pay that expense? Why should they be able to travel free? So they started trying to force a movement where the airships would have to travel over public thoroughfares, which means that if you can imagine an airship or a blimp would follow a highway or a street and get to an abrupt intersection and then abruptly turn left to right. So it was ridiculous, but it was one of the first times we triggered this thing that there was a conflict. How are we going to deal with that? The Air Commerce Act, as was mentioned earlier, we kind of started to think about what's the public space, what's the public highway versus, we didn't really resolve the private part. And there's been some analysis that a lot of the original thinking in the Air Commerce Act has been lost. If you look at some of the notes, a lot of things happened with that original act on cleanup language and things like that. There was possibly a different intent in the mid-20s than we really realize or we read into that law now. And there was a legal scholar about a decade ago did quite a bit of work and actually looked into that, went back and looked at what were the notes, what were the transcripts, what was discussed. And he came to the conclusion that there was a lot different intent than we thought. But anyway, we are left with this modern intent. And as was described earlier, pre-Cosby, a lot of the conflict bounced around back and forth between the state courts and federal courts. So anyway, I'm going to move on now to kind of a little bit of a history of some things and another transportation analog that I think is very important. So up until October of this year, I served as an Oklahoma Transportation Commissioner. I served for about 5.5 years. My career has always been aviation, but it was a very interesting departure to serve in a role where I was responsible for the highways and the bridges and our ground transportation in the state. And one of the things that we started noticing, and this happened right after COVID, but we saw the trend early on, we're becoming horrible drivers. And we saw this major uptick in traffic fatalities in 2021 as we're coming out of the pandemic. It was significant. We have somewhere north of 40,000 fatalities a year. We had a little bit of a decrease this last year, 2023, but it was still over 40,000 deaths happening in ground transportation and automobiles. There's an interesting number that the U.S. Department of Transportation puts out. It's called the value of a statistical life. It's an actuarial number that says if you die prematurely, if a person just, they die in a traffic fatality or something happens and they die in what's considered early than what people might have thought otherwise, then there's a cost to society. And that cost averages right now around $13.1 million. So if you think 40,000 people dying a year times 13 million each time, we're looking at something on the order of $500 billion of realized loss to society that happens every year. And I continued it further. Some of the work we're doing on the Beyond FAA Beyond program right now, we were looking at all of the different cost avoidance or risk avoidance costs, things like that we deal with if we're going to do drone delivery. And there's this hidden little cost that every mile you drive on a highway, on a rural highway especially, you actually rack up about 22 cents in this accruing amount of the traffic fatalities. We have something like 1.68 traffic fatalities per 100 million miles driven in a rural area. So that translates into about 22 cents a mile that we're kind of building up we're accruing this. Eventually there's a fatality, and then we have that $13.1 million loss to society. So there's interesting things happening there that if we start to think about it, we have some very expensive problems on ground transportation. Now contrast that with aviation. Last year was the safest year on record. We had something like 200 and I think it may be 30 or so fatalities in the United States. Compare 230 with 40,000. In aviation, we don't want those 230 because our expectation, what we want is zero. We're striving to have zero fatalities, but we tend to accept those fatalities on the ground. It's really strange. They're not as spectacular. They happen a few at a time. Most traffic fatalities are not even in the news. And I didn't ever really have appreciation for the scale of what's going on until I became a commissioner, because then I would get those calls at night or early in the morning or throughout the day that said, Commissioner, we've had to shut down a highway. There's a traffic accident with a fatality, or there are 3 fatalities. And then I would get the details. And it started to sink in how big this problem was. And I started to realize in aviation, we've been very closed-minded. We're narrow-minded in how we think about risk. We always look at aviation risk in the air, risk of aircraft colliding in the air, things like that. We look at risk in a very narrow way. We've never looked at risk avoidance, and that is, what if we don't act fast enough or think appropriately with aviation? We're able to avoid these other risks on the ground, adopting more entrance in the airspace so we can start to pull some of this traffic demand off of our roadways. And I believe it's time that we really have to start thinking about that. And if you look at our problem, our road network, and especially our U.S. highways and interstates and state highways, it's too big. We've overbuilt in the United States with no idea or no plan for sustainment and how we're going to maintain it, continue to operate it. And we have very dangerous roadways. A lot of our rural areas, we have about a 65% percentage of our fatalities, road fatalities in Oklahoma happen on rural highways. Those are some of the worst. Typically, they have no shoulders, they're narrow, 2-lane, blind hill, blind corners. And so we have this problem, and it's really been put out on the front burner now because of inflation. We had the largest budget that we approved ever for Oklahoma this last year, and we actually saw a buying power reduction because of inflation. Our construction costs for roadways have jumped by about 60% since 2019. And so what we're seeing is it's becoming far more expensive to maintain our roads. We really can't build a lot of new ones because we have that burden that goes on for a century or so. And so we have this unsustainable thing. But traffic is the demands are increasing. People want more delivery. How many people order the Amazon and you get one package, you get some lightning cables for your iPhone, and a truck drives your house or deliver that. So we see these things where we're going to have to rethink how we deliver, how we move cargo, and how we think about how we use our roadways and find ways to minimize. And that's why I'm excited about what we're seeing with some of the advancements in AAM and UAS. So another historical analog, and that's the Great Horse Manure Crisis of 1894. And this is something that's been lost to history a little bit. But imagine a city like New York or a city like London, maybe has 200,000 or 300,000 horses that operate, move around, and have to be housed in that city. Imagine the mess. And there was a real crisis in places like New York City in the 1890s. There was a health crisis. Imagine that, you have a lot of times dirt streets, but you go out on these streets and you had literally horse manure piling up, and it was becoming a major problem. So in 1898, the first International Urban Planning Conference was convened in New York City, and their goal was, let's get the best thinkers together, and let's think about how do we deal with this horse problem, because horses are so essential to the urban life and to modern life. How do we deal with it? So it was scheduled for 10 days, but the conference was abandoned after 3 days because they decided there was no alternative. There's no solution. Horses are the solution. We have no alternative. We're just going to have to live with this problem. But what was interesting is that, you know, over a decade earlier, the first patent for an automobile happened. So automobiles existed then, but it was looked at as a toy for the eccentric or toy for the rich. And there were many, many arguments about why we can't look at automobiles. So one of the arguments was that, well, we're going to have fueling stations. Well, how are we going to get fuel around? They're going to go too fast. They're going to run over people. And then another one that was very prominent was these will scare the horses. So we were still thinking in this horse-centric mode that if we have automobiles, it's going to disrupt the horses. But something interesting happened. So if you look at this photo here, this is Fifth Avenue, Easter morning, 1900. And so if you look in that picture, it's just a sea of horses and carriages. You have to look really hard to find the automobile. There's one automobile in that whole picture, and it's circled in red. So, you know, that's probably either a wealthy person, or we all know the early adopter, the person that lives in the neighborhood who buys technology first. They're going to pay a lot of money for it, but they buy it first. So it's either an early adopter or a wealthy person. But think about, okay, this is just a couple years past that conference when everyone said, we're stuck with horses, automobiles are not really a solution. Look what happened by Easter morning, 1913 on Fifth Avenue. Virtually the same location, almost the same location there. Look and see where you can see the horse. It's not circled. This is a sea of automobiles, and there's one horse and carriage in that, or wagon, I guess, in that picture. You have to look really hard to find it. So what happened? We went from having the international global experts saying that automobiles are not a solution, we're stuck with horses, to by 1913 in urban areas and centers, horses were gone. What happened in 13 years? And the simple answer is that we saw a democratization of the technology. Henry Ford decided to mass produce vehicles, automobiles, get them in the hands of average people, make it affordable. He would pay a living wage so that even his workers could afford to buy automobiles, and he revolutionized the world. He and others that were doing similar things revolutionized the world by making this technology available to the broader public and the masses, and he democratized it. So that is an interesting model when we look back at it. A lot of the arguments at the time was this would put the buggy whip manufacturers out of business. There's a really interesting newspaper ad that's been shown a lot that there was someone dealing with equine products. They were selling horses and products related to horses. And they ran this newspaper ad that says, yeah, you can go buy your automobile, but is your automobile going to be your friend? Is it going to always stick with you when you're going through mud? Is it going to be your best pal? You know, it was really pulling on that attachment to horses. But ultimately, what happened in the end is we created orders of magnitude more jobs, more opportunity because of automobiles than we displaced with horses. So that's why a lot of us are optimistic about what things are happening now. And people always ask me, what's the major thing? Are drones the major breakthrough? What's the big thing? And really what we're seeing is a convergence of technology. We're seeing the ability for automation. We're seeing improved sensors. We're seeing all sorts of things. Our control electronics are getting better. But to me, the big thing that drones and eVTOL have in common is electric propulsion. And as an engineer, one of the biggest challenges we've always had in designing safe and reliable aircraft is that we've always been constrained by propulsion systems, either jet engines or air-breathing engines. We have this problem that they are very complex mechanically, and there are principles in engineering that a complex mechanical system is far more likely to have problems with reliability. They break down, they fatigue, they're going to have issues. Whereas if you look at an electric motor, once we work out manufacturing issues and kind of get the kinks worked out when we design a new one, it actually starts to look more like an electronics reliability, an electrical system reliability curve. And that is, it lasts a long time. And so we see an order of magnitude difference between the mean time between failures, the reliability of an electrical propulsion system compared to a very complex mechanical system. And so that's why I'm intrigued. A lot of people immediately say, well, you're just trying to be environmentally friendly. And I immediately argue, well, no, because it may or may not be the case that it's environmentally friendly. As an engineer, I very, very much appreciate that improvement in reliability, which in turn leads to improvement in safety. That's what's going to change the world in aviation. Now, we also have other issues like this. If you look at distributed electric propulsion, where we're able to put multiple electric motors and rotors on a system and do some amazing things, think about if we did that with conventional propulsion. The system would be too complex. It would always be breaking down. It'd be super expensive. And all of those things would kind of also lead to, there would be safety problems with it as well. Whereas now we can take almost any kind of object and put enough motors on it and rotors and make it fly. So we have this very interesting time where electric propulsion is allowing us to go back and dust off concepts that 50 or 60 years ago we had, but we weren't able necessarily to produce those or make them practical reality because of that design problem with the electric or the conventional propulsion. Now we can go back and re-envision some of those things. So if you think about the potential, there's an issue with technology. It's called Amara's law, and that is we always go through hype. Whenever we develop a new technology, we overestimate the near term. We overestimate what's going to happen, the impacts, the financial opportunities. We overestimate that in the near term. And so we go through the sort of that classic Gartner hype cycle where we hype it up front, everyone gets excited, we reach this peak of hype, and then everyone gets disappointed because it's not yet happening, and then we go into this trough of disillusionment, and then we kind of slowly and without a lot of fanfare climb into this plateau of productivity. If you think about AI, I was really excited about AI back in the 90s. And when I was in grad school, a lot of us were really excited about that, but we didn't have the computational capacity or the capability to really make it practical. It was hyped then. There's a lot of hype about it, but it actually is very much realistic and practical part of our daily lives now. And so that's an example of that hype curve, how the hype burns off, but eventually we get into that plateau of productivity. And that's what I see happening with eVTOL as well as drones. We've already went through a couple of cycles with drones where we see a lot of investment, a lot of hype, and then we see big failures. A lot of the drone companies have failed. Majority have failed if you look back in the last decade. And in my opinion, we're sort of on that third wave of kind of excitement. And a lot of times in technology, it takes multiple waves before we break down the barriers and we gain acceptance, and then it takes off. And so we're sort of there. I think once we see the certainty with the Part 108 rule, the BVLOS rule, I think we're going to see that third wave possibly take off. So, but eVTOL is a little bit different. It's more like we've had kind of one continuous wave so far. We've seen some failures, but we've also seen companies like Joby been in a long time and they continue to build. But if you look at the potential impact by 2040, it's enormous. And I love this statement. This was from a Morgan Stanley market forecast. Radical changes to transportation modality don't so much cannibalize the current prevailing form of transport as much as they reinvent and rescale the size of the market itself for going by orders of magnitude. Exactly what happened when we transitioned from horses to automobiles. We could see if we have this technology that's quieter, safer, more reliable, if we get all the benefit from it, we could see orders of magnitude more potential activity. So kind of to the Choctaw Nation a little bit. The Choctaw Nation is the third largest Native American tribe. Right now, I think we have around 220,000 enrolled members. It's around 11,000 square miles. I lived in Atoka County, kind of that almost the center there. The Choctaws were the first to be forcibly relocated. They lived in what is modern day Mississippi. Those were the ancestral homelands going back, many thousands of years, actually. They were the first to be relocated, forcibly relocated. Their treaty their land kept getting chipped away in their ancestral homeland because they would have some taken away from them. They would enter into a treaty. The treaty would always be a promise of no more. Once we sign this treaty, you're protected. You don't have to worry about it. And they continue to have their lands just chipped away until finally they were relocated, forcibly relocated. The treaties, as they always said, is if you'll move to this new location, we will take care of you in perpetuity, health care and everything like that, which turned out to be many broken promises. But the Choctaws were the first to relocate to Indian territory, so they had their choice of property. And when they traveled out, the Choctaw chief at the time in the 1830s came out and visited Indian territory, and he said, I like the southeastern part because our resources is close to what we're used to, and we think this is a rich area. For 150 years, it was generational poverty. And it was when I was growing up there. We all grew up in poverty there. As fate would have it, it also borders what is about to be the third largest metro area in the United States, which is Dallas, which literally you can see the urban sprawl all the way up to the Choctaw Nation boundary from central Dallas all the way up. It's already spilled into the Choctaw Nation. And so we're seeing this enormous economic activity happen with us. So it's been an interesting story how the tribe came from just absolute poverty, generational poverty, to where we are today and the neat things that are happening. So I mentioned earlier, we did win the IPP. We came as a surprise. People were having trouble spelling Choctaw at the time because nobody really knew who we were. We rolled into the Beyond program in October 2020, and we will be rolling into the Beyond Phase 2 here in the next few weeks, which is about to take effect. So we have done some pretty cool things. We basically, our vision was we wanted to stimulate the growth of the next generation workforce. We want to get kids excited. I grew up as a little kid in a poor area watching black and white television, watching the Apollo missions. That's what got me so fascinated with aerospace and technology. But we also wanted to build an internationally recognized brand. We've been very successful in that part of it. The work we're doing in emerging aviation has brought more sustained attention to the Choctaw Nation than anything in the tribe's history. We've had our add value equivalency is on the order of 4 times what we've invested. So we've had incredible brand recognition and public recognition of what the Choctaw is doing. But we do want to support the growth of the next generation aviation manufacturing channel. We see a lot of these opportunities as sort of green field opportunities. We don't necessarily have this existing footprint for manufacturing anywhere in the country that could handle, like was mentioned earlier, 500 aircraft from Joby. So there's the potential to build a lot of new manufacturing capability and infrastructure. And that's what we are excited about, and finding ways to invest in that and be a part of it. So we've built out that, what I mentioned earlier, this very large piece of property is 44,600 acres actually now, 25 miles long. It's that red kind of jagged polygon right in that kind of that lower picture there. We've built out quite a bit of infrastructure. We have multiple layers of radar. The picture on the right is one of the early pictures of one of our fixed radar there. That's the purple ring of detection we have, or detection we have on that. It's pristine land that has very diverse terrain conditions. And so what we're doing is we're building out this very advanced aviation complex, aviation test complex. We've already built hangars. We're about to complete what we're calling Phase 1 campus. We have multiple helipads already. Like I said, we have those multiple layers of radar. We built out our own C2 network. We were the first entity, I think, in North America about a year and a half ago to get FCC approval of upper protected C-band for a small UAS BV loss mission. So that combination under 55 pounds was kind of, I guess it was a historic first with all those things happening all at the same time. But we do have our own C2 system. We have our own closed ADS-B ground network of ADS-B receivers. So we have our own ADS-B receiver network that we use, and we've been able to work with one of the vendors and do some really cool things with that, like detecting spoofing and things. But we've built these layers to make it incredibly safe. Our sovereignty as a tribe gives us unique powers over the surface. And if you think about aviation testing, there are 3 things you worry about. You worry about the risk of collision in the air. That's one thing. But then you worry about the risk of collision with things on the ground, and then they worry about the risk of injury or death on the ground. So of those 3 things, we're able to control that ground surface part. And so we mitigate the airspace, but we control that other part that deals with the ground. This is what our operations center, which will be open hopefully in another couple of months. It's nearly complete. It's 3-story, has the telemetry remote operations center in it. Pretty neat. We have some other buildings, some maker spaces, prototyping center, and then just like general hangar space as well. Just another picture, one of the radar. This is a picture of, we use a Skyline. This was an early picture. We've actually evolved it quite a bit where we ingest our radar and ADS-B at the same time. Since we have our own network, we have receivers as far south as McKinney, Texas, and as far north as Oklahoma City. So we have an incredible range of ADS-B detection over the air, where we're able to get low altitude detection, which is sometimes a problem if you're using the network because all the towers in a lot of locations were kind of sparse. But we're able to get planes or aircraft taking off literally like sprayers like that, just when they turn on the power. We watch aircraft on the ground at DFW, on the tarmac with our ADS-B system. We're very excited about what we've done with STEM. Nothing has generated this much interest in STEM in our history, in our reservation. It got the attention of Bill Nye, the science guy. He came out to meet with us, and he was very intrigued with what we were doing as a tribal nation in this area. We've seen this really kind of surge in interest across our schools. We had no aviation-like programs whatsoever before we started this program in the Choctaw Nation Reservation. Nothing like that. We now have more than 10 aviation programs in our high schools, and it's growing. And they pretty much all use the AOPA curriculum, and the You Can Fly curriculum. And so we're seeing some neat things. We're seeing an uptick in the number of Choctaws that are going to school and declaring engineering as their major, like aerospace engineering. And so we were exposing kids to things. They have internships with us, but we're seeing some really cool effects. And that, to me, is one of the most exciting things about what we've done. That gives me a whole lot of satisfaction, being a person who grew up in a very poor area, and I know what it's like to bootstrap yourself. And so it's pretty neat to see how this is starting to have some effects. So our predictions. And this really hasn't changed. I think Jason probably saw these a couple of years ago. We really haven't seen a lot of this change. We've seen this attempt to bring the Silicon Valley mindset to aviation. And this is a very regulated space, and it always will be. And if you don't understand the importance of that, and don't understand at some level the regulatory environment, you're destined to have a lot of problems if you get into the emerging aviation space, especially small drones. A lot of people get into it, don't fully know it, and then it costs them greatly because of that. We do need to bring aviation mindset to Silicon Valley, and that is that safety mindset, how we've evolved to where we are, what we've done, and what that mindset is. Any of us in aviation or spent our careers in aviation, we have safety in our DNA, and that's what we have to bring back to that Silicon Valley mindset. So we probably going to see a trend on how we change our perspective of need to be a pilot. I'm involved in a lot of the sort of that forward-looking workforce development. What do we need when we look in the future? And younger people today interact with technology much differently than any of us did growing up 50 years or so ago, because the younger people now are more like systems thinkers. They interact with technology as a system, a complex system. And so they almost think as a person, whereas I, growing up, was more like a component. I always wanted to know the guts of what was happening, and I could take things apart, put them back together. I like to say that the only thing you learn if you take your iPhone apart is that you shouldn't take your iPhone apart. You don't really learn much. But we have a different way that we interact with technology and how we think. And I think that's going to change how we think about operators and pilots. It already is in a way, in a lot of ways. And then we must get out of that mindset of staying strictly within the intended function. One of the things is we build out infrastructure. Usually we'll have this singular function, but then there are other ways to use things. We have to think creatively how we use a lot of our infrastructure. We're going to see common needs between a lot of the emerging ground transportation technology, EVs, connected vehicles, and things like that, as we have with low altitude novel aviation. So we have to start thinking about that. But one of the examples I like is no one really envisioned when we built the GPS system back, or envisioned it in the 70s, that we would find these really neat applications for it, where we could use those GPS signals for things like radio occultation, and then be able to study the atmosphere by using the GPS radio transmissions. So there's really neat things. I think we need to think about that also. And I think we're already starting to see some of the effects, where we're seeing concepts like passive radar evolved, where we have, known locations for an ASR. We know, the kind of the timing of pinging and everything on it. And we're able to use that to create the concept called passive radar, where you don't emit, but you can paint a picture of your environment by just looking at the reflections that happen with these other radar systems. And then we also must broaden our understanding of societal risk. We have to start to think about, what is the risk of inaction? We don't ever ask that. What if we don't act? What if we sit down and we don't move fast enough? Are we losing lives on the ground that we could possibly save by moving some of that in the air? We have to start to think about the risk of inaction, but we also have to start to think more holistically on what risks that we should factor in and consider when we're doing rulemaking and continuing to refine our regulatory environment. And then we have to basically be prepared, where we are going to manage a lot of new entrants into the national airspace. And we have a similar problem on the ground. One of the things that we typically do is we always want to misname something up front. You know, the first automobiles were called horseless carriages. But if you think about why did we jump to calling it an aircraft? Is there a new class of things that should be regulated differently? And the same thing with automobiles. If you look at how we're designing driverless automobiles right now, we're designing them to mimic a human, where they're following all the motor code laws, they're following traffic laws, they're mimicking humans. And the question that should have been asked early on is why? Maybe we should create different regulations for them that we can force them to operate in a way that's much safer for the other drivers. Always stay in this lane, do this predictably. You know, there's things that we could impose on them that wouldn't make sense that we impose on human drivers, but we could those systems and take advantage of those features that may be better than a human in a driverless automobile. Same way with UAS and some of those things where we, especially small UAS, where they operate in domains where we typically did not operate. Maybe we jumped the gun a little too fast, but maybe at some point we can begin to think, are these different? Is it truly aircraft, or is there a new class of object and device that we should start to consider, and maybe in the future, in the next few decades, maybe regulate it slightly differently? So I think that's something we need to think about and keep in the back of our minds. And then we can't limit our thinking solely because of legacy rules and regulations. You know, this is one of the things that we dealt with early on before Section 333, when we were trying to get COAs and waivers to fly under Part 91 and things like that. But we still kind of have that. You know, one of the things on the BVLOS ARC, one of the most powerful safety tools that we built our regulatory environment around is the human eyeball, human eyesight. See and avoid. That's, you know, we rely on human eyesight and the human eyeball. Well, there's lots of other artifacts that we see. And the problem with the BVLOS ARC, and not the problem, but the challenge was, how do we replace that? How do we trust sensors? How do we trust things to replace the human eyesight? As an engineer, I'm optimistic that we have the ability to perform much better than humans with technology. We can have aircraft that are looking every direction at once, processing things so much faster. So I think we have the potential to make things better. But we also have some interesting challenges coming on the horizon, because we're going to want to apply AI and machine learning to all sorts of things. I co-led a task force with AIAA last year where we looked at, well, how are we going to certify a system that has artificial intelligence and machine learning start to creep into it, even though it may not be in the autopilot or some critical black box in the middle, it will creep into sensors. It will creep into other things that may have an impact over the certification of a system. How do we certify a system that has the potential to make itself better? We've always certified systems because they were deterministic in nature. They were really repeatable and predictable. We put an input in, and then we're always going to get that same output regardless of the day. But what if these systems retrain and we don't always get the same output when we put an input? That output may be better, but how do we trust that it's better? So we have some profound challenges that are going to pop up on the horizon with certification, especially as we see things like AI continue to move into stuff. So, you know, growing up in a rural area, my dad actually had a blue collar job. He worked for the telephone company, and he managed a lot of these old little tiny central offices where they had all mechanical switches. And growing up in the 1970s and 60s in rural Oklahoma, my connection to the outside world was the telephone, right? You know, that's how we communicated with the world. That was our access to the outside world. We had a couple of channels we got on television if the weather was good. But really my access to knowledge at that time was going to the local library. And it wasn't a big library, but that was my access. Encyclopedias, a few books, things like that. Now we have a situation where countries that didn't invest all that enormous amount of money in copper wire and networks and underground cables now can have access to cell technology, building towers. They leapfrog. If you look at a lot of nations around the world, they didn't have that infrastructure for communication, but they leapfrog very quickly. And now the gentleman sitting there in remote Africa holding the smartphone has access to more information and knowledge than the wealthiest, most powerful, most educated person did in the 1970s when I was growing up. That's an amazing change if you think about it. And those are the types of things that I'm excited about. Transportation is long overdue for disruption. And if you look at a lot of the inequities that we're trying to battle in this country, it's an access problem. It's access to X. It's being able to get access to timely health care, timely or access to quality education, things like that. if you look at a rural area, an ambulance may take an hour or more to get to your house, whereas in a place like Dallas, it's at your house in 4 to 7 minutes. That means life or death. That means that your zip code today, because of those inequities due to transportation, your zip code determines your health outcomes and even your life expectancy in a lot of ways. We're long overdue for that. And I believe we're on the cusp of seeing these types of things. It's going to be one more equalizer for remote areas in the United States, as well as other places in the world. And I believe we are going to be able to overcome some of those inequities and problems. So with that, I'll stop. That's all the slides I have today. I'll go ahead and kill this right now so that we can give me 1 second. And if anyone has questions, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to hear questions or not, but we can try. Maybe if there are any questions, maybe someone could repeat on the microphone or something like that. And if not, maybe we can finish early. So I'll go back on camera to let you know I'm still alive and breathing. So.
As of right now, it looks like, oh, we have one right here.
Thank you for the presentation. And you mentioned some of the challenges in certification that may be on the horizon. I'm curious, we've heard from an earlier speaker about some of the migration from very prescriptive type regulations to more performance-based. And so how do you see these things coming together as we look at new technologies that have the ability to adapt themselves in ways that our legacy technologies haven't?
It's an interesting challenge because it also opens up another problem. Think about, I'm sorry, did I cut you off? I'm sorry. Okay. If you think about one of the most recent problems we had was that delegation of authority to Boeing, which kind of blew up. And so there's immense political pressure against like delegating authority. But I think you're absolutely right. One of the problems we do have is on certification. A lot of times if we have these very prescriptive methods, by the time we finish that prescriptive approach, technology is already advanced and it becomes very limited. And it's almost humorous in hindsight if you look at things and 10 or 20 years later or 40 years later when we have these prescriptive approaches, they don't make sense always. So I do love the idea of performance. I think we are still going to struggle with that whole thing with delegation authority between FAA and maybe private industry. So I think that's always going to be a challenge. It'll be one of those, it's sort of like a tug of war. It's almost like federalism. It'll go more to the FAA at one point. It may go to the industry and then there'll be an accident. We'll go back and forth. So I think there's always going to be this little tug and pull back and forth when we're looking at things like delegation. But if you look at certification, when we get into things like artificial intelligence, that is a very challenging problem. It's a problem that is more of a sociological problem to solve than it is anything else, because we have to define trust. And when I was talking about a deterministic system, I can sit down and show people if we test it, I put this input in, you get that output, and everyone nods their heads, yeah, I agree, it works. But if you look at our machine learning, especially things like deep neural networks and convolutional neural networks and things like that, it's a lot of it's incomprehensible to a human. It's a whole millions or billions or even more of all these interconnected weights and numbers that don't always make sense. And so the problem is going to be, how do we as a society begin to trust these systems and trust that we can certify them, that it's safe, that it's going to make itself better? How will we be able to predict our acts? And so it's a very profound thing. And I think, if you think of that part of it, where we're at right now with artificial intelligence, machine learning is sort of where we were with the steam engine. We were building very complicated, nice steam engines before we recognized a Carnot cycle. And that's kind of where we are with some of these technologies now. We don't really have a science. We don't have the underpinning of the foundation around it. So it makes it difficult to predict and completely bound it in a way. But I do think, certification can be difficult. I do think we need more prescriptive approaches. I believe Part 23, things like that we've seen success in, will be very important. Good question. Thank you for that.
Thank you for that. Are there any other questions?
Yeah.
Are there any other questions?
Well, thank you all.
Thank you so much, James, for spending the last hour with us. Always a pleasure to hear you talk. And let's give him a round of applause for being here. And with that, we're back on schedule. Let's take a 5-minute break. I know the carbs are starting to affect me, and that way it gives our team a few seconds to put Heather's slides up. So let's meet back here a little bit before 2. Thank you. Well, welcome back. We'll get started with the next presentation, and really excited to have Heather Spangler with us. She's a senior attorney down in Miramar, Florida, right? Let us get back together here. So in Miramar, Florida, she's been with the FAA for the past 6 years. And on her signature line, it said, when I first noticed it, it said UAS outreach and enforcement. I said, oh, she's going to be a perfect speaker here. But a couple of things, again, you can read her resume or her bio. She is from Ohio. So all my colleagues in Florida who are online with us, she made the trek up. She moved down to Florida because of the weather. I moved down and came back. So
I don't know what you're thinking.
yeah, I don't know what I was thinking either. But she graduated from Wright State University, which I think is really appropriate for being an aviation lawyer, and got her Juris Doctorate from Ohio State. But one of the things about Heather as an attorney, one of the things that we always have to deal with is opposing counsel. And yeah, I see Justine's looking at me, yeah. And there's sometimes when you see an email or you get a phone call and you don't want to answer the phone. And it was always a delight working with Heather on cases over the years. And really, I think the example of utmost professionalism, and that doesn't come just from me, comes from members of the private bar and also the court. So please welcome Heather, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jason. Always too nice to me, but I was really excited when Jason invited me to come back and speak about UAS. Like he said, I am a senior attorney with the FAA's Office of the Chief Counsel. I am in the enforcement division, so I'm also the UAS team lead for the enforcement division nationally. So that's kind of why I'm here. So first, unlike Erik, I'm actually here in my personal capacity today, so I have to give you a little bit of a disclaimer that nothing I say represents the views of my employer, the FAA, or the United States government. So just to drive it home, I'm not speaking on behalf of the FAA today. Everything I'm talking about is public information. It's been out in the public purview, but I'm happy to answer all the questions I possibly can. So in typical government attorney fashion, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you about, and then I'll tell you about it. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about my role at the FAA and aviation litigation at the FAA. Then we're going to go into just some brief overview of UAS regulations, UAS enforcement, then some public acceptance. So aviation litigation at the FAA. A few years ago, we restructured. We used to just do enforcement in the litigation division. Now we do all enforcement and all litigation that's not covered by another division in the FAA. So mostly what that means is aircraft accident, tort claims. So when people, a government employee crashes their car or something, we represent them for that. Constitutional claims, stuff like that. The enforcement division has the authority to take certificate actions. We do civil penalty actions, issue other orders to FAA issued certificate holders and other regulated entities for non-compliance with aviation laws and regulations. Specifically, we litigate certificate action cases before the NTSB. Most of our civil penalty actions are before the DOT's Office of Hearings. Most of our attorneys handle from initiation to conclusion of a case for a variety of different statutory or regulatory violations. So, of course, UAS, like what we're talking about today, but anything ranging from unruly passengers, certificate holder falsification, improper aircraft maintenance, medical disqualification, illegal aircraft charters. So really, it's a wide range of aviation law that we cover. We also review policies and other things like that. Like I said, the litigation portion of the division now basically handles everything other than employment law, information law, ethics. Those are all handled by other divisions in the FAA. Tort claims, like I said, accident investigations, that kind of stuff. So my entire career with the FAA has been spent doing enforcement. And prior to the FAA, I was a prosecutor at Franklin County. So I've kind of always been in the enforcement realm. That's my passion. Like Jason mentioned, I am the U.S. team lead for enforcement. So what does that mean? I basically lead a team of attorneys and provide guidance to client offices and folks outside the FAA about UAS related issues. So weaponization of UAS, counter UAS, remote ID, coordinating special events where we might have UAS enforcement and providing law enforcement outreach. So now that we've kind of talked about that, I'm going to delve into a little bit of a brief overview of FAA regulations. It's going to seem pretty basic to some of you if you guys know anything about FAA UAS regulations, but it's still stuff I see people get wrong in the news and just out in the public, so I kind of wanted to touch on it. So I'm pretty sure you guys all, are familiar with the FAA's authority to regulate the NAS. After Jason's question, he forced me to do some Googling about that to the grass. Actually, it does come from statute. So the FAA's interpretation of that actually is based on 49 USC 40103B1 authorizes us to regulate to use the navigable airspace, which is defined as the airspace above minimum safe altitudes, as regulated by the FAA. So for a drone, minimum safe altitudes, as soon as you pick it up off the ground, there is no minimum safe altitude for drones. So that's where that comes from. So there you go. Now you know. Oh, the other thing I did want to mention actually about UAS authority that was kind of touched on earlier, we do not regulate the operation of UAS within enclosed structures. So someone earlier was talking about, flying a drone around in here. We don't regulate that. So one way, to think about it is if you can keep it in an enclosed structure, no access to the outside air, you're not going to have any problems with the FAA, at least. You might have other problems, but not with that. So really briefly, when we're talking about a UAS, we're talking about that whole system. We've seen, in the industry, maybe moving away from the term UAS. Some people are using drone, other terms. Right now, the FAA is sticking with UAS. There's been, proposals for using a different term, but for now, that's kind of what we're looking at. So I wanted to put these definitions up just to drive home that the definition of an aircraft and an unmanned aircraft is very broad. It's basically anything that flies without a person being able to be on it as an unmanned aircraft. So the reason I wanted to highlight that is to get you guys thinking about what else could that include other than what we might traditionally think of as a UAS. So, traditionally we're thinking a quadcopter, a fixed wing aircraft, but what about a rocket that you can manipulate after it's taken off, or a missile, or a balloon, an unmanned balloon that you can manipulate from the ground? What about those things? So things to kind of think about that most people wouldn't necessarily consider an unmanned aircraft, but under the definition, they probably are. So today in my presentation, I'm focusing on small UAS, so under 55 pounds. There are, special rules for UAS over 55 pounds. The number of operations with larger UAS is definitely increasing, especially with agricultural operations, but we're not going to touch on that today just because most of the operations that I've dealt with and seen are still with small UAS. So we're also not going to be talking about PAO or public aircraft operations, but I know our FSDO folks, if you have questions about that, can probably help you out with that, but we're not going to talk about that today. Not enough time. So we're going to start with the basics in Part 107, and the reason I wanted to go over this is I still see a lot of people getting it wrong about recreational operators and Part 107 operators. Part 107 is the default rule for small UAS operations with the FAA. Every person flying a small UAS starts with Part 107. So think about that as the default rule for flying a small UAS in the United States. So that requires you to have that remote pilot certificate. Another thing I see people get wrong, regardless of weight, if you're flying under Part 107, your drone has to be registered. It doesn't matter if you're under 0.55 pounds, you still have to register your drone with the FAA. Because all Part 107 drones have to be registered, they all have to comply with remote ID. So something else to keep in mind. We might talk about that a little bit later if we have time, but if we don't, just keep that in mind. So one last note on registration. This is just Heather's personal view. As we'll talk about shortly, operating as a recreational operator outside of Part 107, it can actually be a pretty difficult exception to meet, and we'll talk about why here in a couple minutes. So if someone were to register as a modelist with the FAA, and then they get in trouble with the FAA or get contacted by a FSDO, if they are not actually flying properly under that recreational operator exception and they're flying under Part 107, they're improperly registered because they're registered as a non-modelist. So it's my own personal opinion. You might as well just register as a non-modelist. It's the same price, and you're not going to run into the issue that I'm going to talk about a little bit later. The civil penalty for failure to register properly is very high, and we'll talk about that here, in a little bit. So my own personal view is just register as a non-modelist and you're safe. So really briefly, some Part 107 operating rules that I wanted to touch on because they've changed a little bit recently. Now, we are allowed to operate at night, but that person does have to take additional training and have proper anti-collision lighting. So something to watch for on the lighting. And then operations over people, I don't want to get too in the weeds with it because it's actually pretty complicated now to fly over people. So you can do it. It's just a little bit complicated. The FAA created 4 categories, basically based on the amount of harm that the UAS can cause if it were to fall out of the sky and hit someone. Category 1 is those ultralights, 0.55 pounds or less. 2 and 3 require something called a declaration of compliance, which this is why I wanted to mention this. And I'll talk about that in a second. And category 4 requires an airworthiness certificate. So not seeing many drones obviously go that route, but it's possible. But what I wanted to mention about the declarations of compliance, a lot of people get confused because there's declarations of compliance for remote ID and there's declarations of compliance for operations over people, and they're separate. So there's a lot of declarations of compliance for remote ID. There are not a lot of declarations of compliance for operations over people. Very recently, there were, I think, 2 or 3 UAS added to that list, DJI drones. The others were large agricultural drones that most people aren't going to be using. And those drones to be operated over people have to use a parachuting system that's listed there. So a lot of folks think you can just fly your drone over people now. You really can't. Like I said, it's really still very limited. So I highly encourage you to look at the FAA website if that's something that you think you want to do, especially being here on campus. I think you wouldn't be surprised to know how many complaints I think the FAA gets about people flying their drones on campus when they shouldn't be. Not at Kent State, but at other universities. So just something to kind of watch out for. Okay, so to talk about the recreational operator exception I mentioned, I just briefly want to touch on this. Like I said, it's pretty misunderstood in my experience. So Congress created that limited exception for recreational operators in 2018. The key takeaway about the statute, if you actually read it, is it's very much an exception to Part 107. It's not a rule. Again, Part 107 is that default rule that everyone needs to be following. If you don't meet all of the requirements in the statute, you can't operate under it. So you stay in Part 107. You don't get to take advantage of the benefits of this rule, which largely the biggest is you don't have to hold a remote pilot certificate to operate under this rule. So to fly under this exception, like I said, you have to meet all 8 requirements. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of those. So what does flying for a recreational purpose mean? It's really quite limited. You basically have to be flying for your own personal enjoyment or hobby. So you don't have to be making money. That's commonly, I think misunderstood by folks. You don't have to be getting compensation to fall out of this. So to give you an example, you're filming for your church, political reasons, a nonprofit you volunteer for, a favor to a friend, but you're not getting paid, news-related reasons, but not getting paid. None of those are recreational because you're not doing it for your own personal enjoyment. So a lot of folks say, oh, I was just recreationally flying. I'm not making any money. It doesn't matter. You have to be doing it basically for your own fun. So if you post it on YouTube and you've got ads on your YouTube channel, it's not recreational anymore. So you really need to watch that. It's very, very broad. Narrow. Compensation is defined very broadly by the FAA. One common way people fall out of this exception is it requires you, if you're in controlled airspace, to have an airspace waiver, or if you're flying in a temporary flight restriction, to have a waiver. So a lot of folks get tripped up with that, flying at large sporting events. We'll talk about that a little bit later with some case studies. As soon as they don't have that proper waiver, they're out of this exception. So you'll see a lot of the folks I'll talk about later with some public enforcement cases the FAA has released information about. A lot of those folks are at large special events and they're in controlled airspace or they're flying in a temporary flight restriction. So they're going to fall out of this exception. So they're going to be required to have a Part 107 certificate. Just a reminder, the FAA has started to have some FAA recognized CBOs. So, if you're out there flying your drone and you do want to be a recreational flyer, you get caught by campus security and they come talk to you and they know, information about UAS regulations. One of their questions might be, what CBO safety guidelines are you following? If you can't name one of these 4 immediately, you're not going to fall under the exception. You need to be following, the safety guidelines of one of these 4 groups. So something to just keep in mind too. Okay, so that's kind of the basics of FAA regulations that I wanted to cover. I'm going to move on to some different statutes, both FAA regulated and criminal statutes that apply to UAS operations. This is really just a reminder that flying your drone might get you in trouble with the FAA, but it also might get you in trouble with the DOJ or the FBI or DHS. So there can be, broader issues. I think we had some sidebar conversations about the drone with the flamethrower on it. So don't do that, ideally. Don't weaponize your drone. That is a statute that the FAA regulates. So like Erik mentioned, there are FAA approved ways to weaponize your drone. Like he said, we see an avalanche control. That's one way the FAA has allowed it. There's been some other approvals under the 363 program, but generally, you can't equip your drone with a gun or a bomb or a grenade or a flamethrower, really anything that's a dangerous weapon. If you want to do that, you have to get FAA approval to do that, and there's a whole process. So you might have seen in the news recently, there was a story in Maine about a guy that equipped his drone to drop explosives. There was also a story from the FBI, I think last week or the week before, about a guy they caught that was trying to attach, I think, grenades to a drone and drop it at a facility there in Tennessee. So unfortunately, it's happening. But, you know, there is a proper way to do it, but obviously those folks are not. Another really big area in the news recently is operations of UAS near wildfires and law enforcement response efforts. So both the top statute there is enforced by the FAA. The bottom statute is a criminal statute. The biggest difference between the two is the FAA statute is a little bit broader. Ours covers wildfire, law enforcement, and emergency response efforts, whereas the criminal statute's just wildfires. But the key takeaway from this is really there's a pretty hefty civil penalty and a felony on the criminal side for interfering with wildfire response. So really, we don't have that many wildfires here in Ohio, thankfully. But, you know, if you're somewhere else, don't do that. And really be careful with, you know, flying a drone around law enforcement or emergency response efforts. I think most people don't realize, you know, if there's a drone in the air, that means the life flight helicopter probably can't land to help that person at the emergency response. I read a news article, I think it was out on the West Coast recently, where there was a car accident. Someone had a drone up over the accident, so the life flight helicopter couldn't land. Unfortunately, the person died at the scene of the car accident. Can't say, you know, if that was because the life flight helicopter couldn't land or not, but it's just not a smart idea to fly. So then we talked, someone else talked about this a little bit earlier too, you know, aircraft sabotage or aircraft destruction. Just like you can't shoot down a regular manned aircraft that flies over your property, you can't shoot down a drone that flies over your property. It's defined as an aircraft under federal law, so it's a crime to destroy an aircraft. So I've seen in the news a lot more articles about people shooting down, you know, Amazon or Walmart delivery drones, law enforcement drones flying over their property. It's a federal crime to do that. So even if you're talking to your neighbors and they're like, I don't want that drone over my house, I'm going to shoot it down, I would highly suggest they not do that. You know, like I said, I don't think I've seen any actual criminal prosecutions come out of this yet, but it's definitely, I think, as we see an increase in package delivery, I think it's eventually going to come up. So just something to watch for. There are a lot of criminal provisions, I think, more than most people think there are. So some of these on the screen, I've seen an increase with the DOJ prosecuting for. Last year here in Ohio, we had a criminal prosecution for a drone flying over the Bengals playoff game. Last year, there was one for someone flying over Reds game in Cincinnati. And those prosecutions are basically for, some of them are, you know, not having an airman certificate is a federal felony when you're supposed to. It's not prosecuted a lot, but it is a federal felony to operate without an airman certificate when you're supposed to have one. Same with registration. If your drone's supposed to be registered and it's not, it's a federal felony. So like I said before, just register your drone. It's $5. So I don't think it's worth, you know, all of this. The bottom one is another one we see commonly. Most large sporting events and mass gatherings are covered by National Defense Airspace TFRs. So that's a federal misdemeanor if you're flying in those too. So again, you know, there are a lot of criminal penalties if you don't want to watch out for when you're operating. These are just a couple other ones. I don't really see these prosecuted very often. I think I've seen one case for a drone flying in a runway exclusion zone. So it's there, but I don't really see it prosecuted as often. Okay, so we've talked about, you know, FAA regulations, some criminal statutes. Now I want to really get into FAA enforcement and how that works. I'm going to basically go through some basics of the type of enforcement actions a person can face from the FAA, then discuss a few cases that I've seen in the news recently to give you some idea what we're talking about. So basically on here, if you're getting a letter from the FAA, from our FSDO folks, you might be looking at one of these things. You could be looking at compliance action. We'll talk about what that is, administrative action, or up to legal enforcement action, which is when an attorney like me would get. So how does the FAA choose between which of those actions we're going to take? So FAA Order 2150.3C is the FAA's guidance document that explains how we choose what we choose, why we choose it. Most people are not going to go read that. It's about 250 or 300 pages. But if you really want to know how the FAA enforcement scheme works, everything the FAA does in terms of enforcement is outlined in that document. So it is a really good resource to use. When determining what sort of action we should take, the first thing an aviation safety inspector is really going to think about is the person or entity's mental state of what mental state did they have when they committed the violation. If their conduct is reckless or intentional, the 2150 requires legal enforcement action. So we'll talk about definitions of those a little bit later, but it's required to have legal enforcement action. If someone's mental state's careless, they may be eligible for the FAA's compliance program. So the main idea behind the compliance program is to bring folks into compliance without going through the enforcement process. So basically education rather than enforcement. Things that might show, you're willing and able to comply, which is kind of the key cornerstone of the compliance program, is you're cooperative with the FSDO folks that reach out to you. I'm interested to hear Chris's thoughts after this presentation about cooperating with the FAA, but showing a good compliance disposition with the folks you're talking with at the FAA, that's something that really comes into effect in determining, are you willing and able to comply with the FAA's regulations? In the UAS context, if you've gotten a letter and it's saying generally what issues the FAA thinks you're having, go take that trust test for recreational flyers. Go get your Part 107, register your drone. There's tons of training on the FAA's website, fast team training. Take some of that before you ever even talk to someone at the FAA. That's going to show, you're willing to comply with the regulations. Try to get into compliance before you ever talk to someone at the FAA. So those are some ideas. Generally, things that have law enforcement involvement are almost always going to be legal enforcement action. So a lot of those criminal cases that we talked about, those kind of have to be legal enforcement. The other way you might get to legal enforcement is we do have some UAS related compliance and enforcement bulletins. Those basically, we have two that deal with UAS. So one deals with that statute I talked about, the wildfire and law enforcement interference. That's mandatory legal enforcement. So if you do that, you're getting a legal enforcement with the FAA. The other C&E bulletin deals with Part 107 certificate holders. Chris and I were talking about this before I started. For those of you who hold a regular FAA pilot certificate, you may or may not know, but if that gets revoked, there's a 1-year waiting period before you can reapply for a pilot certificate. There is not a waiting period to reapply for a remote pilot certificate. So obviously that means, if you're getting a remote pilot certificate revoked, it's not much of a deterrent factor if you can just reapply the very next day. So the FAA issued a compliance and enforcement bulletin that typically in those cases, they're also going to be issuing a civil penalty against the person in addition to the revocation, just to up the deterrent factor. Okay, so if we figured out you're at legal enforcement action and we figured out that's warranted, there's a few different types of legal enforcement actions the FAA can take. We have some punitive sanctions. You see fixed period suspension of certificates or civil penalties, or what the FAA calls remedial sanctions, which that's revocation of your certificate typically, or indefinite suspensions of your certificate. Like I said, when warranted, the FAA can take both, but typically it's going to be one or the other for a specific case. The FAA in the 2150 says improperly exercising the privileges of a certificate in a manner that violates FAA regulations. A natural consequence of that is losing the privileges of your certificate for a period of time. So balanced against that principle, the FAA considers the adverse impact that a certificate suspension could have on the public. So generally, the FAA suspends the certificates held by individuals for violations, whereas we're dealing with aviation entities, so air carriers or, maintenance shops. Typically, the FAA is going to impose civil penalties against those certificated entities, so as to not disrupt, public use of those things. It might disrupt the public quite a bit if the FAA issued, revoked the air carrier certificate of Southwest just randomly one day. So the FAA is typically not going to do that for the public's sake. The FAA does also issue civil penalties against non-certificate holders. So in the UAS context, if you're someone who should hold a Part 107 certificate, but you don't, you're going to have a civil penalty issued against you by the FAA. But they also issue others for like unruly passenger cases, laser cases. Those are some of the other civil penalties. So how does the FAA go about determining the sanction for a given violation? It's kind of complicated. There's all these charts and tables and steps if you look at the 2150. So I wanted to try and break it down because I think a lot of people look at the sanction like, wow, this person got a $20,000 civil penalty from the FAA. Or like Erik mentioned, the FAA just issued a $270,000 civil penalty against someone, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit. How did they get there? Like, that's a lot of money. So really one important thing to remember is the FAA issues sanctions on a per violation basis. So most, as we'll see, UAS cases are having, 3 to 5 regulatory violations per case. So each one of those violations gets its own separate penalty. So you can see why that might add up pretty quickly. But first, you're going to look at the FAA attorney is going to look at the severity level of the violation, which is listed out in the 2150. So in the UAS context, it has its own table in there, and you can kind of see, the severity levels for different violations. So operating when you're supposed to have a remote pilot certificate and you don't, that's severity 3. That's a worst severity as severity 3. Operating without a registration with enhanced circumstances, which typically what that is, like it says, is within, National Defense Airspace TFR, something that kind of aggravates the circumstances a little bit. That's a severity 3. Operating beyond visual line of sight is a severity 3. Operating in controlled airspace is a severity 3. And these are a lot of the violations you're going to see in FAA cases when you look at them. These are all very, very common. So there's most of the violations are severity 3. For operations over people, it depends on the category of drone you're operating. So obviously the category 3 is severity 3 because that can cause, potentially the most harm to someone if it were to land and hit them. And then remote ID is also severity 3, operating without remote ID. So again, important to comply with that. So the FAA attorney is going to go through all those tables, find all the severity levels for all the various violations. Then they're going to look at the culpability of the person. Were they careless, reckless, or intentional? You can see the various mental states. Careless is basically, you can see it on the slide, but it's basically negligence. It's a reasonable person. All violations of FAA regulations are considered at least careless. So at minimum, anybody who violates a regulation is going to be careless. In my opinion, many of the UAS operations that you're going to see the FAA taking legal enforcement action for are reckless. They show gross disregard for safety. Some of the examples we're going to talk about, you'll see why I'm saying that, but folks may not know about FAA regulations or that the FAA exists at all. When I first started, I remember I'm from rural Ohio, so when I first started working for the FAA, they thought I was working for the FFA, And I'm like, no, like planes. And they're like, oh, okay. So, you know, some people don't even know what the FAA is, but their conduct is so gross, such a gross disregard for safety, they're still acting recklessly. It's not uncommon for the FAA also to take action against an employee and an aviation entity. So you might see cases where you've got a civil penalty against a company, but also certificate suspension against an employee for some act that they did on behalf of the company. So typically companies are held liable for the violations committed by their employees. So after the FAA attorney, you know, gets all of that, they're going to use the sanction matrix to figure out the level. Is it low, moderate, high, or maximum sanction? So they're going to look at that culpability with the severity level. Again, they're going to determine that for each specific violation that occurred. Then they're going to take a look at the sanction range table. So that assigns different sanctions depending on who you are. So that very top row for an individual certificate holder, you know, that's how we're getting to whatever certificate suspension we're going to. Typically the FAA, and I keep saying we, it's just out of habit, again, personal Heather Spangler views, not FAA. But that's how they get there. And you can see, remember, it's on a per violation. So if you're talking about a remote pilot certificate holder and they've committed, you know, 2 or 3 maximum violations, they're looking at, you know, a 500 or 600 day suspension. The FAA is just going to revoke, you know, if it gets that high. So it's fairly easy in UAS cases to get to a very, very high penalty pretty easily. So you can see it's broken down by if you're an individual, small business, large business. Like I said, the interfering with wildfire and operating with a dangerous weapon have their own ranges. They're very high. The one that I did want to point out is the 46301A5B. That's the registration violation sanction amount. So right now, Congress hasn't changed this, but it's the same penalty for operating a drone when it's not registered as if you did that with a manned aircraft. So basically, yeah. So that's why I said it can get very high. So most people, because they're under that severity 3, just for the registration violation alone, they're looking at about a $13,000 civil penalty. So again, $5 to register your drone or $13,000. So definitely something I wanted to highlight because it's very high civil penalty for doing that. So after the attorney has found those midpoint, calculated all those up, they're also going to look for some aggravating and mitigating factors. They're listed there on the screen. That's not comprehensive, but that's typically what an attorney is going to be looking at. It's important to keep in mind, you know, regulatory compliance is the norm. You know, the FAA expects you to comply with the regulations, but going above and beyond, the FAA will definitely take into account. So like I said, completing extra training or fast team courses, that kind of stuff for UAS, the FAA definitely looks positively on. Having a compliant attitude is the norm. So if you're a real jerk to the poor ASI that is talking to you, that's probably going to be aggravating to the FAA in your sanction. So keep that in mind. You know, Chris can give his own views, but generally cooperating with the FAA is the best way to go in my experience. So that's kind of a summary of how does the FAA assess the sanctions? How does the attorney get there? How does it seem so high in UAS cases specifically? So I wanted to touch on a couple specific FAA enforcement cases. So recently, the FAA issued a press release stating that between October 2022 and June 2024, the FAA proposed about $340,000 in civil penalties against 27 people who violated FAA drone regulations. So it's available at that website, or if you just Google it, you can find it. But it talks about a couple different specific cases. So I just wanted to highlight those. So To give you an example, the FAA issued a $32,000 civil penalty against an individual for interfering with a law enforcement response in Florida. Basically, the person flew so close to a sheriff's office helicopter that the pilot had to stop what they were doing. They were pursuing a burglary suspect. They had to stop doing that, land, and go look for the person that was flying the drone because they couldn't complete their mission. The FAA also issued an $18,000 civil penalty against someone flying at the Miami Grand Prix Formula One event in 2022. Some of the violations I had talked about earlier, you know, they're flying, there's a TFR for that. They operate in controlled airspace. They didn't have the remote pilot certificate. They weren't registered. They were BB lost. So, you know, there's 5 or 6 violations just there. So pretty high civil penalty. It also talks about 2 other folks that the FAA issued enforcements against for the Super Bowl that was in Los Angeles. Similar violations for those. It also mentions the individual that flew over Paul Brown Stadium in Cincinnati during a Bengals game. That person also got a criminal case out of it. Remember, I think they got probation, if I recall correctly. So that one, and then another case where a person flew so close to a helicopter, it caused a collision hazard. The drone actually crashed due to the rotor wash from the helicopter. So that was about, I think that was only about $5,000. So a lot of different cases the FAA issued or put out in that press release. So I highly encourage you to go look at that. And 2, I wanted to highlight 2 cases that the FAA has put out publicly recently. The first one, Philly drone guy, this guy, basically his case involves a large number of flights that were discovered based on prolific, like really prolific social media posting under the handle Philly drone guy. So the slide lists out some of the violations the FAA cited. The FAA issued a civil penalty letter for a little over $180,000. It's currently in federal court. The reason why it's in federal court is at the time that amount was over the FAA's jurisdictional limit. So it goes to federal court when it's over that limit. So it's in federal court. As part of that, the DOJ filed for a permanent injunction to enjoin him from operating any drones until he got his Part 107 certificate and registered all of his drones. He did not do that and continued to fly. So the court actually found him in contempt and ordered him to surrender all of his drones to the court. That was, I think, earlier this year, May 2024. So the DOJ really is taking this one very seriously. It's still pending in front of the court. It's the district court, Eastern District of Pennsylvania, if you want to look it up. But that's still pending in front of them. But just wanted to highlight, you know, I think enforcement is getting stronger as, you know, Part 107 and UAS regulations are around a little bit longer. And I don't think most judges, take kindly to people ignoring their court orders. So the judge definitely came down on him pretty hard. And the other one I wanted to mention is the one Erik mentioned earlier. He stole my thunder a little bit on it. But the FAA also issued another civil penalty letter against this individual in the amount of $270,000. You can see some of the violations listed on the screen. Kind of like what Erik said, basically this guy, again, posting all over social media of using drones to harass local unhoused people. The videos are pretty egregious. I think there's over 200 violations in the civil penalty letter. He's flying very close, dropping objects on people in the videos, like so close people's hair is, you know, moving from the rotors of the UAS. So it's pretty egregious. So something else to kind of watch out for. It's in Pueblo, Colorado. So another one, you know, increased enforcement by the FAA of UAS regulations. So kind of to wrap up here, want to talk about public's acceptance. I think it's growing, but I do think as we see more, you know, commercial drone delivery operations, I do think we're going to have more incidents of people not being happy with that. So I think that's something both the FAA and private, industry have to work on, is public acceptance of having all of these drones, flying all over the air over people's property. But like I said, with Part 107 being in effect since 2016, I think you're just going to keep seeing stronger and stronger enforcement of UAS regulations. A couple things on the horizon that Erik talked about and a couple of other people have talked about, Part 108, the 2209 rulemakings. The FAA has said they're hoping the NPRMs for those will be out January 2025. That's what they've said publicly. We've also touched on UTM. I highly encourage you, this has been out in the news, if you're interested in UTM, and I know we heard from ODOT earlier who's very interested, I encourage you to look at the Vanis project in North Dakota. It's one of the first partnerships the FAA has done with the state in a public-private partnership for UTM. So I would definitely look at that. It's pretty interesting. I did want to touch on preemption really quickly because a lot of people have kind of talked about it throughout the conference. So the FAA did issue an updated fact sheet on state and local regulation of UAS. I personally think it is a lot better job of explaining what the FAA does think is maybe preempted and what it doesn't think is preempted than the previous fact sheet did. So I highly encourage you to look at that. Another new thing that FAA did with that is that mailbox. It is monitored, and if you're dealing with a local government or state government that's interested in passing any aviation-related law, it doesn't have to be UAS, but I highly encourage them to reach out to that mailbox. They do interact with state and local governments to provide guidance about what the FAA does and doesn't think is federally preempted. One thing I like in the work that I do, and just in talking to people, I try to remind people not to forget about the local laws they have that are aviation agnostic, like disorderly conduct and stuff like that. The law doesn't have to be related to aviation to apply to a specific fact scenario. So something to keep in mind. Again, this isn't a hypothetical problem. A company has sued the city of New York over their law, which basically banned all takeoff and landing of drones in New York City, which, as all of you know, means you can't fly a drone in New York City. I mean, you can't be outside New York City and be within visual line of sight and fly your drone into New York City. It's just not possible. So that company sued. New York City filed a motion to dismiss. The judge denied it mostly on preemption grounds, saying he felt that the law was likely preempted. Based on that, the city actually, it's in settlement negotiations. It's still pending, but the city of New York issued a new permitting scheme. I personally think it's still really limiting. You still have to get a permit for any takeoff or landing within the city of New York, whether it's on private or public property. So I think that's still really limited in my personal opinion, but it's a step in the right direction, I guess, for people who want to fly in New York. So with that, I have a couple backup slides, but I wanted to leave time for questions. So yes. Do you need, microphone?
All right, thank you, Ms. Spangler. Here's our first question.
Usually my voice will carry. In one of the earlier slides, there was is law enforcement involved? And I do a lot of criminal work, and that can go from the extreme of someone used a drone to drop contraband into a state prison, or it can be an on-duty policeman seeing a drone flying over a 4th of July parade and filing a police report. What is the touchstone, or is there one for what's law enforcement involvement?
So really good question. The 2150 doesn't define it. It basically says generally if there's law enforcement involvement, it's going to be legal enforcement. So it's left up to the discretion of the individual attorney or FSDO basically, but Generally, the cases, I've seen out in the public realm is they've actually filed some sort of criminal case. Is mostly what I've seen. Like the ones we talked about where you have DOJ involvement or stuff like that. But it's the way the 2150 is worded is pretty broad. So it's kind of up to interpretation.
Any other questions for Ms. Spangler?
Oh.
So I did want to ask your personal thoughts on how we could do better public education for people that may just unknowingly make errors in their operation of these UAS.
Yeah, and I think, it's hard because when you're dealing with UAS, you're dealing with folks that are not part of that aviation community. And I think it's much harder, especially for the FAA, to reach those folks. So traditionally, you see the FAA trying to educate folks through our social media or that kind of avenue. And people who don't know the FAA exists don't follow us on Twitter or on Instagram. So I think one way that is working, at least in my opinion, and Jason can comment on it too, is partnering up at places like this and with, private industry. A lot of our drone pros are folks that, have huge followings on social media, trying to partner up with them to reach that audience that might be watching those social media posters. I don't know why he came to my mind, but like Vic Moss, people who have really large social media followings, partnering with them to try to get the word out to people who are passionate about drones, but don't really know about the regulations. I mean, ideally, in my own personal opinion, I wish we'd see, some of the larger, like Amazon or Walmart, they have their own drone programs. Why don't they, they want a safer sky too. Why don't they put in on their products in Walmart like that there's regulations, or differently, put out on their social media stuff about drone regulations, because they have their own programs. So don't they want regulatory compliance too? I think that'd reach a larger audience, but that's just my own spitballing. So
I think I have a question. Does logging your flight hours, does that help with anything in terms of like being charged or stuff like that for experience?
I would say for UAS, no, at least not in my experience. I would say for manned aircraft, potentially, like after you've committed a violation, if you can show you went out with an instructor after or something like that, that's definitely going to show you have a good compliance disposition. You're willing and able to have that education and fix the error for sure.
Any last questions? All right, looks like none. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Heather, for that wonderful presentation. Certainly helping us, some of us here, working with university policy, gives us a little more insight to what we're grappling with, which is not unlike what's going on in our communities. Let's take a 5-minute break because I know we're getting near to the last two presentations. So a quick bathroom break, and let's be back at 3 o'clock for the presentation by Chris Pizzella. So 5 minutes. So just before we get started, we got 2 more presentations to go. Those of you online, I will be posting the CLE number for the Florida bar members, and then Ohio members, I'll be manually entering yours with the Supreme Court. If you have not gotten your parking validation, please do get that before you leave. So the second last presentation is kind of interesting. Thank you, Heather, for that wonderful insight to enforcement action. But when that compliance or the notice of proposed certificate action doesn't amount up to have a resolution between the pilot and FAA, it may potentially be appealed to the deciding body called the judges, the administrative law judges of the National Transportation Safety Board. So in that light, which I deliberately put Chris Pizzella on next, he's actually a member of our faculty, a attorney, a pilot. You fly regularly for American Airlines. His first officer on a 737 Miami base. Now he's Dallas based, getting ready to start his training next week or a week after on the 777. Graduated from Embry-Riddle and Stetson College of Law. And yeah, he's got a Boeing 747 type rating, 737, and soon to be 777. He's a member of the Florida Bar, and he's got his Juris Doctorate from Stetson Law School over in St. Pete, MBA in Airport Management from Embry-Riddle, and a Bachelor of Science in Aeronautical Science from Embry-Riddle. I met him several years ago. I really can't remember where I met you. It was probably at one of these conferences, and became not only a good friend, but a good colleague. And he had called me up and said, hey, there's a drone enforcement action, which we think is the first drone enforcement action that was appealed to the NTSB. So I asked him to come and talk about what it's like now, in that light, to what it's like to defend an airman on the other side. And he's also the father of dad jokes. So that's why I put him at this time, to keep us awake.
Thank you for that, Jason. Yes, we met at one of these aviation law conferences. I think maybe it was San Antonio. I was signing up to be a space cadet. I'm fully qualified. Anyways, well, thanks for coming. Now that we've heard the FAA talk about how to stay out of trouble, I'm going to talk about getting into trouble. All right, so Jason beat me to the punch on the bio, but of course, I work as an attorney and also as a pilot, and occasionally as an adjunct here as well. So this is very clear that I need to learn the word no and stop signing up for things. I think everyone in this room knows how that goes. So it's really been a great experience. I've flown everything from a 747 down to my drone that's not even a pound. It's the size of about a Snickers bar. And I've never taken it outside because I'm pretty sure if there's any wind, I won't have the drone anymore. And it only took me about a month to stop running into stuff in the house with it. So I think I'm getting better. So before I go into the presentation, I want to talk a little bit about my first drone, or one of my first, UAS experiences. This was almost 20 years ago. I was just out of college, and I bought this electric-powered model aircraft from Radio Shack. And I'm dating myself just by mentioning Radio Shack. But anyways, so I get this drone, and it's kind of on the cheap. It was about $50. And the way it was controlled was that it had two motors, and that was the whole control system. And it could do power on both, power on neither, power on one or the other to turn it. And I decided to fly this on a windy day, which was, really, really good decision making as a UAS pilot. And I go out there, and it gets caught by the wind, and I managed to set it back down. And I thought, okay, that's a win. Well, my other friend looks at me and goes, "You're stupid. You don't know how to fly this thing." I went, "Fine, I'll let you fly it." And I hand him the controller, and I think that's my toward action right there. And so he takes the UAS and he launches it, and he discovers he can't fly it. And so he cuts the power. It drops out of the sky, goes into the parking lot, and strikes a vehicle. So of course, so I get out there, and it's hit the bumper on an SUV. Unfortunately, it hasn't damaged the car. So I thought, wow, I've got one of the first UAS accident cases. What should we do? I know exactly what to do. Pick up all the parts, look around for witnesses, and run. Before anyone could come discuss this. So anyways, that's one of my first experiences. So fortunately, I've had better luck since then with those. Earlier this year, I get a call, and like all of my calls from the clients, it came at 3 o'clock on a Thursday as I'm trying to drive to the airport, because client calls always come when they're convenient. And it's urgent. They've got a drone revocation action. They have the individual, it's a young individual, late teens. He's got a UAS certificate, and the FAA is trying to revoke it. And the clients have already tried to handle this pro se. They've been through several hearings, and the first deadline for discovery is tomorrow. Yes, and it's on the emergency timeline. which means we absolutely cannot miss this date. So I have to take this call. I take this car in the car, which, you know, probably not great for safety. But anyways, I take this call on the way to the airport, and there's a scramble the next day, and I end up taking it off the emergency timeline. Have any attorneys here worked in emergency verification? So we got a few. Yeah, you know, those timelines are serious. So we get it off the emergency timeline, and that gives me time to call up the FAA attorney and have some discussions of the case. So let's take a look at what this individual did first. So this individual liked to take photographs with his UAS. I think it was a DJI. And of course, he had a UAS certificate, but he had no other waivers, no other approval. And he liked to go to large-scale events with lots of people. He had been at a weekend event. This was a large, we'll call it a sporting event in a big city. And he was taking photographs, flying his UAS over the crowds, over the event. And he was not the only one doing this. There were several there, and an FAA inspector was also present with their camera. And I thought, this was really amazing. It's a government employee working on a Saturday. Anyways, I kid. I don't know if the inspector was actually assigned there or if they just happened to be there, but they captured this on video. They actually got quite a bit of evidence. And they went over and spoke to the young gentleman who was flying this over top of people and vehicles. And he talked to them, and they said, well, didn't you check to see if this airspace was authorized? And he said, well, I went to the FAA website, and it's Saturday, and it's down for maintenance. Oh, okay. And so, of course, the drone itself didn't lock it out because it wasn't near an airport. So they took down all of his information, and they decided they were going to do a revocation. So what are some of the violations here? Well, of course, flight over people. Now, as we know, Kent State has gotten a waiver to fly over people in vehicles. This young gentleman had not done that. And I paraphrase the regulation just to get it to fit on the slide. But the short answer is, if the individuals that you're flying over are not part of your operation, they're not helping you launch it, fly it, or spot it, then you shouldn't be flying over them unless you have a waiver. Of course, this individual did not. How can we prove that he was flying over people? Well, the FAA's video tilts upwards like this as they fly over the inspector. So yes, the files were quite large. It took some effort for me to get all the digital files from the FAA. I think they had to send me a CD-ROM, which is really difficult because you have to go back to 1999 to print it. So of course, so the low altitude notification capacity, this is the system that the UAS use to identify areas that may not be authorized for low altitude flight. Admittedly, I mostly fly indoors, so I don't work with the outdoor much. But for the folks who do, this is a good way to go to the website before you fly and look for information about where you can fly. Now, again, the website was down, or at least it wasn't working for our individual. So he relied on his drone. Now, many of you know drones, a lot of them like DJI are geofenced, not to fly near airports. So people assume that, well, if the drone didn't lock me out, it's okay where it is. But if you have a large sporting event or other limited event, the drone software is not going to know that. And that's why we have to go to the Before You Fly website. And then you have the information. So, of course, he didn't rely on that. So we've got a couple mistakes here. We've got an area that he should have known not to fly in because of this, had it been working or had he checked it. And we also know that you shouldn't be flying over people regardless. So what's the basis for the revocation? Well, basis of revocation, same thing that Heather mentioned, which is the 2150-C. And it's a very exciting read, like all government documents, but very important. And so they determined that he's got a lack of qualification. And so I call up the FAA inspector, and we'll just say his name is Bob. So I called Bob and I said, hey, what's going on with this? And he tells me the case. And I said, well, this is a young person. This is an honest mistake. Maybe we can work something out. And he goes, yeah, I think the inspectors already knew him from some previous occurrences. Oh, okay. So you don't think we can work this out? And he goes, no, this was pretty blatant. The inspection report's pretty bad. We don't think we can do that. And so I was really hoping to go through the compliance and have him take some courses, maybe recertify. That just was not an option here. There was no request though for monetary, so nobody asked for any money. So I was like, okay, so there's no money, they just want a revocation. All right, so go back to the client, get a little more information. So while we're negotiating all this, and once again, I'll point out this revocation. One of the questions I asked is, of course, why didn't we do a suspension? And they said, well, we think it's really a lack of qualification. So I'll do a quick review, of course. With the suspension, as you know, you normally have a limited time in which you do not use the certificate, whichever certificate it is. And then at the end, it's returned to you. And that's a bit different than a revocation. And the difference, of course, with a revocation is that the certificate goes away and you have to reapply for it. And I've had clients before where we've been in an emergency revocation. I said, the best we're going to do here is to take the 9 months to reapply. He goes, does that mean I get my license back in 9 months? I'm like, no. It means in 9 months you can spend a bunch of money and get your license back. So for pilots who fly more conventional aircraft, it's a big deal. Now, what's really interesting is that when we work with pilots who do conventional aircraft and we see emergency revocations, we usually see the FAA prohibiting a recertification for a year. We don't see that with the UAS, and Heather, I believe you mentioned that as well. So we don't see that, so it makes for an interesting situation. But before we get to that, I go back to the FAA attorney and I said, okay, should we try one more time here? And he goes, well, before we do that, why don't we talk about the proposed action? And I went, sure, what's the proposed action? He goes, well, we're proposing a suspension. I said, we were just talking about revocation. He goes, no, this is for the other case with your client. There is a second legal action for the exact same, from the same client, same kind of behavior. And this one is truly wonderful. This event had occurred earlier. The individual had shown up at a block party, an unscheduled, unapproved block party late at night in an urban area, and had been filming not only the party, but the car doing donuts in the middle of the intersection, which is very reckless. And I don't know about you, but if I was going to do donuts, I at least wouldn't do it in the car I stole. So he is filming a stolen car, violating who knows how many traffic laws in the middle of this party. Well, law enforcement shows up, of course. I think even the helicopter showed up to this one. And law enforcement starts looking for the drone operator, which is his next mistake, because this is a good moment to run. And the person with the drone with the camera should be the first one to see the cops coming. Come on. So, of course, the police are interested. They're not just interested in the fact he's flying this over people. No. They're interested in the footage of the stolen car with the suspects in it. So guess what the drone is now? It's not an aircraft. It's evidence. And it is going to the evidence locker. They have taken this aircraft. So that was really interesting. So now, of course, we are having to discuss these two matters together. And what's more interesting is that they want, for the second one, which actually occurred earlier, they want a suspension. And again, as Heather mentioned, those can rack up. They're looking for a 2-year suspension for the accumulative violations that occurred. Yeah, so it's quite a bit one. So I'm like, oh, this would be great. So I can win the revocation case, and then we can go get it suspended after that. This will work out really well. So, oh, there we go. This is my revocation of other types of certificates. So again, when we talk about revocation of other types of certificates, we're only talking about we're talking about a year prohibition, right? So, so anyway, so when we're talking about a 1-year prohibition. Well, we're not talking about that with the UAS. Yeah, I'll come back to that. So we finally. Yeah, they'll let anybody fly an aircraft. So, anyways, I have to poke fun at Jason once a day. So this is my opportunity. I'd sent him a picture from my work on the 7.3, and he sent me back this one flying a much cooler airplane. And I just want to reiterate that my airplane comes with an autopilot, a restroom, and a coffee machine. So win every time. So as for this young gentleman, of course, with the UAS, what the FAA proposed, and which I think was a good call, was they said, look, if you do the revocation it will clear the suspension. We will let the proposed action on that go, and he can reapply the next day. And I said, really? So instead of fighting over this in court, all we have to do is just let it get revoked. And the only implication will be that it'll show up on his pilot record database that's not public. That seemed like a pretty good win. So I go back to the client and I said, here's the deal. And they go, oh yeah, he offered that us. They offered that to us weeks ago. And I'm like, then what did you hire us for? Well, they didn't want it on his record. This young gentleman's trying to make a career of UAS, and he didn't want this on his record. And so I said, I looked at the files. I said, they've got pretty good evidence. No one's really going to ask about this in the UAS world, and it's only going to be on the pilot record database. So I finally convinced them that this was the deal. So that's ultimately how we resolved what we think was the first UAS revocation case. Was that we did take the revocation, but there was no minimum time. I made sure the FAA wrote that into the agreement. And I also made sure we wrote into the agreement to take out the suspension as well. So all he had to do was go back, and I've checked earlier today, and he has recertified. So he's good to go. I'm hoping he's learned to keep his drones where they're supposed to be. I thought this was really interesting. So one of the provisions that I looked at was the voluntary surrender. And I thought it was really interesting. When I first saw the voluntary surrender, I had this great idea. I thought, oh, well, if somebody's facing action, they could just surrender it and then go back and reapply. And so, of course, I was talking to one of the law partners, and he goes, yeah, dude, there's this other law. That's not going to work. And so, unfortunately, if you're already in some type of an action, it's too late to surrender the certificates. So, unfortunately, that doesn't give me a very good loophole. I was hoping. And as the FAA has pointed out today, of course, they're doing civil fines, which makes sense because if you revoke someone's certificate and they can get it back the next day for what costs about $200, it's not much of a penalty. So I can see why a civil penalty is also being implemented there. And then I will also say, I think we're going to see more suspensions. Heather, do you think we see more suspensions because the suspension will enforce a time frame versus a revocation?
They're kind of forced. I was just saying with the 2150, if the conduct shows a lack of violation or lack of qualifications, the FAA is kind of forced into a revocation because it has to follow its guidance. So it'll be interesting to see, if it can be manipulated, for lack of a better word, into not lacking the qualifications so that you can do, a lengthier suspension. So yeah. It's interesting.
And I think that's going to bring some interesting facts questions. If somebody's flying into an airspace they're not supposed to be, is that a lack of qualification, or is that merely somebody who's committing a violation? Because if you say every violation that's intentional is a lack of qualification, then that would be, revocation would be the penalty for everything all the time. And I'm also interested to see the civil penalty, because I had a case earlier this year with a conventional transport category aircraft, and I offered a civil penalty, and the FAA wouldn't take the money. I think I offered $2,000 for an RVSM violation that was unintentional, and that got declined. So I thought that was really interesting, and then the shift. So I'm going to go over some key points, and we'll jump to questions. But I'm not a criminal law attorney, so I won't weigh in on that. But I think it's really interesting that we're seeing drones with cameras being pulled in as evidence. And I believe there was some court action to get the footage from that. I don't know how that ended. But one, of course, is if you're advising your clients, one, never videotape yourself doing anything illegal. And two, don't videotape anyone else doing anything illegal, or your drone will become part of the evidence. And I think that's going to be interesting because we can start seeing that in civil suits, right? What happens if you're flying your drone, you're videotaping, say, a house that you're surveying, and you capture a car accident in the process? That's going to be some really interesting questions as to how this footage gets used, because almost all UAS are recording, even ones that's not their primary mission. They're oftentimes recording as they operate. And as I've mentioned before, of course, public education is really important. This young gentleman spent some time with it. I think he knew better. But we're seeing a lot of people who are going to the store. They're going to over to, not Radio Shack anymore, of course, but they're going to Best Buy, and they're buying a drone off the shelf and flying it within hours. And there's nothing on the packaging. I mean, and it's interesting because in most fields, if you buy medical supplies, they come with warnings. If you were going to buy a nuclear reactor, it would probably come with a warning somewhere that would say this is, falls under federal regulations. And I know what it is. The stores don't want to lose sales and they don't want legal liability, but at the same time, it creates an issue that folks can just launch these. And now, of course, the FAA doesn't have nearly enough inspectors to go chase all these operators down. All right, let's jump to questions or comments. The FAA can hurl insults at me. I'm gonna lose my UAS after describing the accident earlier. There was a lack of skill and qualification there.
All right, so any in-person questions, and even online, you can feel free to jump in. I forgot to say that earlier, but if any questions in the chat, for example, or if you want to unmute, feel free.
And so while we're waiting for questions, I will take a moment to talk about the compliance philosophy. And we're using that not just in the UAS world, we're also using that across the spectrum. And that has been very successful. I've used that in a number of cases where, you've had pilots who just make mistakes. And a lot of times as they're flying, we've all made those mistakes. As a pilot, I've made mistakes. And so with the compliance philosophy, we work to make sure that we identify the issue and that we get training or whatever we need to make sure that pilot won't make the mistake again. And address that going forward. And we do that instead of doing a revocation or a suspension. So that's been a great program. And I think that makes sense for UAS, especially when we're talking about members of the public who are new to UAS. Even if they've taken the online course, a lot of this is still going to be very new to them. And they're coming into the aviation world, and it's not something they're used to. As Heather's pointed out, most aviators that we're used to come from the pilot side. We've learned to fly airplanes and other more conventional aircraft. But we need to work to bring these folks into the community and get them that education. Questions?
Hi. So I think it was an interesting point with the photos and videos that the authorities can take that from a drone and it becomes evidence. So what constitutes when your footage becomes part of an investigation? When can the police take your drone or the footage? Is that not your private property all the time, or what's kind of the law surrounding that, or your opinion on that as well, Chris?
Well, again, so I'm not a criminal law attorney, but I think they're treating it similar to the way you would treat something else like a digital camera or something else that might contain information. And they can take that as evidence, for a period of time, and there's a process to get that back if it's not released. Obviously, if I was a drone operator, unless I had something to hide, I would just go ahead and work with them to get them that footage so I could get my drone back. Of course, now the problem is you've taken the footage, and now you're going to be the witness who has to go to court and certify that you took this footage. So when you take footage of something, you are involving yourself in that. And so in our individual, I don't think he was charged with any crimes for being present at this public event, I'll call it, this sort of block party, if you will, because he didn't do anything wrong other than flying over people, which is really not within the FAA's purview. But again, if you start to involve yourselves in those situations, or your clients involve themselves in those situations, these are going to be some of the implications we have.
Any other thoughts, questions, concerns over here?
I was just curious how far the liability goes for the operator. So if you hire somebody to do that and the FAA goes after the person, do they then claw back farther up the chain to the people that hired them?
Well,
like if you hire a photographer for a wedding, right? Do they go back to
who hired them?
Right.
Right, because a lot of the operators for UAS don't have a lot of money, and many of them are failing to get insurance, although that's really important to get insurance if you're going to do this commercially. So let's say CSX Railroad hires somebody to do photos, and that UAS goes off and strikes a car adjacent to the railroad. A lawyer like me is certainly going to try to sue CSX, but ultimately it's a contractor. And I think if the contractor is an entity that doesn't know anything about that field, they run trains at CSX, they don't know anything about UAS or aircraft, I think they're going to have some pretty good protection there, because they're going to say, well, we didn't know anything about this, we hired a contractor. and that contractor was FAA certified. So I think that's going to limit the liability.
But my follow-up was actually going to be on the insurance. So, how is the insurance industry keeping up to this to offer liability and indemnification? And is it expensive? Do people even take it?
To be honest, I haven't looked for it. Right now, I'm self-insuring all the stuff I hit in my own house. So I don't know what that is. I think some folks have touched on that today, so I would leave that to someone who's actually priced out insurance. But if I was going to do it, especially commercially, I'd be looking for that. The other question is whether a homeowner insurance might cover it. And, I haven't looked at my apartment policy, but it might be in there. So that would be something to look for. If you're just going to do this for yourself, check the homeowner policy. If you're going to do it commercially, look for something a little better.
Thank you.
And then we have a question over here.
So we all know people don't know a lot about drones and the regulations. What do you propose is like the best way to get information out there as to like the common person, as opposed to, we all know regulations because that's what we're trained on, but a 14-year-old kid or a 16-year-old kid, he doesn't care. They don't care. So could it be like by law requiring like manuals or something like that with every drone, telling them information or something like that?
I think you're on the right path. I think the FAA has already done a nice job of putting a lot of information out on the internet, which is the first place people look for information. So, but the problem is sometimes people go out and buy these things and they're not even looking for the information. So I think the next step is to put something on the packaging at the very least. If nobody reads the manuals, especially me, I don't read the instructions. I break a lot of things. And so it makes sense to at least have it on the packaging and say, hey, there may be regulations related to this, and maybe put the FAA website, before you fly, or some of the other resources. I hate to say that might be the best you're going to do. It's just so hard to reach the public, but hopefully over time you build up some knowledge in the community, in the population, to know to ask those kind of questions.
This is just a comment. I think the hard thing from the FAA's perspective on like putting something on the box is, unlike manned aircraft, UAS aren't type certificated. So the FAA doesn't regulate manufacturers in the same way that the FAA does for manned aircraft. So I think the FAA has always taken the stance, we can't open up that new, make them put something on the box, because the FAA just doesn't regulate that part of the UAS process. So I think that's one difficult thing. I agree. I think that's the way to go, put a little thing on the box, but I just don't know if they'll ever be able to get there potentially. I did want to make a comment on your question about operating. So from an FAA perspective, some FAA regulations, can reach back to an operator. So someone hiring, a drone operator, it really depends on the wording of the regulation. So if you look at Part 107, a lot of the regulations say, the remote pilot in command must, blah, blah, blah. So that's just going to be them. But some of them are no person may operate. So FAA defines operate very broadly, like basically cause to use. So that could definitely, potentially reach to hiring an uncertificated drone operator or something like that. So for sure, I think that's something to look at. Thanks. Sorry, Chris, didn't mean to.
Actually, I'll agree with that. If you're employing the drone operator, then you're potentially taking that liability. Right now, what we see are a lot of independent drone operators, like our client, where it's one person, it's their business, it's their drone. It's really easy to say they're a contractor, but you're right. As companies start to get more comfortable with drones and they start to buy their own in-house, then they are going to bring the regulatory requirements and the civil liability in with them in-house. So that's something they're going to have to look at. And then I was going to say, as far as the packaging, that's going to be hard. I mean, what might bring about a change there is, I hate to say it's going to be a lawsuit. Someone's going to get hurt, and some attorney will finally be able to track that drone back to the vendor that sold it, and will sue them, and their lawyers will make them put warnings on all the packages going forward. So that's probably how that eventually comes about. So like I said, it's never going to be perfect, but I'm just hoping that kind of over time, like we all know that cars require licenses to operate. We don't have to ask that question. So I think over time, we'll start to realize that the things that fly are going to need to. And then obviously the FAA is going to just have to choose where the most critical enforcement needs to be. And Justine, I don't want to cut into your time, I know. Any other questions?
Just on interest sake, both for you and Heather or anybody else from the FISDO, I might be a drone magnet, because when I'm flying at like 8,000 feet over class Bravo, I've written about this. My wife said 8 or 11 o'clock drone, and I report it to ATC. Didn't have to take evasive action. Another time I was with a student over Porter's Lakes, just north of CAK, and I asked, or there was a drone it was a DJI Mavic Pro. I could tell because we're that close. We were about 2,800 feet. They're about 2,800 feet. And we're looking right at the drone off to the side. And I got the inbound, told ATC, a student was doing an instrument approach into Kent. ATC came on and said, please take down this number. Of course, my student freaked out. I said, no, they're going to give me a number. When I talked to the ATC supervisor, said, we're going to pass on your information to the FBI. Has anybody heard if actions were taken in cases like that? Because obviously somebody bought a drone out of a box, because I'm always interested. Yeah, report it. What happens next, if anything?
I can comment first. I think, and I know the FISDO folks are probably screaming, I think the hard thing from the FAA is we have to have an identified operator to take any action. And unlike with manned aircraft, where we have all these resources, we have air traffic data and ADS-B, all these things to identify a pilot. With drones, we don't really have that. I think we're getting there with remote ID. And I think as it gets longer and people have to replace older drones, we'll get there with remote ID because all the newly manufactured drones will have it. So, you might be able to pull up an app on your phone and just see, at least an identifier for the drone. So I think that can get easier in the future. But right now, it's really hard for the FAA and law enforcement to identify a UAS operator after the fact. It's really difficult. So I see my FISDO people shaking their head yes, so I think they agree.
Yeah, I agree, because when they told me the FBI was potentially going to call me, I said, that, one, who is the operator? And two, they just don't have the resources to deal with it. Thanks.
Would anyone have anything to add over there on that?
So Jason, you've had this twice. Did you check your altimeter setting? make sure you knew the altitude.
Yeah, there was actually, yeah. Thank you. When we were landing with one of my other students, we came back after flight team, and we're going on, coming off the 76 Route 8, and there was a drone going up the median. And I think you asked me, you said, well, what do we do? And I'm like, yeah, don't even bother reporting, because law enforcement is not going to do anything. And who's that operator? Good luck finding them. Same thing happened to me in Fort Lauderdale Beach coming back with my son about 5 or 6 years ago. It was funny because I went up to the lifeguard. Lifeguard said, oh, as long as they have this thing registered with the FAA, they can do what they want. And we were right next to, somebody help me out from FLL. What's that aerospace? Is it
West Palm Beach?
Charlie, Class Charlie Aerospace? We are right in the lateral limits. It's Class Bravo?
Yeah,
Is it Bravo?
probably PBI.
Charlie. It's in control. Yeah, we were definitely in control of the airspace because we were right there. We could see the airport. So, and that was a few years ago, but yeah. Oh well.
That's yeah. I mean, like you said, they're not going to chase that down. That's just, especially a lifeguard. I mean, they've got other responsibilities. So, enforcement's going to be hard. Also, now that you've had 3 occurrences, would somebody else like to drive me back to the airport? I'm not sure I want to ride with you now. All right, cool. Well, I will yield the floor. If anyone wants to chat, I will be around. Thank you.
Well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is we're actually about 15 minutes ahead. The bad news is I will fill that 15 minutes at the end with a research project I really didn't get to in my presentation earlier. So to keep things moving though, and this is the one where we have to make sure we complete the 60 minutes. Justine Harrison is the General Counsel for AOPA, and just wonderful to have her. I think I met you when you first appointed. I knew you before, but we talked at length in, where were we? Was it Puerto Rico? No, it wasn't Puerto Rico. It was before that. I know it was an LPBA convention. It was just after COVID, and you were appointed as General Counsel of the Airplane or Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. Been a private practice for many years in Las Vegas. And what I think is really interesting, not only do you fly Diamond 40 like I do, but you fly an AirCan. So just going to have a lot of interesting comments, especially about the ethics. Those of you who are not attorneys, this is probably each year, I think, depending on the bar. I think Ohio, it's 2.5 hours per 2 years that we have to complete. Florida, I just have to do so many, and those who are online in Florida, counts for both Florida and Ohio for at least an hour. So without any further ado, please give your attention to Justine.
All right, thanks everyone, and thanks for sticking it through to the end. I know that ethics is not the most exciting topic typically to keep everybody on the edge of their seats, but today we're going to go through some real life examples, not theoretical ones. I don't know if the attorneys here have actually encountered any licensure actions as a result of what happened, but the big message that I'd like everybody to walk away from this session today with is it is easy to stumble into trouble in ethical areas. You need to keep your awareness level high. And it is very dangerous to think that would never happen to me. This isn't about finger pointing. This is about learning from people who have gotten into some real dangerous areas that we all want to avoid. And the good news for all of us is these are preventable things, but you have to have a plan in place to be able to deal with the situation. So I'd like us to be able to issue spot a bit better when we come out of this today. So thinking everything's fine, it's just fine, is not appropriate when there are ethical issues swirling. You need to understand when they're developing so you can head them off at the pass. There are going to be 3 different resources that I refer to today. One is the ABA Model Rules of Professional Conduct. Please look at the rules in the states in which you are licensed as attorneys. Every state does a little bit different, so you need to know the particular wording of what you are being held to as an ethical standard. Second is the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure. Why? Well, the cases we're going to be talking about today are NTSB cases, and under the Pilot's Bill of Rights, certificate holders are entitled to use the federal rules as practicable. So the federal rules do come into play, and I expect to see this being raised as more and more of an issue as we move forward. And then a third is the NTSB rules of practice as well. There are a few things here where attorneys tend to trip themselves up, and the NTSB Office of ALJs has generously shared a few slides from their experience on areas where people tend to get themselves in trouble, but again, a little knowledge can go a long way. So Heather and Chris actually teed this up perfectly. They talked a bit about legal enforcement, administrative actions, and the compliance program coming into play. And so as you can see, the advent of the compliance program radically changed the tools used in the FAA's toolkit when they think there's a regulatory violation. As you can see, back in 2015, there were a very high number of legal enforcement actions. This takes a lot of bandwidth to pursue and a lot of resources. And so the shift was made to say, listen, if we have, as they described, the careless, the clueless, the people who are a little rusty, instead of bringing the full legal might at them, let's instead see if we can work with them, do a root cause analysis, and try and prevent the issue from arising again. The great news is we actually have data now from a number of years that shows that the compliance program is incredibly effective. In fact, in the GAO report back to Congress, it shows that the recidivism rate for things handled via the compliance program, so the rate of people committing the same infraction again, is exactly the same, 1%, as it was under legal enforcement. So they're getting the same outcome in a much more efficient way. And if you look at the number of issues that are handled via the compliance action program, they're actually having touch points with many, many more individuals than they were ever able to do so before through the legal enforcement program. So it's been a great success. This is a chart that came out of January of this year, and it's the flight services cases that have been sent to the office of the chief counsel. Now, defense attorneys don't get excited or actually disappointed from a financial point of view when you see that big downward arc at the end, because the number of cases that they're talking about referred, this is in 2024, this report was generated in January. So I expect things to normalize a bit, but you'll see there was a big recent spike, and the FAA has noted that the majority of that spike comes from those unruly passenger cases that we've been seeing. Another viewpoint we have of what's happening from the legal enforcement realm is through the NTSB Office of Administrative Law Judges. And the NTSB makes a report to Congress every year, and they've got great data in there about the number of cases, how many are being adjudicated, and how they're being resolved. You'll see that the number of hearings is actually quite low for the number of cases. Just like in the civil litigation world, most cases are settled. They don't go forward to a full adjudication, which is why you see that low number of hearings held. But let's start with a very recent case, the JARA case. This was decided in August. And it's got a zinger of a quote here that I don't think any attorney ever wants to have put in a judicial opinion. And it was critical of the attorney arguing things that were not in evidence. And so what this means is this attorney was not on top of the facts and the admissions in their case. This can happen easily if you don't have the right resources, if you all of a sudden are dealing with some fast-moving things. This can happen, but this is preventable. In this particular case, the judge actually called out the attorney for arguing facts that were not in evidence. And they said that this attorney actually had notice before the hearing that that was a problem, and they missed that. So again, they had some opportunities to get things right, and they missed those opportunities. So what happens in this kind of circumstance? What are the dangers when you see a scenario like this? One of the things we all need to remember, and this is not finger pointing at any particular side or at any individual, is we all have a duty of competence. From our skills to our preparation for the cases, when it's game day, we need to be ready. So that is one area that gets brought up. by this particular case. Another one is fairness to the opposing party in counsel. When you are arguing things that may not be supported by the record, the other side is going to have to take action and do things that they normally wouldn't be required to do. So that's something that by doing proper case prep and staying on top of the details, and there are a variety of different kinds of resources that attorneys can use to do so, and different methodologies that people use to do so, it's very important to stay on top of the details. You know, another danger, if we're not on top of the details of our cases, if we're not familiar with what the evidence does and doesn't say as well as we should be, what that means is we may be stepping into a dangerous territory about either bringing, and it's not just the prosecution side, it's about defending as well. We need to make sure that whatever side we're on in a case, that we are there properly and that we actually have merit with what we're bringing forward. It is our ethical duty to do so. Actually, let me highlight one thing on this particular rule, which is important from the model rule, which is there is a caveat here. It doesn't mean you can't make some legal arguments. They just can't be baseless arguments. You can make a good faith argument for extension or modification or reversal of a law. And that happens all the time, every day in courts across the nation. But you need to know where those boundaries are. And a key part of that for your particular case that you're arguing is the facts and circumstances and what evidence has been admitted and what hasn't. So this is also where I wonder if we're going to see more action involving the federal rules before the NTSB. And so with Rule 11, you can seek sanctions of different kinds if somebody has made an improper representation to the court. We don't see it happen very often in an NTSB case, but it is there. That rule is there, and it's the federal rules as practicable. So it'll be interesting to see how the NTSB judges apply this if it's raised. Let's talk about another kind of misstep. So this one actually comes out of an Equal Access to Justice Act proceeding. So in the application of Collings and Schmidt, and this is an older case, what happened was the attorneys actually missed the deadline to be able to apply and do a full application for the fees. And so they threw a bit of a Hail Mary pass with their filing. And the court came back and said, no, you can justify your fees, which is required by EJA. If you win and you say that the prosecution was not grounded in fact and that it was not substantially justified, you can try and get Equal Access to Justice Act fees, which is exactly what these attorneys were trying to do. But there is a process to follow. They did not follow that process, and the judge was not pleased at them wasting the time. And so what ended up happening was they said, listen, it's not a high bar for you to follow the process and rules, but you must follow it. You can't try to do an end run around that. And you can follow the rules to apply for EJA fees without blowing confidential information of your clients. It's not that hard to strike that balance. That's the message that the court was sending. And that's a good reminder for all of us on confidentiality of information. We are supposed to do two things. One is not reveal ourselves, but in today's electronic age, Don't forget subsection C on 1.6. We have to make reasonable efforts to protect unauthorized disclosure. What's reasonable? I hate to tell you this, but it differs from state to state. There are some opinion letters, so go see if the state you're licensed in has put an opinion letter out about what your duties are, particularly on the electronic side, to protect your client's info. All right, let's talk about another case, which is Administrator versus Yates. And this is another relatively recent case. This actually is a case that ended up with the motion to dismiss being granted. This was an emergency revocation case. And the defense had argued that this was a stale complaint. Emergency actions, which we touched on a little bit earlier, generally need to be brought within 6 months of the date of the incident, unless there's a lack of qualification. And if there's a lack of qualification, then the administrator can bring the case when they want to bring the case. There's not that 6 month, window. So, but what happened here was the defense had argued, hey, you were beyond that 6 month window. You shouldn't have brought the case. You missed it. You know, the door was open for a while, the door closed, you missed it. You shouldn't have brought that case. The administrator argued otherwise on that. And as they were making their arguments, they went into some territory where it just did not convince the judge to the FAA's point of view on that one. Good cause. And there was some pretty strong language here from the judge about emergency revocations and deadlines. And what's important here is I see this on the other side too. This is where I see problems with meeting deadlines when it comes to attorneys who procrastinate sometimes. And so if you ever go and you read some of the comments to the model rules, you will see that procrastination can be the enemy. You can miss deadlines. You can try and get something in and filed at 11:59 when the deadline is midnight and your computer freezes and your client may be out of luck. You can't let that happen. You need to be prepared, understand your deadlines, and sometimes that means delivering bad news to your client of, listen, I know you'd like to bring this forward, or I know you'd like to defend this, but you have missed the window to be able to do that. And those are tough conversations, but those are important and vital conversations that we need to have with our clients. So in Yates, this brings up one of the NTSB's rule of practice. And so this is the stale complaint. So again, if there's an offense and it's an emergency action that's more than 6 months ago, it doesn't mean the FAA can't try and bring it. They can if they can prove a lack of qualification. But again, if the judge isn't convinced by that argument, then the case can be dismissed as a stale complaint case. So this brings up diligence, and we need to make sure that we provide reasonable diligence and promptness. It doesn't matter whether you're defending the case or whether you're prosecuting the case. We see this happen. Actually, Chris, you talked about it in your example. You had a client who came to you and said, hey, I've been trying this on my own, and guess what? The deadline's tomorrow. You had to make the evaluation and the judgment call of, can I help this person mount a defense within the deadline? Or is there something I can do to move that deadline? And in that emergency case, you can move the deadlines, the emergency deadlines, by waiving the emergency timelines. There's some consequences to that, but sometimes that is required. And so know the deadlines in your case and be able to talk with your client about it. And sometimes if your client has waited too long to come to you, and that could happen on either side, from the FAA's side, it could happen from the defense side. Sometimes you're just not able to move things forward in the way you want to because you missed the opportunity. So it's particularly important to stay on top of dates. And I will tell you, for the NTSB, they are terribly unforgiving when it comes to hard lines and dates. You know, in the federal courts, it's interesting. Generally, in the federal courts, under the federal rules, yes, there are deadlines for things. Yet, the judges tend to be pretty lenient in granting more time to do an amended complaint or file a response or a reply. And they ultimately, the federal judges tend to, in the civil courts, want to hear the merits of the matter. That doesn't happen in the NTSB. If you miss a deadline, those deadlines are pretty hard. It is nearly impossible, if you read some of the case law out there, to show good cause for missing a timeline for a timely filing. And it happens too often. This is also a good reason to remind all of your clients to sign up for the post office's notification of delivery if you can. Because if you have a client who is out, let's say, flying a 1 week or 2 week trip, and an emergency revocation shows up, that revocation is deemed served the date it is sent. The date it is sent. And by that time that person gets back from that trip, they may have completely missed the window to even appeal and try and fight that revocation. So you need to make sure that your clients are aware that they need to take proactive steps to make sure, even when they're away from home, they can keep their eyes on what's coming into their mailbox, or also have somebody else who takes a look, because too many times every single year we get calls from pilots who've gotten an emergency revocation notice, but by the time they put their hands on it and realized what they had in their hands, they had no ability to even try and fight it. So don't let your clients be that person. So let's talk a little bit about zealous advocacy. So we are supposed to be zealous advocates for our clients. But there are bounds of decency and courtesy that we should have. And we need to know when our emotions are getting the best of us and when we start to lose control. And so we are supposed to be the ones, even though when our clients may be very emotional, understandably so, maybe their livelihood that's hanging in the balance of a certificate action, we need to be especially mindful of being passionate in certain ways, but dispassionate in keeping a rigorous view of the facts and what's reasonable and what you have to argue from, which no matter which side you talk to an attorney who they're representing, usually we don't have exactly the facts and circumstances we would love to be arguing from. You get what you get, you do the best with what you have. But you need to stay within appropriate bounds. One of the seminal cases on this is the Moore case. And I would encourage all of you to read this case in its entirety. This is a heck of an opinion. There is a footnote that lasts for over a page by the judge, and it calls out both sides and how they contributed to a horrific courtroom situation. So the record is how not to proceed. And they talked about over litigiousness. So in this unique case, so you had a prosecutor who was coming forward with circumstantial evidence. And those cases are harder to prove. And the way they presented their case, in the judge's opinion, was in a way that invited some of the trouble. And the judge goes into detail about that. But then the judge really takes the other side to task, because the defense, the personal representative, who was not a licensed attorney, and some people are surprised to hear that you don't have to be a licensed attorney to represent someone before the NTSB. But trust me, if I'm in trouble before the NTSB, if the FAA is prosecuting me for something, I'm going to hire a licensed attorney. But some people don't, and they have the ability not to. And the person who had been hired to help in this case was determined to be overly zealous and passionate. I want to say they filed 146 motions in this particular case. Some of them were absolutely repetitive. You know, they had been denied before. Why are you raising it now? You can't even tell me why you're raising it now. It was just a terrible case on both sides. And the judge called both sides to the carpet on saying, both of you contributed to this, and this isn't model for how not to do a case. So what are our obligations? Well, we're supposed to make reasonable efforts to expedite litigation consistent with the interests of our clients. That doesn't mean you have to have your foot on the gas all the way and do things as quickly as you can. Consistent with the expectations of the client, but it needs to be reasonable. And if your client says, I want to fight over every little tiny thing, you have to use your professional discretion to know what you ethically can fight over and what things you need to say. You need to cede the ground there. That's not going to get you anywhere good if we try and fight over those things. That's over the top. That's beyond what needs to be fought or what can be fought. The other thing is I believe that Rule 11 is going to come into play here again. So if somebody's really abusing the process and they are really dragging things out, making it more contentious, making more work for everybody than it needs to be, and it's egregious, either side, whoever's on the receiving end, can ask under Rule 11, make a motion for sanctions. And so again, I think it'll be interesting to see in the NTSB how Rule 11 is dealt with as we move forward and how often it actually comes up. So this is a really interesting decision that just came out recently that I want to highlight for everyone. And this just came out of the District of New Mexico in late October. And in this particular case, the Interior Department had gotten some oral deposition requests. And the Interior Department basically said, nope, we're only going to allow written depositions. And oh, by the way, they didn't produce a few discovery documents as well. That did not go over well with the judge. They found both of those things to be arbitrary and capricious, which is a very difficult standard to meet in court, very difficult. What's also interesting about this particular decision, if you read it, is the judge also gets into some musings about some of those headline Supreme Court cases that we're all waiting to see how they play out in the courts. So it talks about Loper Bright, talks about our deference and reliance upon Loper Bright and the major questions doctrine. So those are some areas where there have been some sea changes legally with recent Supreme Court opinions, and we'll see how those play out over the next few years. But we're just starting to see federal courts talk on those topics. So it'll be interesting to watch this case as it proceeds. So what do we need to remember in terms of ethics when we look at a case like this? We have a duty to be fair to opposing parties in counsel. Doesn't matter which side you're on. We all have that duty. And in pre-trial, we can't fail to make reasonable effort to comply with the discovery process. The inverse of that too, we can't make frivolous discovery processes either. So we need to remember these duties, and also when folks on the other side appear to be crossing the line, this is a part of the conversation you may want to have with the opposing counsel that you think is crossing the line. So I think everybody is aware of ex parte rules of, listen, when you're fighting a case and you go in front of a judge, the judge wants to hear everything in the courtroom, and the parties need to have a fair chance to address everything that's said. This is a seminal case where that didn't happen. So respondents' counsel in this particular case had filed a motion with the NTSB on the underlying case, but then separately sent a 2-page letter to every NTSB board member. And they didn't notify the FAA attorney on the other side. So you can imagine, didn't go over well with the FAA. The FAA did exactly what I would have done, which is to say, hey, we think you violated this rule. What's the rule? The rule is on prohibited ex parte communications when you're practicing before the NTSB. And if you are practicing before the NTSB, please get familiar with 49 CFR 821. And so with that, nobody who's an interested person outside of the board can make or knowingly cause to be made any decisional employee an ex parte communication about the merits of a proceeding. Now, this was a really unique situation, I'll just say, because when you look at that ex parte communication relevant to the merit of the proceeding, and that wording came into play. So the NTSB sided with the FAA's concern in this, and they were trying to figure out what to do, and they actually proposed a 6-month suspension, but then they invited comment and actually dug down into what was the content of that ex parte communication. And it said the content didn't go outside the record, but they still weren't having it. They said maybe the content didn't go outside of the record and it was personal opinion. However, we will not legitimize this tactic. And they even mentioned they felt constrained at what they could or couldn't do about this. But certainly this is a behavior that the NTSB didn't want to see and certainly didn't want to have modeled. And so what they did do was they thought it was sufficient to give a rebuke and then put this on the record. So again, this is a very strong statement by the NTSB, who had its own boundaries it had to operate within, but was not pleased with the conduct. So what are some of the ethical issues that come up in a situation like this? You need to not knowingly disobey an obligation under the rules of a tribunal. And I would say if you said, well, I didn't know I was doing it, then you can also bring up an argument about, well, what about your competence? Because it's your duty to know the rules of the forum that you're playing in. So be very careful. Make sure you read up on the rules, you understand the rules, and you understand how those have come into play, particularly in recent cases. This is a case that's very recent that just came up where there was a directed verdict by the NTSB. This is a very rare kind of scenario to arise. Usually, once a case is started, they want to hear everything. In this particular case, the FAA began this case and it wasn't prepared, and the attorney wasn't prepared for it. And the judge was pretty unsparing in the comments here. So what this brings up is we've all been rookie attorneys. And if you've had a rookie attorney work for you, we've got to bring people up through the ranks. But we need to make sure that folks have the appropriate oversight, that if we are the rookie attorneys, that we're reaching out for appropriate mentorship and help to make sure that we don't get in over our heads. It's easy to do, particularly when you don't know what you don't know. If you're practicing in a new area, And particularly if you're just new to the practice of law, or let's say I was a rookie attorney who was new to administrative law and adjudications. Way back when, give me a contract, I was very comfortable. You asked me to stand up and argue on my feet. That was a bit of a new skill set that I needed to develop. But the important part is none of us are born knowing this stuff, but find the people who can teach you this stuff and who can give you the proper support so you don't get in over your head and learn that you're in over your head when it's too late. So what rules come into play in a situation like this? We've got competence, and it make sure you've got the knowledge, the skill, the thoroughness, and the preparation. Figure out what it needs for a case, and every case is different. Maybe you've got a case involving 121 operations or BV loss operations, or maybe you've got a case involving some aspect of photography or something that's critical to the analysis of the issue. Maybe ADS-B data is critical in your case. If you don't have in-depth knowledge on that, figure out where you're going to get that so you don't stumble over competence when you're there, whether you're prosecuting the case or whether you're defending the case. You've got to figure out what you need for the particular case and ensure you have it to move forward. So let's talk a bit about the Imlay case. One of the toughest things, I think, as attorneys is for us to properly vet our cases. Oftentimes, your clients come to you giving you the rosy version, and you have to say, listen, we've got attorney-client privilege here. I want you to tell me not just the good, but I particularly need you to tell me the bad, the ugly, the weaknesses. I don't want to learn about those when I'm on my feet in court or through a response of pleading. I need to know so I can evaluate my strategy going into the case. I need to know everything I can know about this case. Sometimes your client is going to be reluctant to share that with you. And it is your duty to know enough to push, to know what questions to ask, to know when you need to get some outside input on what questions to ask. And so to be able to vet your case, because the last thing you want is to be surprised in the courtroom. None of us have the perfect case. If something was perfect, it wouldn't be in court. It would be easy. It would be over. They wouldn't need us. And so we have a lot of situations that arise where there are shades of gray. People will ask an attorney, what do you think about this? Well, what are our favorite two words? It depends. It depends. I would argue one thing if I put on Heather's FAA hat from her point of view, and I can look at the exact same set of facts and circumstances and argue it from a very different point of view if I'm on the defense side. And so understanding where those ambiguities are, where the black and white issues are, and understanding how sometimes your clients may want to do something for a particular outcome when they're not in control of that outcome can be difficult. So that's why I love this particular cartoon on I swear to tell my truth. When we take that oath in front of a judge, it's not your truth, it's the truth. Do you promise to tell the truth? And if there's a dispute over what the truth is, then the judge is going to make those credibility findings and then determine what they believe the truth of the case is. Unfortunately, in this case, it all came down to witnesses. And in this case, ultimately, the judge has to make credibility determinations. They have to go through and figure, based on what this person has said, does this make sense? Is it more likely than not? How much do I trust what this person says versus what this person says? And a lot of these things, can depend on the demeanor of your witness, not just what they say. And that's why it's really important for us as lawyers to vet our witnesses. And you may have somebody who you think is telling you exactly the accurate facts and circumstances, and that it's helpful to your side. But if their demeanor is, if they're the type of person who is not confident in what they say, etc., it may not resonate with the judge, even though they're saying what's true. It may not come across as true because of their delivery method. And so in this particular case, the judge found a lack of credibility. And the judge found that because they said the investigation that the inspector had talked about didn't make sense. It was inadequate in some ways, overreaching in others. And then the witness just couldn't describe when certain questions were asked. The judge had expected to hear one thing, and he heard something different. And so that went to that witness's credibility. This happens all the time. And so it's really important for us to vet our witnesses and to also figure out how that impacts the strength or the weakness of our case. And I've had cases before where I've had a good witness where, from a factual standpoint, but I knew that they would just come apart with nervousness on the stand. So I just didn't have them take the stand. I said, FAA, take your case forward. It's your burden to prove. But I knew that my witness was not going to be a good witness, not because they were saying anything inaccurate, but it was because of their style and their personality that they certainly wouldn't do well, even under direct, but particularly under cross. And so you want to make sure you understand how your witnesses are going to come across. So again, this goes to our competence as attorneys. We need to have the knowledge, the skill, the thoroughness, and the preparation. And have we properly prepped the people we do plan to bring as witnesses? Do we know what not to do when prepping people as witnesses? That's just as important as what to do. Understanding that if you don't have a lot of experience with that, go get a mentor. Get somebody who can help you. Get some moot court going with some of your attorney friends. Really, you want to feel a little bit beat up before you even get to trial, so the trial feels a little easier than what you've gone through in preparation, ideally. Also, it's the fairness to opposing party and counsel. If you have made certain representations in your pleadings, and if you have made certain representations in your arguments to the court about facts or what you believe will be admitted as evidence in the case, if you can't support that, you have a problem here ethically under the fairness to opposing party and counsel. So you need to make sure that in any matter that you're bringing forward, that you are likely able to deliver the goods. If you're promising the judge that you're going to show something, you better be really confident you can deliver those goods and that your witnesses and the evidence that you have will be able to do so. And that means knowing them backwards and forwards. So let's talk about some of the NTSB rules that can actually also catch people by surprise. So how a request from counsel, not from the party, to withdraw as counsel is treated. So if a party says, hey, listen, I'm getting rid of my counsel at the NTSB, that process is pretty simple. It says a party can and must simply notify the board. However, If you are the counsel and you're trying to provide notification that you are withdrawing at counsel, it's not that easy. It's going to be treated as a motion governed by Rule 14. And then what it says at the bottom of this is make sure you include enough info so the judge can actually consider the withdrawal. And what is the judge going to consider? They're going to look at prejudice to your client. In emergency cases, the timeline is going to play a large role in the analysis. So just as a reminder, by statute, the emergency cases, from the moment your client has the letter in hand and the date of that letter to the hearing, 30 days, unless you waive that. For a full appeal to the full NTSB board, another 30 days. Oftentimes, if you've just already gone to trial and you're appealing or the other side's appealing up to the full NTSB board, you don't even have the trial transcript yet. Yet, you need to be diligent enough and competent enough as an attorney to have what you need to be able to address that appellate process. So that's a big lift, and you need to be prepared for that. So if you're in an emergency case and you decide, my client and I are not seeing eye to eye, I think we need to part ways here, you may have some, you may not be able to do that. The judge may not let you do that. So just be aware also, when it comes to prejudice for your clients, withdrawal of counsel is not considered good cause for missing deadlines. Again, that's that hard line the NTSB takes on deadlines. So when you're thinking about getting out of a client relationship, make sure you understand the deadlines and how all that plays into it, and see if that client is able to actually, without prejudice, get into another attorney's hands to be able to move forward on the timelines that are required, because you cannot count on getting any extensions from the NTSB. So I think one of the big picture things I want everyone to take away today is they talk about run this by legal, sprint it by ethics. And it even sounded, Heather, like you have a separate ethics area within the FAA. We have some separate areas within my organization, AOPA, as well. But the reality is legal ethics, first of all, is not an oxymoron, despite all the comedians out there. Second is that legal ethics, legal issues and ethical issues are intertwined. You cannot peel them apart. And so we need to be looking at those issues. We need to have our radar up, our detect and avoid for these issues to issue spot, not when they've arrived, but when they start becoming visible or possible, because they can move really, really quickly. And oftentimes your clients, particularly in private practice, I've found, may want to move really quickly in an area that you're just not prepared to move quickly in. So you need to know what your resource base is and what's your plan B if you need to bring some other resources online. So I have some other cases I can talk about, and we've got some time for Q&A. I didn't know if anyone had any questions, so I'll open it up for questions now.
If anyone in person just has questions, comments, concerns, you can raise your hand.
Sure. So I'll weigh in. So the case I mentioned earlier with the UAS, when I got that case the day before the deadline, I said, if you want us to represent you, we have to take this off the timeline. I said, there's no other way we can do this because discovery's due tomorrow and we don't have any at this moment. And so so let's say I get in the same situation, but they call me up, the day of, and there's a risk of missing a deadline. Is it better to tell them that they're on their own, or is it better to take it and tell them that I don't think we can make this deadline, we'll do what we can? So they're not at least on their own in the situation.
So that's a really tough call. That's a really tough personal call. And that is actually something that folks face. So it's not unusual. So I'm responsible for the AOPA Legal Services Plan. So we've got about 70,000 members who are participants from AOPA in our prepaid legal services plan. And we've got a lot of the defense attorneys actually here and online in the webinar today for the folks who are on the front lines fighting those battles. And it is not unusual for clients to take what I call the ostrich approach, where something bad seems to be happening. I'm just going to ignore it for a while. Maybe it'll go away. And that is not uncommon in law or in life, frankly. And so what happens on that is you have a difficult choice to make. Do you say, no, I can't take it? No, I can't take you on because I can't represent you the way I want to? Or, you know, you can take a look and see, is there some defense I can mount that would be better than none? Certainly wouldn't be the one if you had appropriate time to be able to pull together, to be able to say, listen, I can drop everything and throw together a filing and try and get it in by midnight for you. However, it's not going to be as extensive as it could be if we had adequate time to prepare. But the client's failure to reach out for help in an appropriate amount of time, I would think would be a consideration of what you can practically do within the amount of time you're given as an attorney. And then you have a tough call to make on, are you going to take it, drop everything and do what you can, which is less than what you wish? Those are difficult situations, but those happen a lot. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if even it happens at agencies where people have other things come up and, you know, case referrals and all of that get delayed. People get sick, people go on vacation, and all of a sudden, wow, you see you're up against a deadline. And then we have decisions as attorneys to make. Are we going to represent? Are we going to do our best? Are we going to, you know, sometimes in some cases withdraw if you're on the prosecution side? Are we going to decline representation on the private side? I don't think there's any right answer there, but it certainly is a difficult judgment call to make.
Any others?
Any other questions?
Doesn't look like it.
All
Thank you,
right.
Ms. Harrison.
All right, so I've got 10 minutes left, so I'll keep it rolling. So on ethical side, so some of the other types of things I think we all need to be aware of that can happen from time to time is we like to talk about our cases. And that comes down to the confidentiality side. And so be aware, stay keenly aware of what's within public record and what is not within public record. And if something is not within public record, hey, if you can get your client's consent to be able to talk about something, great, go for it, get it, talk about it. You know, at AOPA, we love to write educational articles. I know a lot of the attorneys here do too, where I think it's great for people to be able to learn from actual situations. But you've got to be careful about what info you're disclosing and whether you have permission to disclose that. So that's one area. And I think that can get a little touchy for us as attorneys as we try to help our colleagues who may come up and say, hey, listen, you know, I just got this emergency certificate revocation case involving, you know, that seems to hinge on ADSB data, and let me go into the details. Well, be careful about what details you're sharing and whether you have permission to share those details, et cetera. So just be really mindful about that. Another rule is when it comes to choosing the strategy of the case. The client can tell you what outcome they want to have, but you as the lawyer need to be really thoughtful about the strategy you employ. And I think that case we talked about earlier, where the scorched earth, 140-something motions guy, even if his client said, I want you to do that, you as the attorney need to step back and say, what is reasonable for me to do given the facts and the circumstances and the process that I'm in? And you know what? Sometimes your client wants something you just can't give them. And that happens a lot. But you have to make sure that you stay on the right side of the process and the rules. And I think one of the trickiest parts, doesn't matter who your client is managing client expectations and giving them the reality check. Because so many times they'll come in and say, hey, I've got this problem, whether it be, I want to sue the person who sold me this, lemon drone, or I want to prosecute somebody for X and I believe they just completely crossed the line. Okay, all right, well, let's start talking through the situation. Tell me what happened, tell me how it happened, what do you have, what do you not have that you wish you had? Really vet those cases, because a lot of times clients come in and they don't know what they don't know, and they come in with really unrealistic expectations. If you have an emergency revocation notice that you just got from the FAA and you walk into my office and you say, listen, I'm willing to cut a check, can we just make this into a civil monetary penalty and make it go away? It's my duty to say, I get you would love to have that outcome. I can't give that to you. The rules just don't allow for it. So let's talk about what is potentially possible. And you pivot the conversation. But it's those tough conversations that we need to have up front that can also head off some of the problems on the back end. Another area, I touched on it before, but I can't say it enough, deadlines. Make sure that you have got the dockets down in your cases. You don't get caught, behind the power curve when you're going to take any actions, whether you need to do depositions or send out subpoenas or make certain filings or respond to discovery requests. Those things can go sideways really quickly, and life has a tendency to get in the way. That's when your computer decides to crash. That's when your kid gets sick or falls in the playground and ends up in the ER. You need to make sure that you are not putting yourself down to the wire on everything, because that is dangerous. That's dangerous for your client, and that's dangerous for your law license. Make sure you've got some room to move there, so you don't paint yourself into a corner. Also, make sure that you check your junk email folders every day. I am aware of cases where people haven't checked their folders, and maybe opposing counsel sent you something and you didn't realize it, and for whatever reason, it ends up in your spam folder. You do not want to find out about that because you missed a deadline or you seem non-responsive to something. You need to just do that as part of your good electronic hygiene. Make sure you go through there and you're not missing anything. Make sure you have a backup for your systems. Make sure you have the backup for your file, and particularly for your docket calendaring. Those NTSB deadlines are simply unforgivable and unrelenting. So please, you can't be prepared enough for those. Those are typical stumbling areas. Those are easy areas to avoid. So another area I would say, and it really comes down to the collegiality side. Remember that there are human beings on the other side of your case. And so even if they are not coming at you with the respect and courtesy that you expect and believe they should, please don't use that as an excuse to then not give the respect and courtesy you wish you were getting. These are the situations like the one we read about, where the NTSB, with everything spiraling out of control. If you read that opinion, the details are incredible. There was name calling between attorneys, screaming matches. I mean, all of these things that shouldn't have happened that you would expect on a playground, on a kid's playground with kids who don't have the emotional capacity to keep their emotions in check. This should never be happening between attorneys. We can disagree professionally, we can disagree vigorously, but we don't have to be cruel when we do it. And we certainly don't have to be rude when we do it. And in fact, it can really backfire on you with a judge if you are coming at situations and trying to make your point with a rudeness or with a viciousness. Let the facts and the circumstances speak plainly. You don't need to add a lot of hyperbole. Sometimes that addition can actually become a big detraction in the eyes of the court. And especially if you're going to be practicing before these judges, your reputation is at stake every time you get up in front of them. So it's not just the clients you bring on. It's not just the witnesses you put forward. Your professional credibility, you're auditioning for professional credibility every single time you're before a judge. So don't mess it up. Just really have that professional respect and understand everybody has a job to do, and everybody does their job in different ways. But our system doesn't work without people on both sides doing their jobs and without adjudicators making tough calls. So I think it's really important just for collegiality, particularly when it's easy and you see people spouting off online. It's easy to put some memes or a few snippets together, but I think what's even more important is we can learn a lot from each other, particularly with sitting down with the folks on the other side of the table. And you may not agree with their point of view, but it's so important for you and your ability to do your job and to be a competent lawyer to understand their point of view. You don't have to agree with it, but understanding the other side and their point of view and understanding where your weaknesses and strengths may lie is a key part of being able to adequately represent your client. So looking around and saying, you know what, I'm just not going to talk to that attorney. I don't want to deal with them. It's easy to say that. There are some real difficult personalities in our line of business. Let's not gloss over that. But the reality is it's part of our job. And it's just a part of doing business, and we need to be able to navigate that professionally. And at the end of the day, do all of this in a way that hopefully results in better outcomes for our clients and a justice system that functions with a minimum of acrimony. There's enough acrimony in the adversarial process. We don't need to unnecessarily add to it. So keep your eye on all of the cases coming out. We've got a new crop of NTSB judges who are quite different from some of the ones we've had in the past and coming out with interesting decisions. So keep your eye on those. The great news is in Westlaw and Lexis, they are now putting the ALJ opinions out, which they didn't before. They used to only put the NTSB full board. So we're getting a lot more insight into the cases at the trial level that we didn't have before, into the judges' points of view. And also, I would encourage you to keep your finger on the pulse of what's happening in the area of Loper-Bright, hour deference, major questions doctrine. These are going to be seminal issues that come up in our cases, particularly with the Administrative Procedures Act. And the other area that we need to keep up to speed on too is Jarchese. So that is the case that came out of the Supreme Court involving an SEC enforcement action. But at the fundamental base of that case, it calls into question, should agency civil monetary penalties over the amount of $20, essentially, are those entitled to be heard by a jury in civil court? So there's a big question about what does this mean for Part 16 cases with airport compliance issues that are being decided by one of the parties. There's a big question about what does this mean for civil monetary penalties that agencies are bringing. None of us know the answer. It'll play out in the courts over the next few years, but to avoid malpractice, know how these things impact your cases and what arguments you can bring and what arguments are being made so that you don't get caught by surprise as this law evolves, because it's going to be evolving pretty rapidly for all of us.
All right, I had one question, and then I know Dr. Lorenzon wanted to follow up. You touched on that you think all clients should have the mail notification. What is that? Like, is it free, or how do you go about that?
So it's free. Oh, I'm forgetting the name right now, but it's the U.S. Postal Service something delivery. It's free. You can sign up online at USPS, I believe, .com. And what it does is it says, hey, listen, you should expect tomorrow you're getting a letter from the FAA, you're getting a letter from Visa, you're getting a letter from, your health insurance company. It'll give you that list. Most of us, unless we've got an aircraft registration coming in or something else, most of us don't expect to receive mail from the FAA very often. So if you do see that something's coming in from the FAA, that is a great way to take a look. And then if you're on a trip, you can say, hey, friend, can you go over and check my mail for me and open it and let me know what's going on? So I wish I could remember the name, but it's free. It's available from the USPS.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're done the ethics, but if I could ask you a question, the question is going to be right on biofuels. If you could, do you mind giving us an update? I know you gave us an update on LPBA, and I know that's a hot issue because we have several engineers, and I promised one engineer online that I'd ask you the question. So I know that's a hot topic with the whole going to biofuels and 100 low lead.
Yeah, so we're not seeing a lot of biofuels yet on the piston side, but what we are seeing is the transition to unleaded fuel. So where we are right now is there are 3 contenders for unleaded 100-octane fuels. And so out there, the piston fleet is about 260,000 aircraft. And the aircraft that purchase 70% of the fuel volume every year, they need 100 octane to operate safely. Those are high compression engines. Think your Cirrus SR-22s and your Beechcraft Bonanzas and things like that. The ones that are flying a lot, going far. Those folks need 100 octane. There are 2 fuels so far that have been approved through the supplemental type certificate process. So one of them is GAMI's G100UL. It's been approved for all spark ignition engines. However, if you look at the approved make and model list that's attached to their STC, while it does include most fixed wing aircraft, it does not include any rotorcraft yet. So if you're flying a Schweitzer, if you're flying a Robinson, piston helicopter, et cetera, and an Enstrom, right now, the only thing you can legally use in your aircraft is 100 low lead. So the next fuel that was approved has an STC relatively recently is Swift Fuels. They've already got their 94 UL. It's been out there, great for low compression engines, been out there in the market a while. So Swift has 100 octane, and I forget their proprietary name for that fuel. But at any rate, that also is an STC'd fuel. It has been approved for use in the Cessna 172R and S models, and they're working hard to generate data to be able to expand that approved make and model list. Fuel has just started flowing in California, just a little bit. Right now, the Eagle project, which is the Eliminate Aviation Gas Lead Emissions, and that's a public-private partnership, and that is together with associations, key stakeholders, the FAA, et cetera. We're working on a variety of the issues to ensure that there is a safe and smart transition. So what happens when somebody pulls up at a pump and they don't have the STC? It's not something you can buy and just slap on your plane. That's got to be installed with a 337 by an AMP. How are we going to handle that? Right now, the fuels that are approved, and there may be a third on the way that's going through the PAFI process, those have not been tested for fungibility with each other. So it's an either or. You're either getting a Swift fuel, 100 octane STC, or you're getting a GAMI. But right now, you can't mix the two. So there is a risk here that people may show up at an airport and there's 100 octane fuel, but maybe not one that they're legally permitted to put in their aircraft. So these are the types of complexities that are being worked through right now. And they are key for safety. And that's why people say, gosh, there was a fuel approved. Isn't that game over? aren't we done? And no, because there is a complex distribution web. There are a lot of locations, thousands of airports that need this. And it's going to take a while for the fuels to go out, hit the market, see which ones are adopted and are used, and then to figure out how all this happens safely, not to mention getting all the STCs installed on planes. And on top of it, if you're one of the 40,000 experimental aircraft fleet like I am, I have an experimental air cam that my husband and I built and fly. In those aircraft, you can't just move forward and use the STC. There's a whole separate process where you need to prove it's safe in your unique plane with all the unique systems. So there's quite a bit to figure out, but the good news is there's progress. We're making progress. The fuel's starting to make it out to the market, but we're not at a point where we can declare victory. It's available for everyone whenever they want it, wherever they want it. It's going to take a little while to get there, but we want to make sure that we get there in a very safe and orderly manner so that people aren't exhausting fuel and so that people aren't putting fuel in their planes that's not approved for them to use.
Thanks. I have one last follow-up, and we're almost done. We got 4 more minutes, so you avoided having me go up again. Because we've had a graduate who went on to law school, is now working at AOPA. Can you tell, because I know there's some students here, what does AOPA do just to, and I know most of the people online, of course, all of us are panel attorneys, or some of us are panel attorneys, so sorry for the redundancy, but what are some of the things that you do as general counsel, just if you can just educate us? I think that'd be a great way of ending this before I give everybody their code.
Sure, thanks. So AOPA is the oldest civil aviation membership association in the US. So we've been around since 1939. The organization just turned 85. Our members are individuals, they're owners, they're pilots. They're typically the folks like me flying the small stuff. Do we have some members who fly jets? Yes. Most often those members who are flying jets are doing so or are getting paid to do so when the owner's in the back. They're not the jet owners, that's more the NBAA crowd. So we've been for the pilots and the owners and the little guys since 1939, and making sure that we all have the freedom to fly. I don't know if any of you have ever been to any other country, but they certainly don't enjoy the freedoms in general aviation that we do here. From user fees that you see in other countries, lack of infrastructure, lack of fuel, et cetera. I've been fortunate to fly on a variety of continents, and it has been stunning when you don't have what you're used to see what happens in other countries, and the lack of support for GA and the lack of infrastructure, which also directly impacts safety. So we have been pushing hard since 1939. We've got huge safety, online courses, YouTube videos, lots of things for wings credit. In fact, if somebody calls our legal services plan and says, "Oh, I just got a call and I may have violated some airspace," we say, "Okay, well, our lawyers on the pilot protection services are going to talk you through what's going to happen with the compliance program, as long as they handed you that little compliance program brochure, so we can talk you through that and help you navigate that. At the same time, gosh, we have a online course here that you should sign up for wings credit, get it done, and make sure that's on your record, so by the time the aviation safety inspectors over at the FAA take a look, they can see you're cooperative and you're compliant, and you realize you may have messed up and you're doing some remedial things." We have 3 magazines. We have a turbine edition, a pilot edition, and a flight training edition. We have a huge You Can Fly program. We've started over 200 flying clubs and help over 1,000 flying clubs around the nation. And we also have a high school STEM curriculum that we've put together. It's free of charge. They talked about it. They're using it in Oklahoma. It's in 48 states. We have almost 30,000 students this year alone who are enrolled in that 4-year curriculum. And there are 2 paths. There's unmanned and there's occupied. So we are working to expose high schoolers in particular as they think about next steps to what the possibilities are within aviation, even if they don't want to be a pilot, if they want to be an engineer, if they want to be a maintenance tech, if they want to be a lawyer. There are a lot of opportunities that they don't know about. So we have a variety of areas we work in. I'm lucky to be on the legal side, and I work with our government advocacy side as well very closely. So on the government affairs, if you enjoy basic med, do we have any basic med pilots in here besides me? No? Okay. So we worked hard to get basic med passed. We worked hard to fight privatization of air traffic control. We have worked on a variety of issues over the years and continue to do so. Pilot's Bill of Rights, that's a big one that we worked on. Yes?
Involved with the new basic med?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yes, we worked very hard to get the weight limits and everything changed on that. So basic med is something we really believe in. The data shows that basic med pilots are just as safe as pilots who have gone through third class medical. So we've been working on a variety of issues for a long time. On the legal side, just how I span over on a day in the life, I may have a contract here, an issue there. And then I will get a call from our legal services plan who may say, gosh, we're getting a bunch of calls about something we haven't gotten calls on before. And we'll find out, gosh, there's a new enforcement trend at the FAA with VA disability benefits. Okay, we need to rev up education on this, and we need to find out what's going on, and then we need to be able to advise our members on how to navigate this. So we do that on a regular basis. I work hand in hand with our government affairs folks. And another big area that's taking up a huge portion of my time is airport defense. And so right now during this unleaded fuels transition, it's a difficult time. A lot of airports are under pressure, small airports, from their neighbors. In addition to just aircraft emissions, neighbors are pushing about noise. And there's been a lot of flight training going on. Those numbers are up, and sometimes neighbors who've bought places near airports are really unhappy with the increased noise and the increased traffic. And they're putting a lot of pressure on airports to close. So we have a very strong airport advocacy arm, and we work, whether it be with the FAA or sometimes with the airports. And sometimes we have to tell the airports, we think you're not playing by the FAA's rules, and there's a process to deal with that as well. So we're very busy on the airport side, and then looking at all the issues from workforce development from high schoolers on up to making sure that people who've earned the freedom to fly can protect that freedom to fly and keep going, whether they're on basic med, whether they have a little hiccup with the FAA or Custom and Border Patrol. So we've got a big operation that keeps us very, very busy. Oh, we're headquartered in Frederick, Maryland. We are on the busiest GA airport in the whole state of Maryland, which is great. We have our government affairs office is down in DC. We have over 200 employees, and if you've ever been interested in working in aviation, we have opportunities. Whether you want to be a lawyer, whether you want to be on the policy side, whether you want to be a flight instructor, whether you want to work on the safety side of things. We have what we call the Pilot Information Center, where if you have any question, we have living, breathing human and aviation encyclopedias who are our staff down there who can answer just about any question that you bring up. And that's all free of charge for our members. So we've got a lot of great opportunities. There's just a diversity of opportunities in aviation now, getting even more so with AAM and with the growing UAS side of things. So this is a great time to be involved in aviation. We've got a lot of opportunities at AOPA. You've heard about a lot of companies here that also have opportunities. And so I'm really excited for all of you. I'm excited to be a part of this conference, and I'm grateful for the opportunity, Jason. So thank you.
Let's give her a round of applause.
We're almost done. I'm not going to continue talking. Yeah. Thanks, Bill. I'm just sending out a seminar questionnaire, especially to all the lawyers. You'll receive an email. And of course, our Florida big thing from the Ohio bars that need credit, just make sure you sign. I think I need your bar number, and we'll give you credit for being here. The Florida bar, I've just had the number here for you. It is 2411750N as in November. So, and that counts for 7 aviation credits and 1 ethics. For Ohio, it will be 8 hours of credit, including 1 hour of ethics. So 7 general and then 1 ethics. So if there's, thank you again to all of our sponsors. To Drive Ohio, Davos, Gertzberg Licata, offices of Robert Strumer and Yodis Law Associates for making this happen. Thank you to all the speakers who are here still this afternoon. I'd like to get a final picture with all of you. And then to all of you for attending today. Thank you. We do have a date, which I believe is November 19th of next year already. And we'll keep you posted as any other developments happen. Thank you for spending the entire day here with us. And thank you so much for all of your hard work. We have now concluded.